Well, welcome to the second day of public hearings for the inquiry into the provision of the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill 2021. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which the Parliament sits. I would also like to pay respects to elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. Today we'll be hearing from opponents of the bill. We'll hear from religious groups and organisations, in addition to academics in the legal, medical and bioethics fields. We will also be hearing from a number of other peak bodies, as well as palliative care physicians. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearings. I note that the hearing room is closed to the general public for this hearing, and the hearing on December 13. This is due to the room capacity restrictions under the New South Wales Parliament's COVID safe arrangements. However, the hearing will be broadcast live on the Parliament's website. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses may say outside of their evidence at the virtual hearings. Therefore, I urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take the question on notice and provide an answer by the 28th of January 2022. As I mentioned, today's proceedings are being streamed live and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In terms of audibility for today's hearing, we have witnesses in person and via the video conference system. I ask that committee members clearly identify who questions are directed to, and could I ask everyone appearing remotely to please state their name when they begin speaking. Could everyone appearing via the video conference please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Members and witnesses should avoid speaking over each other so that we can all be heard clearly. Also, to assist Hansard, may I remind members and witnesses to speak directly into the microphones and avoid making comments when your head is turned away. I'll now welcome our first witness. Professor Somerville, could you please state your name, position, title and swear oath or affirmation?
Yes, my name is Margaret Ann Somerville. I'm Professor of Bioethics at the University of Notre Dame, Australia. I'm also Samuel Gale Professor of Law Emerita, Professor in the Faculty of Medicine and Founding Director of the McGill Centre for Medicine, Ethics and Law Emerita at McGill University in Montreal.
Thank you. And could you...
I just have a small conflict of interest to note.
Yes, Mr. Shibridge.
I don't think it goes to my thing, but for a number of years now, on an annual basis, I have done a bioethics seminar with Professor Somerville at Notre Dame University.
As have I.
Yes.
As have I, but not for the last couple. I haven't been invited back.
There we go.
Thank you. And Professor Somerville, could you please swear the oath?
Pardon?
The oath. Or affirmation.
Yes.
No, I can see she
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Professor Somerville. Professor Jones, could you state your name and position title, please, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yes. My name is David Albert Jones. I'm director of the Anscombe Bioethics Centre, which is an independent research centre in Oxford, and I'm also research fellow at Blackfriars Hall, which is part of Oxford University, and professor of bioethics at St Mary's University in Twickenham, London. Would you allow me to take the oath?
Yes, please.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
you very much, Professor Jones. Now, I'll invite opening statements, if we can keep them short, please. Professor Somerville, if you've got an opening statement, I invite you to do it now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the honourable members for your kind invitation to address you today. I've researched, written, spoken and consulted on euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide, that is VAD, for over 40 years. What I've learned has led me to conclude that legalising it is a very bad and dangerous idea. I will try to explain why I've come to this conclusion in the very short time I have. First, and I think this is really important to note, there are some things that we all agree on. None of us wants to see people suffer, and all of us recognise that we've got fundamental ethical obligations to relieve suffering. Where we disagree is as to some of the means of relieving that suffering and whether or not they're ethical and legitimate. Advocates of VAD want doctors and nurse practitioners to be allowed to intentionally inflict death, to be blunt, be allowed to kill a suffering person, to relieve the person's suffering. And anti-VAD proponents reject it as unwise, unethical, and dangerous. The pro-VAD case is straightforward and easy to make. It focuses only on the suffering individual and only in the present. The anti-VAD case is much broader and harder to make, not because it is weak, it's not, but because it's much more complex. As well as looking to the present and an individual person's needs, important as those are, it also looks to collective human memory, history, for lessons from the past, and collective human imagination for likely future consequences of legalising VAD. And it looks to protecting vulnerable people and the common good, not just the individual. That much broader perspective will give us the knowledge we need to make a wise decision about legalising VAD. The arguments against legalising VAD include the unavoidable logical and practical slippery slopes. My colleague, Dr. Jones, will speak to that, some of that. The logical slippery slope is the major expansion of who may have access, on what conditions and in which circumstances. And the practical slippery slope, failure to comply with the law. Then these are unavoidable. The logical slippery slope is dramatically evidenced in the implementation of MAID, which is VAD in Canada, and the practical slippery slope in the Flanders region of Belgium. In less than 4 years, Canada's moved from relatively restrictive initial limitations on VAD to having some people going to court to argue that there is a right to euthanasia on demand. The need for death to be reasonably foreseeable has been abandoned, and euthanasia by advance directive for people with dementia and for children is under consideration, and euthanasia will be available for people with only mental illness, no physical illness, in early 2023. Dr. Guy Robert, the head of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Quebec, whom I debated on many occasions, was a big advocate of legalising VAD. When he saw the results of what happened in the first year of implementation in Quebec, he was absolutely shocked because he had believed it would be a rare procedure and was a medical procedure. What he concluded was that this is, he was in French, that it was given la mort à la carte. That is, we now have a menu and you can choose the death you want from the menu. He went on to say that this was not a medical treatment and it should not be carried out by doctors. It was state-authorized suicide, and medical doctors should have no role in it. The official death toll from MAID in Canada up to the end of 2020 was 21,589. That's the official factor, and that's almost certainly an underestimate. 2.5% of deaths in Canada were by MAID, and the number of deaths increased by 34.2% between 2019 and 2020. What this demonstrates is that VAD cannot be contained once it's legalized, because once we step over the clear line that we must not intentionally kill another human being, there's no logical stopping point. So what are some of the arguments that we have to deal with? First of all, at the base of the pro-VAD case is the right to autonomy, my body, my life, my choice. Again, we all agree that respect for autonomy is important, but like freedom, it has to have limits on it. So what we have to look to, and this has become very prominent with our trying to deal with COVID and some of the objections to mandatory measures there. Our individual flourishing is bound up in collective well-being, and VAD will seriously harm our collective well-being. So what about the concept of autonomy? Are we just atomistic beings where just what I want is what I should be able to have? Or do we also have to look to our relationships, what is called by the feminists relational autonomy? And what that requires is protecting those relationships because they're important. And in the context of VAD, some of the things that happen are a breakdown in those relationships. And one of the three most common reasons for asking for euthanasia or VAD is that people feel a burden on others, particularly their carers and those that they love. So there's a much larger picture that we have to look at to decide whether this is a wise and safe idea to legalize VAD. And I'd like to just give you some thoughts about what that larger picture is. I believe that VAD will harm both the common good and what's called social capital. Society's store of goodwill, generosity, helping others, caring for those in need, etc. Politics both follows and creates culture. So what has happened in our society that after millennia of strict prohibition of both society and medicine, intentionally killing, we suddenly think that allowing doctors to kill their patients is a wise idea. Moreover, what future culture will we create in New South Wales if we allow this? Might it be a society with a damaged or even no ethos of caring for others, a damaged value of respect for life, which operates at both the individual level and the societal level, and is particularly important in medicine and law in a secular society because that the medicine and law carry that value. VAD contravenes both of them because the law is changed to allow this intentional killing, and it's carried out by doctors. So they're not able to carry that value of respect for life in the way that it needs to be carried. So and this raises the question, what are our obligations to future generations? This question is common to our deliberations about euthanasia and climate change. Climate change threatens our physical ecosystem. VAD threatens our socio-cultural, or what is called our metaphysical ecosystem, the collection of values, beliefs, attitudes, stories, and so on that we buy into and share to create the glue that binds us as a society. Neither system is indestructible, as we know so well with our physical ecosystem. Both can be irremediably damaged. Most MPs in Parliament will not live long enough to experience the worst effects of climate change, but their children will. Likewise for VAD. Therefore, the question that you, as legislators, must address is not only will legalising VAD affect individuals and our present society, but also what kind of a world will you have left to future generations? And here's some of the things I think we could anticipate about our future world. Vulnerable people, what are the risks and harms to them? Those who have disabilities or are fragile elderly people. That is our neighbours who are living in the same life circumstances as those whom VAD supporters believe are making the right decision in wanting assisted dying. We will be messaging them and establishing as part of our revised cultural values that they have lives not worth living, and even more reprehensibly, that they themselves have no worth. This is particularly concerning when we recall that feelings of loss of dignity are another of the three main reasons that people request euthanasia.
Professor Somerville, can I just inquire as to how much more you've got of your opening statement? Because
yeah, okay.
It's
I know. Okay, so I'll skip some of this. I invite you to read it. I believe you have got a copy of this.
Well, look, if
Pardon?
if it's your opening statement, you could table that to Hansard and
Largely
Hansard can be
the submission,
incorporated.
I think.
It's largely the submission.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing this.
I was just saying, if it's your opening submission, you can hand it to Hansard and have that incorporated
I've
into
already
Hansard.
handed
Oh, you
it
have?
in.
Okay.
Yeah, I
great.
have
Thank you.
handed it in. Okay, I want to give you two things. First, VAD and organ transplants. I decided to write an article on this because when I first realised that euthanized people were being used as a source of transplants, I first of all thought it was fake. I didn't believe that was happening. The earliest article on it was on Belgium, and they were doing that. So I wrote an article about it, asking why, if we thought it was okay to take organs after the person had been killed with euthanasia, why not carry out euthanasia by removal of organs? That is, give the person a general anaesthetic and then take out a beating heart, breathing lungs, and so on. The organs would be much more viable. They won't have been affected by waiting for the person to die, etc. Now, most people were absolutely appalled that that would even be suggested. In fact, my medical school asked me not to speak to the students about it because they thought it might upset them about participating in organ transplantation. So what we have to ask is, why would that be? Why wouldn't we think it was okay to do euthanasia by removal of the organs rather than after death? And I think the answer is that one of the answers, there's many answers, but one of them is that it makes us face up to the reality of what we're doing, that we are intentionally inflicting death, and we are appalled by that. So what I would ask is, will future generations look back in horror and say, could they, that is we, and especially you, have allowed the intentional infliction of death by medical professionals? How could society have allowed this to happen? And I think what we have to do there is learn from the past about unethical human rights breaching laws, and the one that comes most prominently to mind are the laws that allowed the stolen generations. Our grandparents and great-grandparents authorised legislation that we now are appalled at, that it is human rights breaching, that you would take children from their families, put them in institutions. When you look at the acts that allowed this, which I have done, I've looked at the Victorian and New South Wales Act, there's a very close analogy to the VAD legislation, or analogies, in that it started in Victoria. It had a euphemistic title. They were called the Aboriginal Protection Acts. They set up a board that was supposed to guide their implementation. We assume that the people who did this thought it was ethical, and yet we look now and see at what we think about it, and we're appalled, and we say, well, this was terrible. How could they have done it? Now, my prediction is if we do this, future generations will look back on us and say, how could they have done it? And I think that's what you have to think about, not important as the individual person and the immediate
Professor
present
Somerville,
is, not just them. So,
can I just inquire, do you have much more to go?
no,
Because
one paragraph. For all our sakes, both those who are dying now and those who are not yet dying, and for our descendants and their future societies, we must kill the pain and suffering of dying people, not the dying people with the pain and suffering. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to advise the New South Wales Parliament against enacting the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Somerville. Professor Jones, do you have an opening statement? And if so, could you please keep it to no more than a couple of minutes?
I'll do my best. I'll certainly, I'll do my best.
Thank you.
So there is a problem, as Professor Somerville has really, there are so many different parts of the evidence. So what I really want to do is not try to be diverse, but just look at one thing. Just look at one feature, one country with which I'm familiar, so that we can illustrate some of the problems. And then therefore I hope to be succinct. And I want to look at Belgium.
Of course.
I want to look at the way that in Belgium, doctors intentionally end the lives of patients, both with and without their consent. Belgium legalised BAT in 2002, and they have almost 20 years of experience, and so we can see how that's changed the law has changed the practice of medicine. For example, it's changed the way they use sedatives. I think this is really important. Now they use sedatives not only for symptom control, but also as an alternative to BAD. That is, euthanasia light, or slow euthanasia. They sedate people who do not need it for symptom control, or outside what is needed for symptom control, to deep unconsciousness, and then withdraw or withhold hydration, so that the patient dies in a few days. It isn't called euthanasia, and that means that they don't need to do the paperwork. But they think it's reasonable because they have euthanasia, because they've already crossed that line. I will skip. What I want to focus on is not the in-principle question of whether doctors should ever end the lives of their patients, but the reality, the danger that if you implement it into any kind of system, then there will be people who do not fulfill the criteria, but who will have their lives ended. And that's what I want to focus on. The inevitability of deaths outside the criteria. And that is what is happening in Belgium. And how many deaths are we talking about? Well, data from Flanders indicates that in 2013 there were roughly 1,000 life-terminating acts without explicit request of the patient. And this is not counting the far higher number of deaths involving intentional terminal sedation, mostly without consent. So that the number of lives ended intentionally without consent in Belgium, in Flanders, not Belgium, in Flanders in 1 year, is closer to 5,000. This is a region which is roughly 80% of the size of New South Wales, 5,000 people. A group of researchers in Belgium who were in favour of BAD tried to show these figures were not not at the 5,000 but at the 1,000 unrequested deaths. And they said that in about a third of cases, the patient had, quote, at some point intended implicitly or explicitly, but not as a formal euthanasia request. So of these third, of 1,000 people whose lives were ended without consent, a third at some point implicitly could have asked but did not ask. And that's the point. It moves from an explicit request to a vague expression of a wish to no expression of at all of a wish in 2/3 of cases. But a view of the doctor that they would be better off dead. A final example, just because it was very striking to me, of VAD for mental suffering in Belgium. So these were patients with psychiatric issues who were not ill and not near the end of life. They had an average age of 47. So of these 100 people who were seeking VAD, 5 years later, 43 of them were dead. 35 by VAD, of which 31 by lethal injection and 4 by taking the drugs themselves. 6 by non-assisted suicide. So non-assisted suicide is still an issue, and I think it's an issue. 1 died by anorexia nervosa, and 1 died, according to this report, quote, after palliative sedation in a psychiatric hospital. So death by sedation in a psychiatric hospital of someone who was not physically ill. And it wasn't euthanasia, it was in palliative sedation. So there was no link. VAD for mental health impairment is excluded from the VAD bill, Part 2, 16(2)(c), I'm glad to see. But it should be noted that a similar exclusion did exist in the Canadian C2 bill, in the Canadian C7 bill. That has since been amended. Laws get amended, and one should expect permissive laws to be amended in a permissive direction.
Professor Jones, I'm just noting that we've only got
one paragraph. Let him.
one paragraph. Okay.
The day that we've made for ourselves.
The logic of the bill, the logic of VAD, will push doctors to find ways to help patients who don't fulfil the criteria. This is what happens. This is what is happening in Belgium. It's real. There are hundreds of people who die in this way without consent, and I think it would be naive for you to believe that if you pass this, New South Wales would be would not be vulnerable to a similar thing happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jones. I'll now open up for questioning. Is there a member of the committee?
I'm happy to come in.
Mr. Farlow, you've
Thank
got
you
the
very
call.
much. Just thank you both for your appearance today. Just very interested in terms of, I guess we were presented by the proponents of the bill that the arguments put forward by opponents of the bill are the slippery slope effectively. And I think both of you have pointed to examples, I think both in Canada and also in Belgium, of how these laws can be changed and how they start at a certain level where there are certain protections that are involved in the legislation, but then those get amended. Do you want to just outline perhaps how that has happened in both Canada and Belgium to date? Or any other jurisdictions that you'd like to point out?
Oregon.
Well,
Washington.
I'll do Canada, and Professor Jones, you can speak to Belgium. In Canada, the original law required that death was reasonably foreseeable. The person had to have extreme suffering. It was not available for people who were mentally ill but not physically ill. It was not available for children. It was not available to anybody who could not give a fully informed consent at the time of administration of the death. I can't think of all the other things, but anyway, all of those things have now either been abandoned or amended or are under consideration for change. In Canada, a court held that it was discrimination to require that death be reasonably foreseeable, that it discriminated against non-terminally ill people who wanted euthanasia. so that was dropped. The federal government passed a law to take that out of the legislation. They have recently looked at pure mental illness, and they have passed an act to say that this will be allowed in early 2023. They gave a waiting period. But as Dr. Mark Conrad said, who's an American psychiatrist on the American Psychiatric Association board, he said what it does is it converts the role of psychiatrists from having their role as needing to prevent suicide to having their role as providing suicide. There's also been a big problem in the Netherlands with people who are just mentally ill and not physically ill, and they set up a special clinic called, translated, it means the End-of-Life Choices Clinic, and mentally ill people who haven't been able to persuade their own doctors to give them euthanasia are going to that clinic, and some of the evidence is that, in several occasions, the doctors never met the person before, but they do provide euthanasia. So and also children is a big issue. In the Netherlands, there's the Groningen Protocol, which allows babies to be euthanized, and there is now a request for not just babies, but I've lost my train of thought there, sorry. Anyway, of babies and children, and that is under consideration in Canada.
Thank you, and I think Professor Jones wanted to add in there, perhaps.
Yes, just the examples from Canada that Professor Somerville has pointed to are changes in legislation, and those happen so that you have amendments that people want to extend the law. But in Belgium, I think that the problem in Belgium is not changes due to legislation, it's changes in the culture of medicine. Because what happens is that once you allow this practice, then it has an effect on other kinds of practice. And so what happens with terminal sedation, and I can give you on notice evidence that it's different the way they practice terminal sedation in Belgium than it is in the UK.
That would be helpful, thank you.
What happens in Belgium is that people have started to use other things for euthanasia. So for terminal sedation, so they will say things like, oh, we don't do euthanasia at a weekend, we can do terminal sedation. So they started using other kinds of, other parts of medicine intentionally to end the lives of patients. And so things like withdrawal of treatment or terminal sedation or use of analgesia, which were simply about symptom control, are now being extended as ways to have euthanasia outside the bounds of the legislation. And that's a real concern, I think, not just what the law says, but what this will do to medicine.
If I could just add too, the Quebec has a separate act allowing euthanasia, and that includes what they call continuous terminal sedation. And that's exactly what Professor Jones is saying, where they've used the sedation as a means of carrying out euthanasia. And what is really, I think, very questionable in the Quebec Act is that it doesn't have to be the person who consents to that. A surrogate decision maker can actually consent to that type of what they call slow euthanasia.
Thank you. And just one last question from me before I hand over to other members. Professor Jones, you talk about the suicide contagion in your submission as well with respect to the introduction of VAD, and I think refer to the study of how does legalisation of physician-assisted suicide affect rates of suicide. Could you tell us what the findings of that are?
This is work that I did with Professor David Payton, who's an economist in Nottingham, and we looked at suicide rates in the United States. And because different states in the United States have legalised at different times, it's possible to use different states as controls for other states. So you can look at year effect and state effect, and then you can also look at other kinds of regression. And what we found was the number of people who took their own lives, suicide non-assisted suicide certainly increases. So it isn't the case that you have a kind of substitute and you're saving people who would otherwise be committing suicide. There was no evidence at all of a diminishment of non-assisted suicide. And there was some evidence, it was not as strong, but there was some evidence of an increase in non-assisted suicide. So there was strong evidence of an increase in overall death and some evidence of an increase in non-assisted suicide and no evidence of a decrease in non-assisted suicide. Since then, there have been other studies by other people, and I have other studies myself at the moment submitted for publication. I know of no study which has shown evidence of a reduction in non-assisted suicide as a result of DAD.
Professor Jones, I'm just noting we've only got about 5 minutes left because I want to start the next panel on exactly 9:30 and we have to change over and do the COVID-safe cleaning. So Mr. Martin's got a question and then Mr. Shoebridge.
I'll be as direct as possible to leave time for other members. Professor Somerville, in your opening statement, you talked about organ donation or harvesting, rather. Which provisions of this bill give you concern for that happening in New South Wales in the future?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble.
In your opening statement, you mentioned organ donation or organ harvesting, rather. What provisions of this bill give you concern that that might happen in New South Wales going forward?
Well, it wasn't considered at all in Canada before the legislation was passed. And the practice arose of simply taking organs from people after they'd been euthanized. And for example, in Ontario, there's an organisation called the Trillium. It's a government organisation which organises organ transplants. And I was really surprised by this, but apparently they contact the person, if they're competent, the person who's going to be euthanized, or their relatives, if they're not competent, and seek consent to donation after the person's been euthanized. And I know that in the Benelux countries, there's been discussion about people who want to die at home but want to give their organs, and how can that be organised, because they need to be in the hospital so that the organs can be taken in a relatively short time. And there's been suggestions, well, maybe they could be actually given a sedative and taken to the hospital and then euthanized and then the organs taken. There's nobody at the moment carrying out organ harvesting by removing organs from a living donor, and that's prohibited by, as it stands at the moment, by what's called the dead donor rule. You have to have a donor for organs dead.
I'm very conscious of time. If you're able, would you mind taking on notice my question, and are you able to provide any evidence of what you've just raised there? Is that possible?
About donating organs after...
Well, you said there was an experience in Canada with this. Yeah. If you can, that'd be handy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Shoebridge, you've got for the next 2 minutes.
Thank you both for your assistance today. Professor Somerville, you would recognise that there are already instances where medical practitioners provide medication, often pain treatment, to patients that have untreatable pain and terminal illness, knowing full well that that will hasten their death, that's already occurring.
Yep.
And in fact, the law allows, well, I think the standard direction to juries in those situations are that it is where it is proper and necessary to relieve pain and suffering, even if the measures may shorten life, that's permissible.
Yeah.
You acknowledge then, I suppose, that it's happening in a largely unregulated space without checks and balances. Are you comfortable with the current law?
That goes to what that raises is the doctrine of double effect, and that there is a vast difference between giving pain management that is necessary and that runs a risk of shortening life, as compared with giving a lethal injection that has a singular purpose of ending human life. And when people who use that as an example to say, well, VAD's no different, as you're claiming here, I'm sure.
Well, actually, he's not. He's
Then
asking-
what I think the answer to that is, well, intention matters. And where can we see that? We see it in criminal cases where what the crime is, or even whether a crime is being committed, depends on the intention. The claim then is, well, how can you tell what the doctor's intention is? Well, you can well, judges make that decision in criminal cases thousands of times a year, and you can tell the doctor's intention by the circumstances and by the treatment and what is done.
I'm terribly,
Professor, I'm not, to
Mr.
be clear,
Shoebridge.
I'm not saying they're the same.
Mr. Shoebridge.
I'm asking you if
Mr.
you're comfortable
Shoebridge.
with the unregulated situation
Mr.
that you currently
Shoebridge,
have.
Mr. Shoebridge, apologies. We have reached time. I want to thank both witnesses for appearing today. For any questions that have been taken on notice, if you could please liaise with the Secretariat, they'll arrange to be able to have you table those responses. And again, we thank you for your time and submissions.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now take a short break, go through the COVID cleaning process and recommence at 9:30 with the next set of witnesses. That's it. Thank you. Well, I'll now welcome our next set of witnesses. Starting from my left, I'll invite the witnesses to state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Anthony Fisher, Catholic Archbishop of Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Abdulrazak Mohammed, medical advisor to His Eminence, the Grand Mufti, and Speaker of the Australian Iraqi Muslim Society. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
إبراهيم أبو محمد مفتي عام القارة الأسترالية Grand Mufti of Australia.
Dr. Ibrahim Abu Muhammad, His Eminence the Grand Mufti of Australia, and his affirmation.
أقسم بالله العظيم أن أقول الحق في هذا اليوم.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I'll invite opening statements now. Archbishop Fisher.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee this morning. I appear on behalf of the Catholic Bishops of New South Wales and also the Bishops of the Australasian Middle East Christian Apostolic Churches. The faithful of our communities make up about a quarter of the population of this state. The Catholic Church in New South Wales operates 11 hospitals and 59 nursing and aged care facilities, each of which is directly affected by this bill. The Catholic faithful also provide a significant proportion of the state's healthcare workforce. Catholic health and aged care institutions are founded on the belief in the sanctity of human life and the inalienable dignity of the person. The proposition that human life is inviolable has been part of the common morality of the great civilizations, the best secular philosophies, the common law tradition, international human rights documents, the pre-Christian Hippocratic Oath, the codes of the World Medical Association and the Australian Medical Association, and the world's great religions. Unsurprisingly, then, we oppose any attempt to legalise euthanasia or assisted suicide in this state. Our position is based not only on religious beliefs, but also upon the desire to protect the most vulnerable in our society. Legalising euthanasia and assisted suicide will be a radical departure from one of the foundational principles of our society. It confirms in law that some people are regarded as better off dead, and that our legal system, health professionals, and care institutions will help to make them dead. These laws separate us into two classes of people, those whose lives are considered sacred and those whose deaths we invest heavily in preventing, and those who are considered dispensable and whose deaths we invest in assisting. As time goes on, assisted suicide is normalised. This latter class of people expands. In Canada, for instance, euthanasia was legalised in 2016. Within 5 years, the class of those eligible expanded from the terminally ill to the chronically sick or disabled, who are not dying, and the requirement of natural death being reasonably foreseeable was repealed. In less than 18 months from now, eligibility will also extend to those suffering mental illness alone. In due course, we can expect provision for the unconscious and for children. Many of those who've made submissions to this committee have spoken from their own personal experience, and I'd like to speak briefly of my own. In 2015, a sudden attack of Guillain-Barré syndrome left me close to death, paralysed from the neck down, in extreme pain, and reliant on others for every aspect of my existence for the next 5 months in hospital. My recovery was very slow and painful. I was embedded amongst patients suffering multiple sclerosis, motor neurone disease, and other degenerative and ultimately fatal illnesses. Although I recovered, I had an experience of the kind of suffering that makes people want to end it all. Both my parents are in nursing care and my mother is presently dying of bone marrow cancer. In addition to my own illness and that of people I love, I have more than 30 years' experience as a pastor, walking with the sick and their fatigued carers, sitting by the dying and offering love and hope, prayer and sacrament, and commending the dead to God while comforting their grieving families. As difficult as these times have been, I've also witnessed the reconciliation and peace that comes with letting things work themselves through. So I approach these questions not just from theory or dogma, but personal experience. Indeed, religious believers cannot approach this issue from a sanitised distance, as care of the sick and dying is core to our mission. It's the reason why the Church is the oldest and largest provider of health care, aged care and palliative care in the world. Those who seek to exclude religious voices from this discussion or minimise the weight given them are not only demonstrating an anti-religious bias, but also rejecting the views of one of the chief providers of end-of-life care. I appreciate the terms of reference of this committee do not address the fundamental question of whether New South Wales should cross this precipice of allowing some of its citizens to be killed or assisted to kill themselves. Instead, we're asked to focus on the provisions of the bill before us. These provisions are addressed in our submission in detail. However, it's worth noting that the bill lacks many of the safeguards in the bill presented to the Legislative Council just 4 years ago. It also represents a serious attack on the freedom of religious hospitals and aged care facilities to operate in accordance with their ethos, which the previous bill did not. I ask this committee to consider seriously the amendments we have proposed. Finally, it would be remiss of me not to record that this inquiry is the shortest in duration of any inquiry before this committee, and perhaps any committee, in the history of the New South Wales Parliament.
No, it's not.
It is the shortest inquiry into euthanasia and assisted suicide held in any Australian jurisdiction. It has allowed fewer submissions than any other state inquiry. It's also been held at a time when our health professionals are fully occupied, even overstretched, by the COVID pandemic, and so have been unable to contribute as they might to an inquiry like this and broader debate. Notwithstanding that incredibly short time frame, I ask the committee to consider carefully the many submissions before it and to ensure the law does not put the already vulnerable even more at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed.
I would like to give the priority to His Eminence, the Mufti, then I will follow.
Certainly. Thank you.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mufti.
Okay.
بسم الله. أولا شكرا على الدعوة وممتنين جدا إن بلدنا أستراليا بتحب تاخد حوار حوالين القضايا الحيوية. وأود هنا أن أؤكد على مجموعة من الحقائق. أولها أن الموت والحياة إنما هو هبة من الله ولا يجوز لأحد أن يتدخل فيها على الإطلاق. هذا واحد. نمرة 2 نؤمن أن الحياة مقدسة ولا يجوز لأحد حتى للشخص ذاته أن يتخلص من هذه الحياة. نمرة 3 نؤمن أن الشيخوخة وأن المرض وأن الاعتلال وأن ما يصيب الإنسان خلال رحلة حياته إنما هو من قبيل الاختبار، وإذا صبر واحتسب فله من الله الأجر والثواب. هذه رؤيتنا نؤمن بها ونلتزم بها أخلاقيا ودينيا وإنسانيا ولا نلزم بها أحدا. كما أننا يعني نحترم وجهات نظر الآخرين لكننا أيضا لا نؤمن بها. تفضل يا شيخ.
His Eminence the Grand Mufti of Australia commenced by acknowledging and extending appreciation for being here at this committee to be able to speak to this most important matter. It is noble that in Australia, he says, we are able to engage in dialogue on matters to do with life and death. And in relation to the subject of what is proposed in the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill, We respect all opinions and positions on the matter, even if we do not subscribe to such positions. We also believe that our position is the honourable truth on the matter and is in accordance to our common humane values, our character values, our religious values, despite some not subscribing to the same belief. Our human life is comprised of two essential stages. The first is during our time in this world. This is the preliminary stage to another life, the afterlife, a life which is higher, more noble, more valuable and eternal. This second stage commences after death. In the afterlife, there shall be ultimate justice, with each human being brought to account for their good and bad deeds. And the life from there on in will be the eternal bliss or eternal damnation. Another matter is that life and death is not under the choice of any human being. Life and death is not left to an individual to choose when they were born, nor when they die. No human being in history has ever chosen the day or circumstances surrounding their birth, when they were born, or the circumstances in and around that. No person chose how compassionate or dignified their birth could have ever been. Therefore, it is understood that life is a gift given by God to human beings, and none can withdraw it from the human save God alone. Similarly, death is a divine decree with no human being able to intervene to determine its when. Life is also a time for trials, tribulations, tests, suffering. We are tested as human beings in our good nature and in our bad nature, in our health and in our illness, in our wealth and in our poverty, in our ease and in our difficulty. Ultimate success lies in persevering throughout life with everything that comes our way, showing contentment in every situation that is placed before us, whether it is to our liking or not. We would also like to point out, His Eminence said, that there is a great confusion in the use of basic terms in relation to the newly proposed law or bill of voluntary assisted dying. There are clear and distinct differences between three terms here, which include dying, suicide, and homicide, based on linguistic, scientific, and medical definitions. Dying is a natural and spontaneous process. Suicide means that someone terminated their own life. Homicide means that someone terminated the life of another. And so when we look at the title of the proposed law, the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill, we actually find two major contradictions. Dying is natural and spontaneous, with no room for choice by someone for themselves to die. Otherwise, it becomes suicide. Also, dying cannot be assisted by someone else. Otherwise, it becomes akin to homicide. And so then the name of the proposed law is misleading for many. And in another two concluding points, when we talk about dying with dignity, the Oxford Dictionary states that dignity is the state or quality of being worthy of honour or respect, coming from the Latin dignitas, meaning worthy. And so therefore we need to have discussions about what dignity actually means. When people talk about the passing of this bill will allow them, if they are terminally ill, to talk about death in a more comforting and easy and facilitated manner with their loved ones. The issue arises, why is it that we need to wait for such a bill to pass to facilitate the conversation about death when death itself is a part of life and we should be prepared for it no matter our circumstances, health or illness? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed, an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Honourable Committee. I thank you for giving me the chance to voice our thoughts. Now, I come from a medical background. I'm a still working clinician with more than 40 years of experience in this profession. I live this on a daily basis, and on the top of that, I'm a member of 4 international and Australian, in addition to the Australian College of Physicians. One of them is the American College of Physicians, which represent more than 160,000 members. Again, Royal College of Physicians of Glasgow and Royal College of Physicians of London and the Royal Australasian College of Physicians. I'm not representing them, but I know their opinion. Now, again, the main two justification VAD is based on is passion and dignity. I wouldn't waste your time in talking about dignity again, but number one, we do share the opponent of this bill in caring for our patient and in making them to have the dignity all their life, not just when they approach dying. And we share the same passion. What made me actually be against this bill, this is, number one, it's not something we have been trained to do. We have been historically trained to look after our patient, their life, make them comfortable, and live longer. So I think the medical profession, in my view at least, should not be part of this procedure should it be passed. We are trained to look after our patient, and we're comfortably doing that. Number two, in Australia, we have one of the excellent health service globally, and I'm proud whenever I go somewhere, I refer to our Medicare and the service we've been offering to our patients and their families. So holistic care, actually looking after the patient, their family, not only from a pure clinical point of view, but we look after their safety, we look after their house, we do occupational therapy, we do physiotherapy, we have psychologists, psychiatrists. So that's happening in Australia. And I think that's one of the things we should continue doing it and even improve it when there is a room for improvement. The other very risky aspect of this role, already being referred to by some of the speakers, this is a very slippery pathway. And we can indicate the beginning, but we will never be able to stop it. And we do have an example in the narcotics, which were introduced in the 1990s as a way of comfort and helping people to relieve pain. But actually now we live in a narcotic pandemic, not only endemic. And it's costing tens of thousands of lives annually. In America, the estimate is something like 70,000 deaths from narcotic. So this might be another sad example, should it be passed. And again, there's a bit of vagueness, which patients are eligible. If you go to that definition of terminally ill patient, well, depression can be terminal patient, terminal illness. A bad leg ulcer in a diabetic patient can be nearly terminal. An amputation is terminal. So that's a very vague definition. And saying 6 months or 12 months, again, that's one of the things very well known to every clinician. We can give a rough idea when the death might happen, but that often come not true. And I've seen many, many patients, they come and talk to me. Someone has told him that he's going to die in a month, but here I'm living after a year or 2 years. So that never comes true in all the time. There are scales, there is a way we can assess possibility of longevity, but there's no guarantee that's right. So even the 6 or 12 months might not be what represent the reality. There are a few studies have shown that most of the people who make the decision to end their life actually do it under social or psychological circumstances. They can often, or they might often change their opinion. And just in the last month, in my own practice, I faced 2 cases. One of them was 74 years old lady who used to be a case manager, and the case manager in the hospital circumstances actually are the people who handle those cases, complicated cases. She came in with a pain, and she voiced that she doesn't want to live longer. With good control of the pain, an assistant physiotherapy. She went home and I requested psychiatric consultation. I just received their report a few days ago. She's a very happy lady, and she's actually now writing a book. So turning from somebody who would like to end their life, now they are writing books. Another lady, she'd been designed not to have life prolongation procedures 3 years ago, but when we met her with the family, we explained the things. We offered her the palliative team. We offered her home service. She changed her mind. She wanted to live longer. So again, with a good explanation of palliative care, the service available, a patient can choose a different goal than to die. And actually that has been, again, shown that a lot of people who choose to die, they don't have an idea about the palliative care. And when it was explained to them, they choose the palliative care for themselves and their family. I wouldn't go through the legal part of it. I'm sure you are more informative than me, but just commenting on the alternative. As I said, the alternative is the palliative care. And we do have a palliative care. What we need probably is to have more palliative care aspects, including the option to die at home. And many, many people, they like to die at home. But because of the lack of facility, sometimes we keep them in the hospital to give them the comfort and dignity until the natural death happens. And I'm sure there is plenty of room in Australian medical services we can expand on and improve on, rather to incline to, I'm sorry to say this, kill somebody so we can get rid of the suffering rather than kill the suffering and keep the patient alive. I think I will stop here for the sake of time. Just a couple of comments on the law, or the bill, sorry. Again, I hope that this bill will not be passed, but about the right of the clinician or the health service worker. Again, there's a bit of vagueness around the definition of health service worker. I think we need a bit more clear and avoid the duplicate. The other thing is the right of the health service worker to say no. I would also like to include not to be obliged to refer that patient to another clinician. So yes, say no, but I'm not obliged to refer you because I don't believe in it. I'm saying this out of our experience with the abortion law. In some states, even if you don't believe in abortion, termination of abortion, you have to refer the patient to someone who can do it. And I think that's part of practice. It's a part of involvement. And I would very much be keen not to include that should this bill be passed. I thank you again for giving me this chance. And I'm happy to receive questions. If one of the honorable members would like to send them to me, I'm more than happy to answer them later on. And thank you again.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I'm going to open it up for questioning from our committee members now. Would anybody like to commence?
I'm happy to start, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Adam then.
Adam.
I'm happy to start. I might, I suppose, on Wednesday we heard, I'm not sure whether the panel have been following the proceedings of the inquiry. We heard witnesses on Wednesday. A particular witness, Kathy Barry, spoke about the situation of her brother Tom. It was pretty harrowing testimony, and she described in quite graphic detail the end of Tom's life. He's pleading with them to assist him to end his life and put him out of his misery, his terrible suffering. And I suppose the question that I wanted to pose to the panel is, how can it be moral for us as a society to ignore the pleadings of people in Tom's situation. They're dying, they're in terrible pain, they're suffering terribly. They want it to end. How can it be moral to just allow that to proceed, unassisted, unsupported?
Would any of the witnesses are able to answer that?
If I might speak briefly
Certainly,
to
Archbishop.
thank you. I'm in complete agreement that we should never let anyone in that situation be unassisted and unsupported. And that is exactly why the great faiths devote so much of their energy to caring for suffering people, to doing everything possible to relieve their suffering, at least everything that is morally and practically possible to relieve their suffering. So it's not the case that any of us would be saying suffering's good for you and we want it to continue and we'll bring about more suffering if we can. Quite the opposite. We do everything that is morally and practically available to stop the suffering. And we're getting better and better at that. Physicians such as this one are learning the science of pain management, and it's improving all the time. And so often, sadly, people do not have access to that kind of relief from their pain. In fact, we know that large parts of this state, there's very little access to palliative care. And even within this city, there's parts of the city where you've got to go a long way, or where the local physicians know very little about it. And so until we're quite confident that we've made sure every possible way of relieving people's suffering has been offered to them and delivered to them if they want it, I don't think we should be considering going the route of killing them.
But this was a case with world-class palliative care, every available pain management option being provided, and nevertheless untreatable pain and suffering. So all of those options are available in the case that Mr. Dowden put to you, and you haven't addressed that fact.
Well,
can I take a point of order? I've read Hansard very closely with respect to the evidence got here of Ms. Barry, Kathy Barry, on behalf of the circumstances around her father's passing.
No, it wasn't her father for a start. It was her
brother. Sorry, his brother. I contest clearly this statement that every available possible pain relief, using your words, Mr. Shoebridge, was there provided to him. I think in all fairness, that is a complexion that you're putting on the evidence. I think a fair reading of the evidence doesn't, in fact, make that absolutely clear. So I think that's an important point to make before you answer that question. Now, if the witness needs to read the Hansard to make an assessment about the evidence, that should be allowed to happen. But to make that statement and then say, therefore...
Well, look, I'll take a point of order. This is taking too long. There is very limited time.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just add...
I think the witness can answer my question. The world-class pain treatment, world-class palliative care, untreatable suffering, intense untreatable suffering. That's the scenario you didn't address, Archbishop, and I'd ask you to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Shoebridge. I said that we would do everything that was morally and practically available. Now, we know that in some of those cases, we effectively induce coma. People are put out of their pain by being rendered unconscious, and they're perhaps periodically brought back to consciousness so they can say goodbye to their family or have make some decisions for themselves or whatever, but then they're slowly again put back to sleep. That's in extreme cases, but that I know is one of the options available to palliative care professionals.
Did you want to address that at all, Dr. Mohammed?
Yeah, I would like to. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the honourable members. Now, to make a statement like that, I think it entails more details than just simply to make the statement. With my due respect to the witness, I'm not doubting that witness. But again, suffering is part of our daily life.
Yes.
It depends what degree of suffering. I suffer from bad traffic. You suffer from headache. So there is no way we can end the suffering. But I'm with you. We should do our best to end that suffering. Number two, stating that VAD will end the suffering, I think, is too optimistic. That's by itself. I work on a daily basis with my patients. I'm happy with their happiness. I'm sad with their sadness. And as a clinician, when I see somebody is being killed, that's a big trauma. That actually steers the relationship between the doctor and his patient, and doctor and the community at large. So instead of doing our best to palliate, to keep comfort, now we're ending the life. Now, this VAD itself, I don't think is a very colorful way to end life. I'm sure there will be emotion. I'm sure there will be pain. I'm sure there will be pain of waiting. So this is not just simple, straightforward. Number two, I'm a general physician. I palliate people. I look after them. And I discuss all those aspects. Yesterday, a time like now, I was talking to one of my patients about the death, despite his own palliative. And we did everything we could comfort him. We offered him the best care we could. Now, with a terminally ill patient admitted, I can imagine only few patients where I failed to comfort them. And even when I say I failed, probably for the first 6 hours, they can always increase the dose, add new medication, add new ways of comforting the patient. The other important point, people might suffer not from the terminally ill, but with the terminally ill. Someone who has a depression, now he has a cancer, his depression will worsen. So we can't always add that suffering to the terminally illness, and there are always more aspects. Human complaint, human feeling is very complex. It entails organic, cultural, religious, theological, and all these culminate into giving that feeling of suffering or comfort on the other side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other members with questions?
I've got one.
Honourable Trevor Khan.
Look, I don't want to misquote in any way the evidence that was given by a witness the other day, so I'll read it directly. And it was the evidence of Ms. Abby Egan, a young woman. I think when she gave her evidence, she was 32. And she spoke of the suffering of her partner, Jade.
Microphone, Joe.
Her partner, Jade. So I'll read you part of the evidence of the suffering that she was experiencing. I want you to remember that we are talking about a 32-year-old woman at this point. We are not talking about somebody who is 80. Not that that is any better, but at 32 years of age, this is not something that she should have gone through. She had a permanent catheter in to help her go to the toilet. Because of the pain medication she was on, and because of the tumours, it was impacting her bowels so much that she was unable to go to the toilet that way. So she would end up vomiting her own faeces on the regular. The way that her tumour was positioned in her body, when I would have to change her, parts of her tumour would fall out of her, which was horrendous for everyone involved, especially Jade, obviously. The tumour was so large in her back that it cracked her vertebrae. In terms of her being in bed, when we would have to move her so she wouldn't get bed sores, trying to roll over, she would scream in absolute agony because of the cracked vertebrae. You could only imagine. Now, I read that out because I don't want there to be any doubt. But in terms of that and other stories, that's the nature of the pain and suffering that some of the people are experiencing. It's not just pain management. It is gross suffering of the most profound ways. So I invite you again to explain how we deny young women like Jade, and indeed Abby, this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. I can only say once again, I would do everything possible to help her, and certainly my church, and I know the other great faiths, invest an enormous amount of our energy in doing exactly that, in trying to relieve the suffering of such people. And
I accept that.
And I also recognise that sometimes people are in such a bad way that we've got to go to the extreme of basically knocking them out, keeping them unconscious. That's a very extreme measure, and rarely does it have to go to that extreme. I would point out, though, that these awful cases, and I don't want to diminish them for a moment, are not all this bill is allowing euthanasia for. It's allowing it for a much broader class of people. And if we go this way, we can expect that in the years to come it will be a larger and larger group of people. So while we don't for a moment diminish the suffering of these extreme cases, let's be frank about what will be the normal case. If you look, say, at the Victorian experience so far, it would not be all of them cases like that, or even the majority. It's other kinds of cancers and the like that people have been seeking euthanasia for.
Yes.
Mr. Farlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To return again to the evidence we heard on Wednesday for all panellists, but Your Grace, we might start with you. Many of the witnesses came before the committee, and as you've heard the stories of Mr. Khan and Mr. Diadam in their telling of that inquiry, but said that effectively religion shouldn't get the way of people's choice. I just want to see if you could expand why, from your perspective, this is more than just religion, and why this bill has a broader impact.
Yes, thank you, sir. I said in my opening remarks that this is not just a religious view. This is actually common to all the great civilizations, the great philosophies, the common law tradition, the international human rights instruments, the Hippocratic Oath, the World Medical Association Code of Ethics, the Australian Medical Association Code of Ethics, and on we could go. So now those are not Catholic or Christian or religious organisations, but what they all hold in common is an ethic of save, care, save and care for your patients. Don't ever kill or harm your patients. And that has been what has defined medicine, as opposed to other activities in all the great civilizations. And certainly in the one that most of us part of, it's been the story for 2,500 years that's been definitional of what is healthcare. That you save and you care, but you don't hurt and you don't kill your patients. So this is not just a religious argument, and I think you're very right to point that out, that the religions have extra reasons, because we also believe it's God's will that we not kill people, that we have extra reasons because we believe God's told us we have to care for people that are suffering. That is true, but we also share with all humanity that common concern for ethical healthcare and for proper respect for the dignity of every elderly, sick and dying person.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add a couple of things?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. I mean, I don't understand why religion should be excluded from life, and why we should not, we listen to everyone. Why should we not listen to people of faith? I'm not encroaching that on this bill, but I consider myself a practicing Muslim, and I have seen that my religion goes very well with the best practice in medicine. And historically, that's been with Christianity and other faiths. That's why there's always a link between religion and hospitals, religion and doctors. And I think everyone should be listened to, give his opinion, and leave it up to the Honourable Committee to make the judgment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shub. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Farlow.
No, sorry, just one further question. And
I think the Grand Mufti had something to add to that as well.
Yes.
الحقيقة أنا أتعجب يعني كيف تنحى الأديان عن حياة البشر. الدين هو مصدر الصدق، وهو مصدر العدل، وهو مصدر الحرية، وهو مصدر الكرامة الإنسانية، وهو مصدر كل حق أصيل من حقوق الإنسان. فكيف ننحيه عن الحياة؟
I am amazed how religion at times can be sidelined from the progression of humanity in furthering their civilization when it is religion that upholds the principles of truth, the principles of justice, the principles of freedom, the principles of human dignity.
وإذا يعني عندما نقول الأديان تنحى ولا تدلي برأيها في هذا الكلام، فعلينا أن ننحي الأديان أيضا من الصدق ومن الحرية ومن الكرامة ومن العدالة الإنسانية. الدين مصاحب للإنسان منذ أن وجد على الأرض، وهو الذي يوجه حركته. وإذا كنا احنا بنعتبر البواعث الخارجية نتيجة الضوابط القانونية، فأقوى الضوابط على الإطلاق هو الالتزام الأخلاقي الذي ينبع من الداخل. كيف نجرد الإنسان من هذه الميزة الكبيرة التي تحقق ما يسمى عند علماء النفس بالضبط الإرادي، الضبط الإرادي الذي يحول بين الإنسان وبين الشر في كل ميدان دون رادع من القانون، دون اعتبار للقانون. كيف ننحي الأديان؟ هذه دعوة للحياة بمنتهى الفوضى، بمنتهى الهمجية، بمنتهى القسوة، بمنتهى كل شر.
The existence of religions has been since the dawn of human beings on the surface of this earth. It is the presence of religions that speaks to human character, to human ethics, to human morals. If those that propose religion not stand in the way of the VAD bill, then let us also cast religion aside from the conversations on truth, on justice, on freedom, on human dignity and honor. It is religion that talks also to that quality of the human conscience, that quality that prevents and curbs the human being from committing injustices and evils within society.
Sorry, Your Eminency. At that point in time, I must call the session to a close. We do have our next witnesses that we have to get in. We have a very strict timetable to stick to. I apologise for interrupting you, but we must stick to our schedule. I'd like to thank all witnesses for their attendance. I don't believe any of you have taken any questions on notice, but if you have, the Secretariat will be in contact with you in due course. And on behalf of the committee, I thank you all for your attendance today.
Thank you, Chair, and God bless your deliberations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hansard, we right? Okay. I'd like to welcome our next witnesses. Starting from my left, can you please state your name, the position in which you appear before us today, and take either the oath or affirmation?
I'm Dr. Joanna Barlow, and I'm appearing for the Presbyterian Church of New South Wales. And the oath, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Barlow.
Thank you. Thank you. John McLean, appearing for the Presbyterian Church of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Sloan?
Yes, I'm Andrew Sloan. I'm appearing on behalf of the Baptist Churches of New South Wales and ACT. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Rabbi?
I'm Rabbi Nachum Shapiro, Rabbi of Chabad North Shore, and President of the Rabbinical Council of New South Wales. So I represent all the Orthodox Jewish community, which is basically 80%, you could say, of the Jewish synagogues belong to. So I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, just before we start, can I ask all witnesses to keep the microphone nice and close to them for the purpose of not only us hearing, but also those that are viewing via the webcast, and also for Hansard so we can get accurate reporting. So, do any of the witnesses have an opening statement at all that they'd like to provide?
Yep.
Certainly. Yes. Who would like to go first?
Sure, I'll lead off. So I'm Associate Professor of Old Testament and Christian Thought at Moreland College, and here on behalf of the Baptists. I'd like to note from the start that our opposition to voluntary assisted dying and the concerns we have arise out of our Christian commitment and what that allows us to see about people in the world. And it also is informed by the costly service of vulnerable people that our churches are committed to. That prompts us to see particular things in particular ways, but many others who do not share our faith share those concerns. We have a number of concerns. We're concerned that introducing voluntary assisted dying into the practice of medicine will profoundly distort its fundamental nature and its chief ends. We're concerned about abuses of this law and of what we think is almost inevitable bracket creep of the gradual loosening of the current restrictions and the widening of provisions, as has happened in a number of other jurisdictions. We're deeply concerned about the risks of coercive control and elder abuse and the abuse of and neglect of people with disabilities, all of which are very significant issues in our society at the moment, as recent Royal Commissions have demonstrated. And that's notwithstanding some of the comments made by proponents of this legislation. We're concerned that while unintentional, this legislation might send deeply problematic messages at a time when mental health resources are under significant strain and veteran suicide is rife. We also perceive deep ironies of resources being directed towards dying in a context where we are dealing with a global pandemic. And it seems as though those resources would be much better directed towards community mental health programs, palliative care services, all of which have clear and demonstrable benefits, and many of which are not accessible to people who need them the most. So, with respect, we urge the House to reject the legislation, or if it must take this unwise step, amend it to improve its safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Dr. Barlow, do you have an opening statement at all?
Oh, yes. I guess I am very much in agreement with what Mr. Sloan was just saying. I mean, as a Christian, I do believe in the sanctity of life, but I do understand that not everybody has that perspective. So I guess my perspectives as a psychiatrist are that I'm hoping that this would largely be unnecessary because of good palliative care. and also my concerns about the danger of abuse. In terms of palliative care, I did work with a palliative care service in Melbourne and found that the majority of patients who requested euthanasia, and I do appreciate that that was hypothetical at the time because they were not able to access it, were able to be helped by actually sitting down with them and going through the concerns that they had. I mean, some of which were the potential for ongoing pain, but a lot of them were, family issues that could well be dealt with. Some of them had significant depression that did benefit from treatment. And I think significantly a number of those patients said to me afterwards that they were glad that their life hadn't been taken at that point because having treated their depression, improved their quality of life, had actually allowed them to enjoy, their last weeks of life. Like Mr. Sloan, I'm concerned about the danger of abuses. Firstly, we're not very good as doctors at predicting the outcomes of terminal illnesses. I can think of one of my friends who had motor neurone disease and lived for many years past what was predicted, not quite as long as Stephen Hawking, but 6 years or so. And, we are concerned about vulnerable people, and people with psychiatric disorders are vulnerable people. There's no question about that. And perhaps there's not going to be slippage as per Oregon. I mean, I think there hasn't been obvious slippage there, but I think there's been a great broadening of criteria overseas. And we've seen people with psychiatric problems having, been given the option of euthanasia there. And I think that's a very significant concern for me. And I think as a doctor, I am dedicated to preserving life and relieving suffering. And it is a very fundamental, different kind of way of looking at things to be going down this path.
Thank you. Reverend McLean.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak to the committee, and thank you to each of the MPs who are investing time thinking about this important topic. Like the previous two witnesses, I'm also speaking out of the Christian tradition, which has had a commitment to the value of human life and is really the origin of the hospice movement, which led to contemporary palliative care treatment. And so it's obviously speaking from that perspective. In our society, we're committed to preserving human life and caring for those in pain. And in most cases, when someone says they wish to end their life, we resist that, and we should. Families and friends, the health professionals, the wider community, puts our resources into easing their pain, supporting them, helping them to find meaning in life. We do that in particular cases with good mental health. We do that more generally with suicide prevention. We recognise that when someone wants to take their own life, that's a tragedy. But the irony is that voluntary assisted dying legislation would flip that for one set of cases and say that when someone faces terminal illness and their illness causes a suffering that can't be relieved, that they consider can't be sufficiently relieved in any other way, that at that point, and that point alone in our society, we'd say, well, we agree with someone's assessment that ending their life is the best outcome. And we'd never say that in any other circumstances. But in this circumstance, we would. And so ethically, it would be far better, more caring of us, to commit ourselves to providing all the support and care that we can to help them through that process and to die with dignity. And that's, of course, what palliative care does do and has been doing with greater and greater effect over the last few decades. Now, I know that when you put that position, there's basically two responses that people will make. One is that we should recognise people's autonomy and allow them to make their own choices, and that secondly, we're considering people who are facing intolerable pain and discomfort. So, and in reply to those objections, I make two comments. First, that we don't consider that individual autonomy should be the sole deciding factor when anyone else wishes to bring their life to an end. We resist that preference and we seek to help them cope in other ways. And people find life intolerable and they find they're facing unbearable psychic suffering, and we assure them that we'll stand with them in their pain, that we'll help them through that. And the fact that someone is facing a terminal illness doesn't mean we should offer them something less than that. So that would be my kind of in-principle objection to this legislation. I think legalising voluntary assisted dying will also have two other deleterious effects. One is, and this is the point that Andrew's already made, that it distorts medical care, that healthcare is being committed to the principle of non-malfeasance, that expressed in some versions of the Hippocratic Oath as abstaining from doing harm and ending life, even if it's a way of limiting suffering, is not consistent with avoiding harm. And secondly, this legislation helps to normalise and sanction suicide. It says there are circumstances in which it's better to end your own life. And that actually subverts our efforts in suicide prevention. And I know the legislation is clear that voluntary assisted dying is not counted as suicide at law, but still the message of the legislation conflicts with what we want to say in every other circumstance and risks sending the wrong message to people who are at risk. Thank you for the chance to address the committee.
Thank you. Rabbi.
Thank you for having me here today. I agree with a lot of what was said here, mostly of what was said here. This is certainly a very vexing issue when we try to consider the pain of a terminally ill patient versus the sanctity of life. There are compelling arguments on both sides. I do not doubt the sincerity and the empathy of the other side of what I will argue. I myself personally experienced subarachnoid hemorrhage 12 years ago. It was incredibly painful. I was told it's like the greatest pain you could have, and whilst lying in hospital with this incredible pain, I just wanted it to end. Thank God I was able to overcome the weeks of pain and live what I hope is a productive life for the 12 years since. Today, I am here to present the Jewish position, the Jewish viewpoint. Why is that important? Why is the Jewish viewpoint significant to, let's say, a secular body such as this esteemed upper house? 2,000 years ago, cradle civilization, the Greek, the Roman perspectives on life, which in many ways, the Greek theories are present within society today in a huge way. Infanticide was the norm. You were criticized if you didn't consider it. Colosseum, where there were gladiator matches to the death, is like a parent takes their child to a football game today. That's where they took their children, glorifying murder of people. What changed? How did society become what it is today, where we respect life and where we respect the value of every life? It's not utilitarian. It's not because a society with murder is a society you can't live in, because that's true 90% of the time. But there are those at the edges of society who the general society might think, we could live without. What changed is the fact that the vision of the Bible spread throughout the world. And that vision is that man is created in the image of God. Every human being is a part of God on earth and is given a mission to bring godliness and goodness and light into this world. And this has slowly, through the other great religions, has taken on the whole society has begun to see the value of every life. And because of that, we changed in a very positive way. And we value, society as a whole, value every life. And in the same way, we must value every moment of life. There are those who say, I've gotten everything I could out of life. Life has nothing more to give to me. That's what people say. And I'm in pain and I want to end it. That comes from a perspective that life is about what life gives to me. We view life as a mission. It's about what I give to life, not what it gives to me. To paraphrase JFK, ask not what your country could do for you, ask what you could do for your country. It's not about what life gives us. It's about what we are here to do and achieve in life. So here, our esteemed members in Parliament are achieving a tremendous amount. You are fulfilling one of the 7 Noahide laws, the laws that God gave to Noah for all of humanity, to have a just system of government, to make laws and to treat everyone equally. That's what you're achieving now, a great calling. But this calling doesn't end when you retire or leave Parliament. It continues as part of the community, as parents, as children, as spouses. It continues in the way you do any other business. We still have a mission. And that mission of goodness into the world still exists and continues. And when one is on their deathbed, that mission doesn't end. It continues with the kind words you say to the nurses or the doctors or your family members, putting a coin in a box, in a charity box. Or, ultimately, the mission continues in how other people treat you. When, in the palliative care they give, that continues our mission. And so, the importance of bringing this message is so important. We have youngsters who are suffering mental health issues, especially after this pandemic, because they view life, what is in it for me? What am I getting out of life? And if I'm not getting out of life what I think I should, it brings depression, and it brings to the terrible suicidal thoughts that we see people have. Having this bill, in a sense, strengthens that attitude. That what are we getting out of life? When we should give a mission, we should give a perspective and a message. It's not what we get out of life, it's what we are given to do in life. My Rabbi Schneerson, would say, a birthday is God saying to you, you matter. And you matter regardless of your faults, of hardship, of anything that God created me the way I am, and with all my faults and with all my negatives, I am still here on his mission. And when a youngster thinks in those terms, then regardless of what happens, he will endeavor to continue that mission. So in summary, we're each created in the divine image. We each have a mission to bring goodness and godliness into the world. And that mission continues until we take our last breath. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open up to members for questions.
Happy to ask a question.
Please go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Look, I'll just start with a bit of a quote. And it's this. For those
Bit of a what, sorry?
A quote.
Oh.
Trevor, can you just move your microphone?
Yep. A quote, and it's this. For those suffering unbearably, coming to the end of their lives, merely knowing that an assisted death is open to them can provide immeasurable comfort. In refusing dying people the right to die with dignity, we fail to demonstrate the compassion that lies at the heart of Christian values. I pray that politicians, lawmakers, religious leaders have the courage to support the choices terminally ill citizens make in departing Mother Earth. The time to act is now. That is a quote from Desmond Tutu, which was supported by Lord Carey, the former Anglican Archbishop of Westminster. Now, look, I understand that you have a different position, but I will ask, why is Lord Carey and Desmond Tutu wrong and you're right?
So first, a point of language, if you like. Compassion speaks not of the content of an action, but of the motivation. So saying that something is compassionate speaks of the motives of those who engage in it. Compassion can be well-directed or it can be poorly directed. In my view, the motivations are they're honourable motivations to care for suffering people. But those motivations can be misdirected, and I would simply say that, with respect, that they have mistaken what compassion ought to lead them to do. Compassion, I think, and I think Joe can speak very clearly to this, compassion speaks of, I think, directs us to walk with people and sit with people in all the discomfort that might bring to us as we face our own mortality in their faces, rather than, I think, abandoning them, which is, I would suggest, another way of thinking about what voluntary assisted dying is. It's abandoning them to death rather than walking through them through the valley of the shadow of death, if I can put it that way.
So the choice is abandoning them to their pain. That's the choice you have at this point. You cast it in the other way, but what Desmond Tutu and others say, people of faith, say abandoning people to unbearable pain is not an act of compassion and is misdirected.
I think they're mistaken in that. And I think it's also deeply problematic to speak of that as abandoning them to that pain and suffering. Anyone who has ever worked in medical care or palliative care knows that those who walk with people through these last phases of life are doing anything but abandoning them. What they are doing is everything that they can reasonably do to support people, to deal with their suffering, yes, their pain, but also their suffering, to do what we can to manage that, recognising that the human condition is such that we cannot escape. It's just impossible to escape all that we might find unwelcome. Compassion prompts us to be with people in those circumstances and to do what we can to care and support them in it. Abandonment is precisely what it is not.
And can I just add briefly in response to the quote?
Sure.
So obviously there are varieties of views of people within
of faith
traditions and even in the same faith tradition. But I don't think those quotes, I'm confident those quotes don't reflect the classic Judeo-Christian view, which the rabbi articulated so beautifully. And so really those expressions are minority views within the broad Judeo-Christian tradition, which has been committed to the sanctity of life and the preservation of life. And that has, again, as the rabbi was saying, has led to really significant developments within our culture over a long time, as well as the more recent developments of the hospice movement and palliative care, have sprung from a commitment to wanting to preserve life and comfort people through death.
I suppose what I'm left with is this. There is, and I will accept that Desmond Tutu and Lord Carey's position is not the mainstream view, but it is a view of people of faith. And indeed, if one looks at polling for what it's worth, people of all faiths in the Australian context are actually, who identify themselves as of faith, are actually part of the group who are in favour of a law such as this. So in a sense, whilst Desmond Tutu and Lord Carey are in the minority in the way you describe it, actually the majority of people of faith in Australia are actually in favour of a bill such as this. How do you deal with that conundrum? Aren't they, in a sense, coming to a reality that actually we can talk about fighting it through to the end and that people are compassionate around them? And I have no doubt that people are. Watch my own father die badly. But to say, as my father asked me to assist him, to say, as I did, no, I cannot help you, you just have to lie there, leaves me, quite frankly, profoundly conflicted to this day. Profoundly conflicted when I saw what he went through. And the evidence that we received on Wednesday was the same. People, and I don't want to use the term pain, suffering the extraordinary indignities, whether it be pain, incontinence, inability to walk, inability to lie down without discomfort. Like they feel, those people are the ones who feel abandoned by life.
So I think there's two questions there. One is how would I respond to the fact that surveys suggest that a wide number of people who would profess faith would also want to support this kind of legislation?
The majority. The surveys almost
Mr.
uniformly
Shoebridge,
show the majority.
Mr. Shoebridge, do not interrupt, please. You'll have your turn.
So obviously these are views that these are issues that everyone has to arrive at their own conclusions on. I think when we look at the Australian population and those who would profess faith, so something like 50% of Australians say that they're Christians on the census, about 15% attend a congregation. So I think to see people, to think about what are the views of people who have an active faith formed in the Christian tradition, you'd really need to look at those who are participating in. Yeah. And certainly my experience is the vast majority of people in our congregations want me to be here today to say this. But there's obviously a wider spectrum of people with a variety of the extent to which they're formed in faith. And as Dr. Sloan said, I think we're all motivated by compassion. The debate is
and I'm not
what is most compassionate. But I desperately hope that that nobody's talking about saying to people, just lie there and suffer. That palliative care is all about seeking to alleviate that suffering.
Agree. Yeah.
Could I just first though say something? It's not the first time I will disagree with Desmond Tutu. His stance on Israel is one that we vehemently disagree with him. So, in terms of, I would just echo what was said. Yes, certainly people who claim to be faith but don't necessarily think through the issues fully. Sometimes you just take a superficial view of things. But when those who are dealing with it regularly and on a deep level would have, I think, the position that all of us here have presented. In terms of my understanding, I'm not a doctor, but my understanding from doctors are that today's day and age, there should be no reason that people should have intense pain. With palliative care that's available, people should be able to be kept comfortable throughout the end time of their life. Now we don't believe that you must do heroic measures to elongate death, but the natural course of life should be played out. We do believe that. DNR is possible and things of that nature, although we don't agree to withhold hydration or food or oxygen. But other heroic measures not necessarily have to be done. So therefore, and we do also believe that we can alleviate pain if the intent is to alleviate pain, not to shorten life. So morphine and things of that nature, if necessary, to alleviate the pain and to keep the patient comfortable is something we're comfortable with. and something that's necessary and something that we should be focusing on. All this energy, if it was focused on keeping patients at the end of their life comfortable and having meaning and purpose even in those times, would alleviate a lot of the stress and the difficult statements that others have thought about and made.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Barlow wanted to, I think, make a contribution, so please go ahead, Dr. Barlow.
Look, I'm feeling very sad about your experience, Mr. Khan, with your father, because that's very sad. And I mean, obviously, the aim of palliative care is that isn't going to happen. And I think where good palliative care is given, it really does, as the rabbi was saying, minimise almost all pain. Now, I understand that suffering is broader than just pain. But, people who are short of breath or who are distressed in other ways, can be managed, with medication, and it may shorten their life. But we accept that as a side effect of relieving suffering. So I must say, in the vast majority of palliative care patients that I've been involved with, we have been able to alleviate 99% of their pain and most of their suffering. But I take the point that it needs good palliative care, and good palliative care is not available in, a lot of places in Australia. And, I commend Mr. Perrottet's aims to make that more available, more widely available, particularly in regional areas.
I think we all do, Dr. Barlow. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam.
Thank you. Look, I wanted to draw the panel's attention to the evidence that was provided on Wednesday. I suppose, particularly by Miss Kathy Barry about her brother Tom, and I do that because, for me, this is the central kind of conundrum of the debate around this bill, is how do we deal with circumstances that were described by Miss Barry. And I'll read from her evidence about the final weeks. She said he was only able to utter 2 words that week. One was help, and the other one was inhumane. She describes in graphic detail the kind of end of Mr. Barry's life. He'd said he wanted them to assist him to end his life. And I suppose, Rabbi Shapiro, you had talked about the mission being mission of life, right to the end. I put it to you, and I'd invite you to respond. What mission was Mr. Barry serving at that point in time? He was, in a state of inconceivable suffering, pleading for his life to be ended. How can that be judged to be an appropriate mission still being served?
So, as I mentioned earlier, and I'll add one more point, the mission then is how he's treated by others. The mission then is the kindness and the palliative care, frankly, that is presented to the suffering patient. That is the mission then, the kindness of all those around us. What is the mission of a child who's born and has no ability to walk and talk and see? As my nephew, my sister has a son who's now in his 20s, has never been able to walk or talk or see. He has to be fed special foods, and she and her husband and her family take care of this young boy. He has no mission of his own, but the love and the care they have for him is incredible. And it's in their greatness in how they cared for him, or how they care for him, is the purpose of his soul being here. And then there's one last point. King Solomon says, the candle of God is the soul of man. The very fact that a part of God is here in this world, in the form of a soul in a body, brings light to the world. And we can't snuff that out. That's a divine light in the world greater than any other creature or creation. The human being is the crown jewel of God's creation, and he is part of God on earth. And that light, regardless of what we do or don't do, is always there. So that's the mission. And, you know, life is full of suffering in all different variations. People who suffer with mental illness have excruciating pain, and they could depict their pain in the most tragic ways that we would all feel empathy and sympathy for them to want to end it. We don't understand all the challenges and difficulties of life. We don't get it. What we do know is that we can make it meaningful, regardless.
What of Mr. Barry's choice? Does he have no choice in this matter?
So, giving you the Jewish perspective, the Jewish law will say that if I tell someone to destroy my home or my car or my clothes, and they do, they have no responsibility because I gave them permission. But if I tell someone to injure my body and they do, they're not allowed to, because I am not in control of my being. I am a custodian of God's soul in my body. I don't have a right to commit suicide. And so I just have to utilize my time on earth in the best possible way. But I am not the one who controls my physical body. I'm a custodian. I have to make sure that I take care of it to the best of my ability, to make sure it's healthy and taken care of in all kinds of ways. But I don't have a right to hurt it.
Mr. Farlow, I believe you have some questions.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the witnesses. I just wanted to pick up, I think it was comments that Reverend McLean made, and Dr. Barlow, I think you commented on it as well, but to take you to evidence from Wednesday as well, and this was in response to a question from the Honourable Greg Donnelly by Dr. Leaf, who outlined that the international evidence is that pain is about the third or fourth symptom which is responsible for patients in the surveys accessing assistance and dying around the world. It is not on the top 2 or 3. In fact, in Oregon, it is number 4. And I think you both made mention of some of those concerns and challenges. And then Dr. Leaf goes on to say, in front of that is existential crisis and losing autonomy. And I think you both made comments about that. Just in terms of the legislation that's before us and the requirements, how do you think that that is addressed in that legislation, if you can speak to that specifically? And also perhaps Dr. Barlow, from your medical perspective, your experience perhaps with working with patients at the end of life who do have those concerns, particularly about existential crisis and losing autonomy.
You go. Thanks. Thanks for the question. I'm trying to think about the specific connections with the legislation. I'm not sure how detailed I can be. I understand that the second printing still has the 5-day, so just to pick up one, that there'd be a 5-day gap between someone indicating, they'd need to indicate twice with it, those for 5 days. I suppose one of the things I think that I'm not sure that even 5 days gives sufficient time for either treatment of possible mental illness, depression and things, but also to come to terms with the existential realities of facing your own death. And I think there's no doubt there is existential angst about that. And we actually live in a culture where we often live our lives very sheltered from the reality of death and dying. And I think for many of us, our own death is maybe the first time that, the prospect of our own death when we receive a terminal diagnosis, maybe the first time that we really have to come to terms with our mortality. And 5 days is hardly long enough to work that through.
But that's ignoring the long process before that. It's not as though the 5 days just comes out of the blue. There's a very long process, detailed process, multiple steps before that. If you just look at the 5 days, you're ignoring all of the process before then in the legislation.
In the legislation.
Well, I'm asking you to address that because you've missed that in your response.
Rod, can I just take? Can I just indicate that through you, Chair, the issue of what's just been said about the provisions of the bill in terms of what is before what's just been discussed. If you're not familiar with it, there is a capacity to take a question on notice and familiarise yourself with the provisions of the bill before you answer.
I was asking this witness, not you, Greg.
Right. I think the principle of what I'm saying, I'd still want to assert that. Yeah, granted, there's a longer process, extend for several more days. What Mr. Farlow mentioned about those existential issues being primary issues that might leave someone to seek voluntary assisted dying. I still don't think that the legislation is particularly allowing for the time that might be taken for someone to work through that.
Mr. Sloan.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe the legislation makes specific mention of providing people with opportunities to deal with those existential issues. That's not something that is always in the forefront of a busy doctor's mind. In fact, if you look at the pressures on, particularly on general practice, dealing with fundamental personal and social questions is something that often GPs would like to do, and they do not have the time to do it. So the very notion that just giving someone time will allow them to deal with those existential issues, I think, is naive when there's no provision in the legislation to specifically prompt those kinds of questions. If the legislation is seeking to deal with questions of suffering of an existential nature, then it seems worthwhile specifically identifying those existential needs as being addressed in that period of decision-making.
I am not sure that either the coordinating physician or the consulting physician necessarily would be addressing those issues, because I don't think there's a requirement in the bill that I've read to do that. And obviously doctors vary in terms of their degree of competence and their degree of interest, and particularly looking at mental health sort of things. And I think it's very important to tease out those existential issues. And I don't put my Christian views, to patients, saying that that's how they have to think. I want to find out where they're coming from and, what their background is and, what they think is important, what their values are and so on. And that is a concern that I have, that it isn't part of the legislation, that there is no opportunity for that necessarily to happen. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. And I note the time, but in one last question, I'll give the call to Mr. Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. In two of the submissions that you've put today, and multiple other submissions and in your presentation, that the argument is there's some binary between voluntary assisted dying and palliative care. But I'd ask you to reflect upon, and if you have any views about the core principles in this legislation, one of which is in 4D, that says a person approaching the end of life should be provided with high quality care and treatment, including palliative care and treatment, to minimise the person's suffering and maximise the person's quality of life. And it's then reflected in multiple provisions in the bill, the primacy of palliative care, not least 28(1)(c), that gives an unambiguous obligation on the coordinating practitioner to advise patients of the palliative care and treatment options available to the patient, likely outcomes of that care and treatment. Why do you say that they are inadequate, those repeated assertions of the benefits of palliative care and the palliative care provisions in the bill?
Just before you answer, I just draw your attention to the fact that the question was quite specific in relation to technical parts of the bill in certain sections, and I assume you don't have the bill in front of you. Now, you're more than willing, and I invite you to answer if you feel competent enough, but if you wish to take the question on notice so you can examine the bill closely and provide an answer at a later time, please avail yourself of that as well.
So wiser people around me might want to take a question on notice, but I'm happy to say something.
Yeah, certainly.
So first of all, to say, I'm not, and the Presbyterian Church is not critical of those elements of the bill. In terms of a bill that in principle we opposed to, those specific provisions I think are commendable. And one of the good things I think about this debate is that it's led to a greater recognition within the wider community and more discussion about the importance of palliative care. And as an outcome from that, that's a good outcome. And I think lots of us in the room can agree around that. So my comment would be not on those particular provisions, of which, as I say, I'm not critical, but the broader ethical framework that informs the whole decision. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that in every other case in our culture and in our society, we want to persuade people that seeking the end of their own life is not the best outcome. And yet here, at the point where the thing that's changed is people have terminal illness and have suffering related to that, we're saying that could be a good outcome, whereas any other form of suffering would say, no, there's other solutions, there's other ways of getting through this. And so I do think there's two different ethical frameworks that inform that, but I'm not critical of those particular provisions in the bill.
Okay, I do note the time. I'd like to thank all four of you on behalf of the rest of the committee for your attendance today and your evidence. And if you did take any questions, I don't believe there was, but if there was, the Secretary will be in contact with you in due course. Thank you once again for your attendance. We will now stand adjourned until 11:15.
Thank you very much.
Just welcome everybody back to the Law and Justice Inquiry into the provisions of the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill 2020. And I'd like to welcome our next witness, Honourable Greg Smith. Mr. Smith, you have in front of you the oath or affirmation?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Could you please, for the record, just state your name, the position that you're appearing in today, and take over the oath or affirmation, please?
My name is Gregory Eugene Smith. I'm a senior counsel, former Attorney General and Minister for Justice of this state, former member for Epping, and I'm here on my own behalf and behalf of my family. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Santa Maria, on the video link, could you please state your full name, the position in which you appear, and take over the oath or affirmation as well, please? You're on mute, Mr. Santa Maria.
Sorry, thank you very much for that. Yes, my name is Paul Santa Maria. My original address is Owen Dixon Chambers, which is 205 William Street, Melbourne. And I'm a practising barrister at the Victoria and New South Wales bars. Shall I take the oath? I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll start with you first, Mr. Smith. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to
Yes,
give
I
to
do.
us?
I should have also said I'm still a practising barrister.
That's fine.
And look, before Mr. Smith starts, I should declare an interest that, well, a conflict that I formerly worked for Mr. Smith some years ago.
At Epping.
For the record.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much.
He worked well.
That's duly noted.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I support the right to life for the fit and unfit, vulnerable, unborn and aged, demented and clear-minded. And I refer to Justice Brennan's statement in Marion's case, which is mentioned in my submission. The law will protect equally the dignity of the hale and hearty and the dignity of the weak and lame, of the frail baby and of the frail aged, of the intellectually able and of the intellectually disabled. Now, those are matters that drive me and have always driven me, and it sort of gives my opposition to this bill more force, having those beliefs. And also they've been reinforced, that opposition, by personal tragedies of suicide that affected me and my family. Firstly, a young man, I managed him as part of the cricket team. He was a good mate of my son's. He had a major depression just a few years later, and family members had to keep a watch on him all the time. And he escaped and sneaked out, went to the local railway station and jumped in front of a train, which killed him. And that had enormous impact on the family that were involved and the train driver and his family and other people that were on the train as well. What a tragedy that a young man, otherwise brilliant scholastically and healthy, had this problem with depression, which seemed to be hard to cure. Another young man, who was a friend of my daughter's, had a promising career ahead of him as a podiatrist. But taking time to get established, it was hard. Like everyone starts, it's hard. He disappeared one day in the family car. They thought he'd gone shopping at the Macquarie Centre. And a whole lot of us went round that area looking for his car, the family car, which wasn't found. And it was found outside a motel up at Terrigal, where he had booked a room and with a large quantity of poisonous material and whiskey, had killed himself because he was depressed about his business not going well. Now, I went to both the requiem masses for those two young men, and they were very sad affairs, I can tell you. And I've been present at beautiful deaths, if you can call that, where the family have been all around in the hospital praying with the patient who was dying, and it was on painkillers, morphine and other things as part of the palliative process. And we were praying for him as he left this world. And that was a beautiful occasion. He was very happy about it, and that keeps the family together. The family know that that man died honourably. Imagine a family who are not even religious, who don't even know, as this bill would allow, one of their loved ones to just be killed by a doctor that he didn't know before as well. The grief that they must feel because they weren't given a chance to grieve with him before his death. He just took it off, or she just took it off, his life away, thanks to this legislation. And that's things that I've seen and experienced, and many other people that I know have had similar experiences and want to change things. We've currently got a royal commission into soldiers and other military that have killed themselves. Why are they doing this? And we're saying this is a terrible problem. We've had the same situation with the deaths in depression by suicide of young people, and we're trying to work out ways to stop it. And yet here we are passing legislation, or it's passed one house, and please God won't pass the other, looking at a bill that will allow people to be killed or to kill themselves. What impact will that have on other people they know and other people who are in similar positions who want to hang on but feel guilty because they're spending the money, the family treasure, as it were, and others are keen to get it. I gave evidence on behalf of the Australian Right to Life Federation at Darwin at the Parliament House on the 29th of March 1995 against the Rights of the Terminally Ill Bill, which was passed by one vote. And I opposed that bill, among other reasons, because it was poorly drafted and dangerous. And there's a report in Lancet that was attached to my submissions by Professor Kassane and Dr. Nitsky, reporting 7 deaths in Darwin, 4 of whom were undetected people who had undetected depression, and so wouldn't have been eligible to use that bill, or to use the powers of that act, I mean. But because they weren't properly screened by Dr. Philip Nitsky, who was then very much on his bandwagon, pushing euthanasia everywhere, including the Northern Territory, they died invalidly, in a sense. They weren't following the law. So that's a paper I suggest you read, because it suggests that in this bill there doesn't have to be any analysis of the person's mental state. There may be, but it's not necessary that you be shown as not having depression. And even if you have depression, they might say, oh, that's all right. Now, recently, or not recently, but in a case this century involving Dr. Nitsky as a witness, which is referred to in my submission as well, the de facto wife and a friend helped him kill himself, the victim, and he was ruled by Dr. Nitsky to be confused in his mind, but he still recommended to Dignitas, the Swiss group, euthanasia group, that he should get euthanasia, and they knocked him back because they said if he's got this mental illness and he's got dementia, we won't do it. But the family still went ahead. They knew that. They made the decision to kill him, and they benefited, the wife and 2 daughters benefited from his estate, and his death was hurried up because of that. And that's part of the problem with euthanasia. When you give people the power, and it might be a relative that's pushing, coercing, as it were, undetectedly, this thing, it's not covered by the safeguards. And so when the draftsman of this bill, or the sponsor of it, the main sponsor, says it's got lots of safeguards. It hasn't got any, really. I was present at a protest against Dr. Philip Nitsky at the Sydney YMCA when he demonstrated his so-called cogen machine, which was killing people by carbon monoxide poisoning. That was one of his ideas. And Mr. Kep Enderby, former judge of the Supreme Court, former Federal Attorney General, was there and came out to try and quieten us down. And he was also president of the council for the Voluntary Euthanasia Society, as I understand it. And he was very much involved in all this. He's entitled to have that view, but I happened to be there in the Deputy DPP's office, which I occupied when Nicholas Cowdery, a witness for the bill, was away. And I had a call from Mr. Kep Enderby, and when I told him who I was and that I had been the president of the Right to Life Association, he didn't want to talk to me about the matter he wanted to talk to Nick about. I was in charge, but he didn't want to talk to me now. So, you know, people use friends and that in these high places to influence decisions. And there were cases at that time where people had, a husband had been charged with assisting the suicide of his wife and got quite a light penalty, and the Crown didn't appeal. But so that's Dr. Nitsky again haunting society, and in effect, put back your cause, the euthanasia cause, I mean, for some years because he came across as such a crazy man. So there are other reasons, many reasons why I oppose the legislation. I don't believe the consent provisions are satisfactory. This statement the other day by the president of the Dying with Dignity, that the clause there on consent was okay, where it shifted the onus onto people saying this person wasn't able to consent, it wasn't suited physically or mentally able to give the consent, and making out that's the general situation. Well, is it the general situation with young women who are sexually assaulted or complain to the police about lack of consent and all that, because they're changing the law to tighten all that up? Why should the law be loosened to cover people that want assisted dying when it's a life you're dealing with? The right to life is being interfered with. I say the consent provisions should have requirements that the person be of clear mind and have had full discussion and understanding of the decision, and satisfy the doctors, including their own doctor, who should be involved in any such decision before they get the get the procedure. So that's all I have to say. I've gone for long enough, probably, Paul.
Thank you. Mr. Santamaria, an opening statement from you.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm in my chambers in Melbourne. Another beautiful sunny day in Melbourne as always. Of my 40 years in active legal practice, I've been a member of the Victoria and New South Wales bars for about 38 odd years. I'm not an academic lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer who's an academic. My practice as a lawyer doesn't allow me to theorise or speculate. I am at the coalface of engagement in the resolution of real disputes, and on an almost daily basis, I see the best and the worst of human conduct, and much in between is in the area of probate administration. I have a pretty extensive practice as a mediator of both commercial and non-commercial disputes, in families, about entitlements, distributions under wills, disputes about what the best arrangements are for the care of elderly parents and so on. I've been involved in several community activities away from the law. For several years as chair of the Council of the National Archives of Australia, I sat on the board of a community-based palliative care service in Melbourne known as Eastern Palliative Care. In fact, for a time I sat on the ethics committee of that body, and so became, in that involvement, quite interested in matters of end-of-life care. And decent palliative care successfully introduced into Melbourne a palliative care option for those sick and dying who wish to be cared for at home in their family surroundings, so home-based palliative care. Because of that involvement, I've given advice to bodies, aged care services about all manner of things which arise, particularly as legislation develops in this area, as it will as the population continues to age. And those involvements give me some insight into the very real challenges which are encountered on a daily basis in these institutions. And I want to add how fortunate we are in Australia to have such an excellent health system, wonderful dedicated GPs, specialists, and most importantly a nursing profession who sometimes get less gratitude and recognition than is deserved. And I can say from my involvement in home-based palliative care, I want those nurses looking after me. So why does a Victorian have any interest in what's happening in New South Wales? Well, I should explain that my interest arose when I read a piece that was circulated to parliamentarians by Nick Cowdrey QC. Nick is a distinguished New South Wales prosecutor, as I acknowledge in my paper, and his opinion is certainly not to be dismissed. But what I did was to correct remarks that Nick Cowdrey made in his paper, and I attached his paper to my own submission. So I would like you, if you've had the opportunity, to read my remarks about Nick's paper. But I think if I can suggest one good principle which is shared by both proponents and opponents of this bill, it is that a bill of this nature must ensure that, amongst other qualifications, the person currently requesting access to VOD is both acting voluntarily and not acting because of pressure or duress. And it's implicit in the drafting of this bill that a VOD death in circumstances where the person may be shown to be acting involuntarily or is acting because of pressure or duress will be unacceptable to the Parliament of New South Wales and indeed to the wider community. None of the proponents of the bill would advocate, I'm sure, or indeed could advocate that these fundamental principles are not needed. And that's because without them, there is likely to be the unlawful taking of life, which is what we used to call homicide. So I think we all agree about those principles. The bill is unambiguously clear about them. So far, so good. The question then becomes, how does the bill implement these fundamental principles? And the lower house has told us, and the proponents advocate, that the bill is replete with safeguards. In Victoria, the recently retired chair of the review board, Betty King, another highly regarded lawyer and member of the Victorian Bar, she speaks probably of the 68 safeguards in the Victorian bill, if you read the reports produced by the review board. So I would ask the committee to question whether the safeguards are satisfactory and to see how they stand up. I don't think they do. And this is because no safeguard is effective unless the circumstances can be empirically tested. There's no point having road laws unless a driver's breach of them will be detected. There's no point telling them to use their mobile phones when driving unless there's a real possibility of detection and that the penalties for breach are onerous. The risk scenarios identified in this bill, unsurprisingly, principally involve members of the patient's own family. In some other acts of VAT acts in other states, they also identify aged care service providers as being people that one to make special provision for. And the third category are medical practitioners who are of the family or practitioners who are outside the patient's family who want to believe they'll benefit under the will, etc., etc. So when you look at the bill, it's replete with these disqualifications. So, for example, the patient's declaration of intention to be got to be witnessed, member's family can't do that, so on and so on. They're a beneficiary under the will. But throughout this bill, it does look like the most likely source of abuse and exploitation has been addressed. But one has to evaluate whether that's so and whether these safeguards can be worked around. Of course they can be worked around. The workarounds by unscrupulous are obvious. In all of those situations where the bill provides the need for someone out of the family to witness, to give consent, the status of the lawful consent, you get someone outside the family, you get a friend, a neighbour, you can drive a truck through it. And there is nothing that the review board will ever know which will ever appear on a form submitted to the review board which draws the board's attention to an unlawful consent. And that, to me, is a fundamental problem with the bill, this bill, as drafted. Whether a different bill can be drafted, I don't know. One always has to see the bill and not theorise or speculate. But in this bill, not do the trick. The proponents of the bill will likely say that someone will get caught. They're liable to criminal prosecution. The prospects of detection under this bill as drafted, I would suggest, are zilch. And even if some hapless member of the family was prosecuted, the get out of jail card is, look, I acted in good faith. I just wanted to put mum or dad out of their pain and misery. I acted out of the best motives. What a Nick Cowdery would have to do as prosecutor is to prove that that declaration is false. So, acting for a defendant and accused in that situation I would suggest be an easy brief. So, I wanted to touch upon a point that was raised about the Desmond Tutu Archbishop Fisher, which I picked up just as I tuned in this morning. I don't know whether there's time to do that, but can I just say this about that scenario of the Desmond Tutu? The thing about this bill is that it actually is discriminatory and unintentionally so. But the way in which it discriminates, I think, is this. And this is not an ideological or religious objection. That's not my bag. My bag is forensic legal analysis of the bill. But I do distinguish between ideological religious on the one hand and philosophical objections on the other hand. They're not always the same. Here, proponents of the bill have said, oh, look, this slippery slope argument, it's bullshit, it's rubbish, etc. The eligibility criteria under this bill are discriminatory because on what philosophical basis can the community refuse a voluntary assisted death to a person who's had dementia for many years, otherwise physically healthy, but who can't recognise their own children? How distressing it is for the family to go to the relative and see this. It's so sad, it's distressing. But they are not eligible for VAD because they're not dying and they're not in pain. They have to stick it out, so to speak. Or in fact, I think Mr. Khan used the expression this morning, I cannot help you, you just have to lie there. You might think I'm abandoning you, but I'm not. But of course, no one's abandoning them at all. But they're not entitled to VAD. And I don't see how, if I were a legislator, I could actually defend this bill, defend the entitlement for the sick and dying to access the bill, but to deny it to the person who's suffering from dementia. If the committee is able to explain the philosophical basis of the distinction, my hat goes off to you.
All right, happy to. Happy to, Mr. Santamaria.
For the younger members of the community, paralysed as a result of a sporting engagement, a friend of my daughter, a quadriplegic as a result of falling off the horse. Those who are involved in industrial car accidents. If for them life is intolerable, and that's a frequently expressed view, on what philosophical basis as a community can we tell them, sorry, we feel for you, but you'll have to stick it out because you don't qualify for VAD. We understand that your life is, in your eyes, worth less, not in our eyes, but your eyes. And it's your right, and so it's said, to determine your own future. I'm very interested to hear how the committee justifies a different approach for those people because ultimately we can say no to those people.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Santamaria. I'll now open it up for questions, and which member would like to go first?
Oh, I'm happy to.
Mr. Farlow,
Mr.
please.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Smith and Mr. Santamaria, for both your submissions and your attendance here today. I put this question to the Bar Association in the last inquiry, which was with respect to Section 41C of the bill in the and it's one of the amendments, and I think it's in Schedule 1 actually, and it's an amendment in the Crimes Act, I believe, as to whether it inducing another person to request or access voluntary assisted dying, and this goes to the heart of duress and coercion. And I asked them the question, I'll ask you the same, whether you believe that that covers the total gamut of areas where duress could effectively be placed upon an individual, and that provision is sufficient to protect individuals from duress or coercion under this bill.
What provision was it again? I'm sorry.
Section 41C, and apologies, I think it's on page 111 of the bill. On the second read. Oh, I'm quite wrong on that. Sorry, it's on page 77, if you've got the second read. Oh, sorry, the second print. So this was one of the amendments made in the Legislative Assembly in the debate.
And it was an amendment to 41.
Mr. Santamaria, did you want to perhaps start, and I might provide Mr. Smith with a copy of that to assist him?
Which section was it, Scott?
41C, page 77.
Sorry, thanks.
And sorry, you waiting for me?
Yes, Mr. Santamaria, if you wanted to start, that's you're welcome to.
Yeah, well, my immediate response to that is, how will the person who has by dishonesty or pressure or duress induced another person to make that request ever be detected?
Well, how is any dishonesty offence detected? Why is that different to a whole raft of dishonesty offences in the Crimes Act?
Not at all.
Well, usually there's money
not an
lost
answer.
and the money trail is traced and it points to someone doing something dishonest in putting in a document claim for money or something like that. So far as this is concerned, you can prove things if you've got telephone intercepts or something like that, which is highly unlikely.
Or the patient actually discloses to their doctor in the course of the process that one of their relatives or somebody else has lent on them. That's the obvious way in which it's disclosed. And that's the risk that any perpetrator would be exposed to.
Do you think that the doctor is likely to report that person? Particularly if the doctor does a lot of euthanasia or voluntary assisted dying work.
Is that your answer?
Yeah.
So the assumption is an unethical medical profession dealing with this.
Well,
that's the assumption in your evidence?
There are cases where there are unethical doctors that carry on medical procedures such as abortion and such as euthanasia where they were beneficiaries under the will themselves. And it's that famous English case where somebody killed 214 patients and he was beneficiary of the will in about 150 of them. So I've had a case like that here in Sydney where a doctor gave a patient a large dose of a drug, insulin it was. She wasn't on insulin, but he gave it to her. He stood to gain about $200,000 out of a will. And he was charged with that offence and he ultimately beat it at committal. But it was very suspicious that that's why he did it. He was going to get a lot of money.
Well, you talk about document trails. I can't think of a clearer document trail than the one that you just put in front of us. But I ask again, is your opposition in this regard based upon an assumption that the medical profession, or a significant proportion of it, will operate with self-interested lack of integrity?
Well, for a start, it's against medical ethics for someone to kill their patient, currently. Now, there's no proposal amongst the World Health Organisation or the Australian medical associations to change that. So someone that goes over the bridge and starts acting professionally as a euthanasia giver is prima facie a suspicious person if they're doing that. They're not that honest because they're not following their own medical ethics. And that's an issue as to why in this bill and all the other bills it has to be a doctor that kills the patient. Why pervert the medical profession?
Well, I take it the answer is yes to my question.
No, you can take it as much as you like. That's not the answer. The answer is what I gave.
And Mr. Smith, just following on from your comments, I note that on page 14 of your submission you talk about coercion being hard to detect.
It's very hard to detect.
And you talk about, I think, some of the, based on the New Zealand legislation, that the Royal College of Anaesthetists too highlights the subtle coercion that may be placed on a patient in pain, confused and vulnerable, and worries how a doctor can spot that coercion. Do you think that Section 41C, as it's enacted there, could actually spot that subtle coercion that the Royal College of Anaesthetists in the New Zealand experience had concerns about?
I very much doubt it.
Thank you. And Mr. Santamaria, did you have any further to comment on that as well? And I think you were talking about that subtle coercion as well.
There's no prospect of being the subtle coercion being seen, and that was really the thrust of my submission. But I think one of the committee asked Mr. Smith a question about sort of the medical profession and whether one was sort of casting aspersions about the medical profession. I thought I'd made it clear that that was the opposite of what I was saying, but in the same way as I'd like to think that most barristers are ethical at all times, the record shows they're not. I'd like to think that most parliamentarians are ethical, but I back bucket proceedings in New South Wales would suggest, unfortunately, they're not. So that there are a small number of practitioners who, I regret to say, are either driven by ideological reasons or financial reasons. That's why this bill focuses upon medical practitioners as, with family members, as being the most obvious risk category. It's the Parliament which has recognised that. Not me, not Mr Smith, but the Parliament. And that's why special provision is made to exclude medical practitioners. If there were no issue about medical practitioners, there would be no need for that provision in the bill. But like it or not, the bill must make special provision for those who are involved in the active engagement of the dead. And the difficulty with the bill and other VOD legislation is that it sort of privatises death, so that the opportunities of detecting breach, which after all are going to result in death of patients, no small thing, are unlikely to be detected. And when you talk about form filling, well, the function of the review board under this bill is the same as in Victoria. It has no investigative role. It just checks the paperwork. If you look at the data in Victoria about the number of people who have been assessed as eligible and compare with those assessed as ineligible, the paperwork shows that less than 1% are ineligible. Well, what does it say?
Thank you.
I go back to that 41C and say to you, if I may, just sorry to delay you, but I had that page, did you say it was 77?
77, yes.
Yeah, can I just have a quick glance at that? Because I think it's a point well worth making. Now, this amendment is designed to bolster the safeguards, clearly. And the Parliament, in my view, is to be commended whenever it bolsters safeguards. If you are involved in the practice of law, applied in this context, I'm happy. Yeah, I think you'll see that the prospects of detection of a crime are actually quite remote. It would require, as was it Mr. Khan, I don't know who said,
probably me.
More than likely.
It's hard for me to see.
No, that's all right. No, I'm a good culprit to identify it, sir.
No, I was about to say who's who at the zoo, and I thought, well, that may not be appropriate. but you see, the truth is that the doctor who comes to the first assessment, the consultative, and then the coordinating consultative, they arrive at the bedside. They may never have seen this patient before. They know nothing of the family dynamic. They aren't required to consult the patient's own GP. They're not even required to notify the patient's GP the process being undertaken. Now, I think all of us know that the role of the GP in patient care is absolutely at the top of the tree. What this legislation doesn't do, and I think at the very least ought to, is to mandate that the consulting and coordinating doctors have engaged with the patient's own GP. Now, that's a real safeguard because they are likely to find out whether, in fact, it's a situation of potential duress, is pressure. So 41C, in my view, looks great, but it's essentially cosmetic.
Thank you. At that juncture, I might draw everybody's attention to the time. I'd like to thank our witnesses for their attendance today and their submissions. I don't believe you've taken anything on notice, but if you have, the Secretariat will be in contact with you with due course. And once again, on behalf of the committee, I thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you.
I didn't ask for the ability to provide the data from Victoria, if I could, just by way of exclusive permission, because I think it's useful to see.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll ask if you could, on notice, provide the data from Victoria. You can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Law and Justice Committee hearing into the inquiry into the provisions of the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill 2021. I'd like to welcome our next witnesses. So starting from my left, if you could please state your name, the position in which you appear today, and take over either the oath or affirmation, please.
My name is Dr. Eugene Moylan. I'll be giving evidence third, and the oath I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Brennan?
Yes, my name's Frank Brennan. I'm a palliative care physician. The oath is, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Obeid?
Hello, my name's Dr. John Obeid. I'm a consultant physician and geriatrician. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. McCauley?
I'm Michael McCauley. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, just for the record and before we start, I'd just like to make a disclosure that Mr. McCauley represented me some 20 years ago. He probably doesn't remember me as a particular client.
And I suggest you don't tell anyone why I was representing you, because I can't remember.
Suffice to say, we weren't in the criminal jurisdiction. That's all we need to make. But just for the purpose of the record, I'd like to disclose that. That's all. Now,
protest it too much.
Yes, exactly.
But thanks for confirming that, Chair.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I assume you have an opening statement, and I might start with you first, Dr. Moylan.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. I'm a senior staff specialist in medical oncology and the director of the Cancer Therapy Centre at Liverpool Hospital. I've been a medical oncologist for the last 35 years. In my experience, most people don't want to die, and requests for euthanasia are infrequent. Requests for euthanasia, in my experience, most often occur at a time when symptom control and suffering are at a peak. They are seldom voiced when or repeated when triggering symptoms have been controlled. Requests for euthanasia are also more likely to occur when life appears to have lost its meaning, and also in people who feel socially isolated or a burden on others. The request for euthanasia mostly occurs within the last few weeks of life. However, when the patient is compassionately made aware that their life expectancy is short, the desire for euthanasia diminishes. Providing good symptom control, psychological and spiritual support meaningfully addresses the desire for euthanasia in patients that are socially isolated or suffering existential angst. In my submission, I indicate two major causes for concern with the proposed legislation: errors in diagnosis and errors in prognosis. It is clear that despite their best intentions, doctors make mistakes, and thus euthanasia could be performed under a false premise. Once or twice each year during my career, I've been referred patients that have been told that they have metastatic cancer based on diagnostic reports from experienced doctors. Further investigations have revealed that these changes have been due to the presence of treatable conditions masquerading as metastatic cancer. This can occur in patients previously diagnosed with malignancy, but also in individuals with no prior history of cancer. The Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill 2021 presupposes that two experienced doctors will always get the diagnosis correct. There is no onus placed on the coordinating practitioner to accept the opinion of a dissenting specialist regarding either the diagnosis or prognosis. Of concern, the coordinating doctor does not need to have been the patient's treating doctor. In my experience, it's not uncommon for medical error to occur when anchoring bias leads doctors to accept clinical diagnoses and diagnostic reports indicating the presence of advanced cancer. There is no clause within the proposed legislation that a post-mortem examination be performed following the patient's death. This assumes that doctors will get the diagnosis right every time, and there is nothing to be learned from a person's death. The Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill 2021 assumes that doctors can reliably and accurately predict life expectancy for cancer patients within a 6-month time frame. That is patently incorrect. As an experienced cancer specialist, I can almost always predict when someone is within the last few days of life, and usually identify when someone is within the last 3 to 6 weeks of life. It is, however, very difficult to accurately predict who is likely to die within the next 6 months. It is my belief that if the bill is passed, incorrect prognostication will ultimately mean that people will be assisted to die that may have lived significantly longer than it might have been anticipated. I believe that our laws need to protect the vulnerable for the benefit of society as a whole, even when they go against popular opinion. Medical professionals need to adhere to the dictum, first, do no harm. We need to substantially increase our palliative care services to ease the burden on individuals with terminal illness and their families. We need to maintain the role of medical practitioners as healers, not as agents of voluntary assisted dying.
Thank you. Dr. Brennan.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the invitation to speak here. I'm a palliative care physician based in Sydney, and I shall commence by quoting section 4.1d of the second print of the bill. The subsection states, a person approaching the end of life should be provided with high quality care and treatment, including palliative care and treatment to minimise the patient's suffering and maximise the person's quality of life. Precisely. This debate commences with the response to the suffering of people with serious illnesses. Both those who agree and disagree with this bill start at this point of departure. One clear and obvious point of entry into that response to what I've just said are the following lines of inquiry. What happens now in palliative care, geriatric medicine and elsewhere in the response to the suffering of a patient? And second, how can this be improved? At a public policy level, how can they best be funded? At a professional level, how can we, within medicine, better educate our medical students and junior doctors in these skills? Respectfully, members of the committee, I feel we are having the wrong debate. Let us return at another time to have the VAD debate when we have secured improved, funded and universal access to palliative care. There is not enough of us and not enough settings. Before the legal debate, we should be having a medical debate. A 68-year-old woman with metastatic breast cancer asks her doctor that she's had enough and wants to end it all. What will you do? Let me tell the committee what I do now. I sit and ask the most basic questions. Why? What troubles you most? What do you fear? Pain, now or later? Fear of being a burden to my family? Loss of dignity? Seeing grief in their eyes? I do not rush to answers, for there are no easy answers. I allow that river of suffering to flow to a point of calm. I sit with that patient in that suffering. What follows in that calm is my reassurance about what may be possible in terms of care, not only for her body, his or her body, but for their spirit as well. In palliative care, this is a moment of revelation, an opening up, a beginning, but not an end. In my experience, once genuinely heard and reassured, the request to finish life is rarely repeated. That response is completely different to the VAD bill. So while both sides of the VAD debate start at this point of departure, their destinations are completely different. The response is different, and it cannot help but be. At least in part, this comes to the difference between law and medicine. Law aims for, including this bill, aims for precision. Medicine, on the other hand, operates in a landscape of uncertainty. The VAD bill strains to achieve certainty in language and effect. The bill seeks, but medicine cannot guarantee or provide such precision. There are inherent uncertainties in each of the major elements of the eligibility. Prognostication, the assessment of decision-making capacity, including screening for depression, and the possibility of pressure or duress. As physicians, we know we cannot be certain about these issues. There is, therefore, an inherent tension at the centre of any VAD bill. For statutory law is entering a domain that is already challenging and mysterious, the profoundly human experience of becoming seriously ill, balancing hope and realism, enduring and hopefully overcoming symptoms, facing one's own mortality, gazing with penetrating eyes at the meaning of your life, comforting and being comforted. No law can use this language, and yet that is the reality of our work as physicians. Discussion, negotiation, compromise, and there lies the rub. Law grapples earnestly with this area and seeks to marshal multiple safeguards in the bill. But by having as its destination the planned premature death of a person, the law ventures into uncertain medical terrain, the vagaries of human nature, and the extraordinary complex nature of interpersonal relationships. No law can perfectly capture this reality of minds made up and then changed, of the ebb and flow of the human spirit, despairing now, content a day or so later, of a selfless impulse in some to ease the burden on one's family, of a lifetime habit in others of acquiescing to the suggestion, even unspoken, of a dominant relative. I wish to speak briefly, to turn briefly to the specific provisions in the Act stating that the VAD decision is ineligible if it's made on the basis of pressure or duress. In reality, there is a spectrum from one end to the other, where there's one end where there's absolutely no pressure, all the way through where there's unequivocally clear pressure and duress. But between these points, there are shades of subtle pressures or influences that do not meet the statutory bar, sub-statutory if you like, but nevertheless influence people's decision-making. These influences may be overt, an adult child saying to her mother of VAD, perhaps mum, it would be for the best, to covert influences, like sensing that your family feel that you're living too long, fearing you're becoming a burden to your family, seeing others choosing VAD, so perhaps I should choose the same, and also choosing VAD because of a lack of adequate medical or palliative care. Each of these influences or subtle pressures may exist in the context of a vulnerable person. It is the combination of these influences on a vulnerable person that is concerning. I am frail. I am a burden to others. I am not worthy. And what a tragedy, what a failure of public policy if patients choose VAD because of a lack of a palliative care service. And this is where the medicine and law intersect. In the bill, one of the criteria of eligibility is, and I quote, the disease, illness or medical condition is causing suffering to the person that cannot be relieved in a way the person considers tolerable. In reality, this is often the precise point that palliative care enters or should enter the scene now. And it does so to bring, hopefully, a powerful and forensic approach to these issues and their management, attentive to and understanding of the rhythms of both the disease and the human heart. Instead, under the bill, the eligible person embarks on an altogether different journey. Process dominates. Seeing a palliative care physician is optional. The patient decides on the point when things are intolerable, but that decision may never have been informed by any actual experience of receiving palliative care. The bill places into the patient's hands the ability to commence a process that may lead them to a premature death where that patient is not engaged with the very medical experts who could deal with or try to assuage or comfort the reasons they sought this process in the first place. One of the myths in this debate is that palliative care is powerless to assist patients who are intractably burdened by symptoms or anguish. Although all disciplines have their limitations, palliative care possesses several critical strengths. Firstly, a forensic interest in symptoms and a tireless creative pursuit of treatment that may work in any individual patient. Secondly, a belief in and an application of the principle of non-abandonment. At precisely the moment medicine precisely the moment medicine may say, "I'm sorry, there is nothing more I can do," palliative care steps in, engages intensely with the person who is suffering and aims to support them throughout their illness until their death. Loss, despair, loneliness, feeling one is a burden, the profound and complex communication skills of a clinician in the face of this suffering broadens medicine from the purely technical to the deeply personal. Let's talk about process. Some years ago I was in Canada. It was months after the Supreme Court judgment, and there was a series of provincial legislations coming through on this topic. I was with a group of palliative care physicians. We met some of our colleagues in Canada. One told a story. Recently, she said, a junior doctor was asked to see an elderly woman with cancer. In pain, she said to the junior doctor, "I'm not sure how long I can keep going on like this." "Oh," he said immediately, "the law's changed. You don't need to. I'll go and get the papers. We can start the process now." Soon after, the nurses rang the senior palliative care doctor about the pain and she advised a change in the patient's regimen of analgesia. Both the senior and junior doctor came to the patient's bed the next day. Her pain had gone with the treatment. The junior doctor reminded the patient of her statement the previous day and was flummoxed when she said, "No, I don't want that. I'm so much better now." Rather than conscientiously responding to the pain of the treatment, the junior doctor reached for forms. Suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, a shadow came over 2 millennia at least of healthcare, and process superseded and trumped medical response. I fear the same would occur here because under the bill, an eligible person could decline to see a palliative care physician, and the patient family and doctors are all caught up in a process rather than a genuine and conscientious attempt to look at precisely why the patient wishes to embark on this course. One of the major reasons people request VAD is feeling they are or become a burden to others, loss of dignity, loss of the ability to enjoy life. If so, let us go to those problems and deal with them. As a society, are we so lacking in wit that we run from that place to death by our own hands? Surely we can do better. Let us be more creative in the pursuit of not only better management of symptoms, but also to think about deeply, care for, and lighten the loss, the sadness, the change in self, the dying. Surely we have more wit.
Thank you. Dr. O'Boyd.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm a consultant geriatrician with 23 years of specialist experience. I specialise in the care of older people with complex problems, especially neurodegenerative diseases, cancer, frailty, Parkinson's disease and stroke. I also served on the Federal Council of the Australian and New Zealand Society for Geriatric Medicine for 21 years. Medical practitioners have a reasonable expectation that legislators will make laws based on rational scientific principles, taking into account advice from medical experts. For example, when Parliament makes laws about climate change, we expect them to seek advice from the very best climate scientists. When making laws about fiscal and monetary policy, we expect they'll consult the best economic minds. End-of-life care should be no different. Parliaments do well to seek advice and guidance from experts in the field, in this case palliative care physicians, geriatricians and oncologists. Being guided by anecdotal reports of emotive case studies or the opinions of trade union leaders or retired comedians and TV hosts, whilst interesting, is unlikely to form the best healthcare policy. As far as my role as a geriatrician is concerned, I, and in my experience, the majority of my colleagues, do not see VAD as a tool that we require to best serve the needs of our patients. If we lacked some important tool to do our work, we would ask lawmakers and healthcare funders to provide us with that tool. In the case of VAD, we geriatricians and palliative care physicians are not asking for it, nor do we need it to care for our patients and address their symptoms. On the other hand, many of the things that we do ask for are not provided. More beds, better access to rehabilitation and palliative care, enhanced community care funding, better nurse-to-patient ratios. It pains us that Parliament is yet again debating a supposed healthcare provision, yet seems to be doing little to provide the things we are asking for. I say supposed because the medical profession has repeatedly emphasised that VAD does not form part of medical practice. Reading through the Hansard transcripts from Wednesday's proceedings, I was dismayed to hear of stories from people who could have been helped by proper access to palliative care. Even the doctors who spoke to this committee seemed to lack a basic understanding of what palliative and geriatric medical care offers. One GP said that he was stuck in a country town and that palliative care services would not allow him to increase morphine dosages, resulting in unbearable suffering to his patient. This is just not borne out in the reality of day-to-day medical practice. If anything, the case that he highlighted speaks volumes about the much more important task of enhancing palliative care services, not introducing VAD. To further enlighten this committee, I would just like to point out that there was absolutely nothing stopping that GP, as a registered medical practitioner, from increasing the morphine dose himself if he thought it was required. I found that the use of that case as a supposed justification to bring in VAD to be appalling and misleading. The case is a good example of how VAD will be misused by doctors who lack basic skills or understanding of palliative care or geriatric medicine will act if the legislation were to come into force. Perhaps the most disappointing aspect of this bill is the false hope that it provides to many people with chronic illnesses in New South Wales. As experts in medicine, we know that very many people suffering from severe pain, existential crises, and feelings of powerless will not be covered by this bill. Illnesses such as arthritis, COPD, chronic renal failure, diabetes, and even many cancers have prognoses well over 6 months, and hence they will not be covered by this bill. The so-called safeguards of the proposed VAD bill are not only weak, but they can be done away with very easily by a later amendment or Act of Parliament. As examples, I draw your attention to the following. The bill does not guarantee that a person has capacity. It assumes capacity to be present unless proven otherwise. Doctors who have very little training or understanding of capacity will be able to rubber stamp the voluntary assisted suicide of vulnerable patients. The bill purports to exclude dementia as a qualifying diagnosis, yet makes no provision for expert assessment of cognition. The bill supposedly outlaws coercion or undue influence, but has no, as Dr. Brennan pointed out, has no real ability to detect subtle or even overt forms of coercion. The doctor merely has to provide a statement confirming that he or she acted in accordance with guidelines in determining whether the patient has experienced duress. The bill even allows others to suggest VAD to patients. In conclusion, the VAD bill has many deeply concerning aspects. It does absolutely nothing for the bulk of people who are suffering from the problems the bill purports to address. It relies on populist ideas and exploits people's fear of death rather than taking a scientific and expert analysis. It is not something that the majority of those who actually work in the field are even asking for, and in my opinion, Parliament would do well to spend its valuable time addressing the true healthcare needs of the people of New South Wales, guided by experts in the field. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Obeid. And the chair just got a little bit younger, but a lot less articulate. So I thank the Honourable Rod Roberts for covering for me while I had to attend to something. Mr. Macaulay, you have the call for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting me to address the committee, and I thank the administrative staff who've very efficiently and very courteously organised this, obviously under great pressure. Rather than take up too much time, and given that there's been a significant change in the legislation as a result of amendments in the Legislative Assembly, I've reduced my thoughts to writing, and I have a far shorter submission, which I'd make available to the committee rather than the rather prolix submission that I originally made. There are just a couple of points I'd make, and then I'll leave it to others. It seems to me that the area of scientific discipline which is most relevant to this is medicine, not law. Lawyers only have a subsidiary role to play. modern contemporary medical science is going to throw far more light on this than the waffle of lawyers. Secondly, my experience over the past 40 or more years as a lawyer has been as a personal injury lawyer, and there are three things that have impressed me. Firstly, the very wide differences in the abilities and experience and knowledge of medical practitioners. That's one thing. Secondly, the variability of medical opinion. It's possible to obtain a medical opinion as to just about anything, whatever one wants. And thirdly, the reality is that in Australian hospitals, something like 9% of admissions end up in some adverse event. So any concept that doctors are infallible, any concept that doctors will always get it right, any concept that all medical opinion is the same is entirely, in my submission, false. That said, the best medical opinion, which in this area is the opinion of palliative care specialists, geriatricians, oncologists, neurologists, neuropsychologists, that's the opinion which should inform the committee. That's my opening statement.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Macaulay. We'll now open for questions.
I'm happy to go first.
Mr. Khan, you've got the call.
There's been reference to the transcript of the hearing by Dr. Obeid, so I'll just read part of it. Page 44.
Can we give the doctor a copy of that?
No, I'll read it, thank you.
Well, he might like to see a copy of it.
Order.
Don't start running interference.
I'm not running interference. If you're quoting from Hansard, you're entitled to have it in front of him.
I'm not. Okay, please. Dr. Obeid. Dr. Obeid, are you happy if Mr. Khan reads you the transcript? And while we're doing that, we'll see if we can get you a copy.
If anyone thinks that what I am reading is a misquote of the transcript, then they will be in a position to take that point.
I've got a copy of the Hansard.
I've actually brought it up myself.
Right, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Obeid.
Page 44, was it?
Page 44, and I'll read it.
Yeah.
Vanessa was an amazing human being. I've never met anyone like her, the smartest person I have ever met. She already had a worldwide reputation in the field. We all thought she was going to be a professor of medicine one day. You could not get anything past her. She'd worked most of her life in a hospital. She'd seen everything. She'd worked on palliative care wards. She knew what palliative care wards were about. And I think that it is a really key message when you have got someone like Vanessa, super smart, super compassionate, super caring. She chose to die alone without saying goodbye to her loved ones, and that was for a really, really good reason. She knew what the alternatives were. She did not want to die in hospital. She knew what it would be like. So I'm just picking up on the words that Mr. Macaulay last used. Vanessa Patullo was a doctor, apparently of some capacity, who took her own life when suffering from leukemia. Now, I've heard the concept of wit used in terms of this, but it struck me that the evidence of Dr. Patullo in describing his wife and her decision to prematurely end her life was not a story of a lack of wit. It was not a story of a lack of understanding of palliative care. It was, in a sense, that she didn't see an alternative, I think could be the conclusion, that she was going to die and she was going to do it on her own terms. Now, I give that to you because there's been so much made of understanding and medical expertise. Vanessa, it would seem, knew it. Dr. Patullo, who gave evidence before us, knew it, a specialist anaesthetist. So how do I take all your evidence about lack of wit and lack of doing things, with a statement like Dr. Botelho did and of the actions of Vanessa? How do you rationalise those two positions?
Sorry, what do you mean by a lack of wit? What's that all about?
Well, that was a term that Dr. Frank Brennan used in the concept of VAD.
Perhaps I could start by saying that Vanessa herself isn't here to give evidence. Your impression of the events is as they were described by her husband. That what triggered her taking her own life is not clear. You might just think, I've got all of the answers. She had cancer. She killed herself. That is the answer. Whether she had a depression, whether she'd had an argument with the husband the morning about issues that aren't documented, that there are so many things that you think that the whole story is there. I would contest that, in fact, the whole story isn't there. And that's part of the problem, is that we see all of these arguments about people wanting to end their own life from the view of those that were observing. We're not seeing it from the side of the people who were suffering. And so the voluntary assisted dying bill is about stopping people from observing suffering as much as it is about trying to alleviate suffering.
I would also like to add that leukemia is a very diverse disease. It doesn't necessarily just progress to the one way that's been painted here or the way that you suggest. So I see this as a terribly sad case that this person, you're saying that understood all about... The doctor understood all about palliative care wards, but palliative care doesn't need to be delivered on a ward. It can be delivered at home. And the expertise of a palliative care team that would be coming out to see the doctor who passed away, who took her own life, it's really sad that the palliative care specialists were not given the opportunity to assist her. I see this as a really tragic case, and and it's very painful to read because of the way that it panned out when it didn't need to pan out that way. I don't see how this suggests that we should be bringing in VAD.
Mr. Khan, do you mind if I...
Oh, please, go your hardest.
Well, I won't do that. I'll just seek some elucidations. Mr. Macaulay, I'll start with you because I was fortunate to be here when you did your opening statement.
Yep.
I note that you were talking about the quality of doctors, that we have a range of doctors, and that doctors are fallible. I think that was a word that you used.
That's right.
Now, in that instance, given that we can't have the best doctor in every hospital all the time, that there are a range of those views, if the doctors that are available to a patient are perhaps not of the standard which you are talking about, and that they're not able to alleviate the pain with the level of experience and training that they have, is it perhaps not a more humane and more kind thing to actually not force somebody to go through suffering because, like I said, we can't have a professor of medicine in every hospital across the state?
Well, I understand that. That's what human life is about. We're all different and there are different qualities. Nevertheless, the very impressive statement submission from Dr. Sarah Wenham from Broken Hill, who highlighted the absence of palliative care in the far west of New South Wales, but also commented on the absence of palliative care to people in major metropolitan centres in New South Wales, says to me that we're a society with enormous resources and we need to ensure that persons who are sick, who are dying, who are severely disabled, that they have reasonable quality of care. The difficulty with this bill is that it leaves the decision-making in the hands of two general practitioners who simply, in the general run of situations, won't have specialist qualifications in geriatrics, in palliative care, oncology, neurology, etc., or psychiatry. So, and it's not a situation where this bill seems to envisage that neither of the doctors will necessarily be treating doctors. There's no requirement in the bill that the doctors have regard to the person's medical history. There's no requirement in the bill that the doctors who are approving the proposed voluntary assisted dying provide a detailed written report explaining their decision.
Mr. Macaulay, can I just interject? I know we're talking. It's more of an elucidation that I'm seeking. But I'm very mindful that you've all come here, and I don't want to be rude in interjecting. But I think it would be.
I'm looking forward to Mr. Khan's interjections.
Oh, Mr. Khan's very.
I can do my own things.
Macaulay, I think you do a disservice to doctors to suggest that because the bill doesn't say that they must take into account a history or the like, that any GP that is making a decision such as this would do so. I think any doctor, even a medical trainee, would have the sense to understand the wit. Thank you, Mr. Khan.
A statement or a question.
Come on, just let him go.
To make to factor that in. So I struggle with the concept, and so given that we can expect that doctors are going to be professional in that, but also that we can't always have, as I said, a medical professor of palliative care in every hospital around the state. And we know from the testimony from last hearing that even a palliative care specialist cannot always alleviate pain. Is it not a more humane, kinder thing to allow somebody of their own choosing to alleviate that pain than to force them to go through that until they pass away of their own whatever has inflicted them?
Yeah. Well, Parliament should make laws for the generality of cases. The generality is that it would seem that about 50% of patients in major metropolitan centres in New South Wales don't have access to palliative care. The way palliative care units, like any other medical unit, are set up is that you have at the top of those units highly experienced people, and then you have a gradation of people. There is no reason why this bill should not make it clear the seriousness of the whole process of voluntary assisted dying, and that the doctors who are effectively making decisions should have regard to the person's history, particularly any psychiatric history, and their medical records, and there is no reason why this bill should not require the doctors who are providing the certification to express their opinion in a reasoned and detailed fashion. That can easily happen. I understand the concern behind what you say. I think this bill needs to be looked at very carefully.
Just noting the time, the Deputy Chair has got a question, but we will have to wrap up shortly so we can bring the next witnesses in. Thank you.
So I just want to direct this opportunity for Dr. Brennan, just to respond to the point. I'm not sure I clearly understand the point, but the reference to the term wit in your statement.
Yes.
I didn't quite understand exactly the way in which the honourable member was presenting the word and its perhaps its meaning,
Yes.
but more to the point, your intention of the use of that word in your statement. So just for the record, to enable you to clarify that, so there can be no doubt whatsoever
Yes.
what you meant by that and what was led up to that word would be helpful.
Look, my apology, Mr. Khan, if I've misspoken or misled you in what I was speaking about. I certainly wasn't speaking about the wit of an individual person, Dr. Patello's wife, or any individual. I'm not going to be making judgment. The wit I'm talking about is the collective wit, the wit of a society. How can society, and indeed the legislature in that society and the medical profession, respond to the suffering of an individual? And so perhaps that then that's where I was thinking of the collective wit of us all. And I guess that perhaps dovetails, if I may, into the previous discussion about, okay, you cannot have professors of medicine and palliative care in every hospital. That is true. There's so few of us in so few settings, as I said in my statement. So there's a story where medicine is really reaping a bitter harvest here. How much education of palliative care has there been for undergraduates and postgraduates over decades? Things are changing quickly, but for a long time there was very little, if any, palliative care education. So there are many senior clinicians, including general practitioners, who they're really not sure what to do. And it would be a great shame if in a suffering person that the sense is, because there's no palliative care on the ground, we need to leap all the way through to VAD rather than sit, be with that person, talk through that person, then engage with senior colleagues on the phone and start to think through what can we do? What is possible here? And that's what happens now. That hopefully is what's happening now, that the opening up of that possibility that I, as Dr. A, don't know this sufficiently well enough. I don't have those communication or those symptom management skills, but I best find that information. So I think it would be very sad if people or clinicians say, look, because we don't have palliative care here, this is what we're going to offer you.
Well, thank you very much for that testimony. I'm sorry, Mr. Diadam, did you have something very quickly?
I want to just ask one question. I suppose, you're all very eminent members of your professions, and in a palliative care sense, you're, I suppose, in control of the administration of the care. And I suppose for someone who's contemplating voluntary assisted dying, they may look at a situation where they don't want to submit to a system where they cease to have agency, where they become powerless, where they move from being subject to object, and ultimately, in the palliative care system towards the end of life, they lack agency. And so I wanted to put to you the notion of, well, what of the capacity or the right of someone to choose not to enter that system? Shouldn't they have the right not to have to submit, to remain a subject, rather than to accept that they're on a pathway to become the object of care?
Yes, look, no, thank you for your question. Perhaps there's two parts to the answer there, and I hope I'm speaking on behalf of all of my colleagues. So I would never see a patient who's now very weary, spending more and more time in bed or sleeping virtually all the time ever as an object. I would see them as a human being. I would have a great sense of their dignity, and I hope patients never feel that they are turning into something different to who they are, human beings with that inherent dignity.
Dr. Brennan, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but what I might do is ask Mr. Diadam to perhaps put that question on notice to the witnesses, and given that it is now time to change panel, I'll invite you to perhaps provide that answer on notice. Thank you very much for your appearance today. If there's been any questions on notice, the Secretariat will liaise with you to table them, and we'll have a short break while we switch witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for returning with us. We'll now invite the next set of witnesses to announce themselves and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with Adjunct Clinical Professor William.
I am Adjunct Professor Leroy William. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Professor Kassain. Thank you. And Professor McLeod.
Professor Rod McLeod, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite the three of you to make an opening statement, starting with Adjunct Clinical Professor William.
Thanks very much. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands upon which we are all meeting and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Australian and New Zealand Society of Palliative Medicine, TransPAM. We're a trans-Tasman society for medical practitioners working in palliative care, including specialists, non-specialists and trainees. And we have 579 members in total, with 444 based in Australia. As the immediate past president of TransPAM, I have been privy to the concerns of palliative care doctors and other healthcare professionals regarding voluntary assisted dying legislation. As palliative medicine practitioners, we are skilled in dealing with organisations, including wish to die statements, and addressing the reasons behind that. There are often these unresolved psychosocial and existential symptoms, fears, perceptions about their future and what palliative care can offer. In Victoria, cases of coercion, reduced quality of care, and difficulties with conscientious objection have been witnessed. Many patients have been fearful of admission to residential aged care and have been quite bad for assisted dying as an alternative. However, the provision of holistic care in a safe environment has often negated the need for voluntary assisted dying and enabled transition into aged care with ongoing palliative care support. It seems incongruent to be introducing voluntary assisted dying at a time when healthcare needs to be better supported to deliver holistic care and palliative care to all those who need it. The Victorian legislation provided clinicians about end-of-life care and contributed to moral distress at a time when those who need such care require a cohesive interprofessional approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that succinct opening statement. Professor Kassain, I invite you to make one now.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have 6 points. Number 1, quality of care. In my written submission, I presented 4 patient stories to illustrate how VAD in Victoria had failed to protect the vulnerable. These are examples of poor quality medical care. The standard of medical care under the Roti legislation in the Northern Territory was also very poor. VAD in New South Wales will similarly lower the standard of medical care. Point 2, depression. Depressed and demoralised patients will receive VAD without their medical assessors recognising the mental illness. Indeed, VAD distracts from comprehensive assessment because it focuses on legalistic forms rather than holistic care. If New South Wales passes this bill, legislators in the future will be invited to legalise VAD for the suffering of the mentally ill. And 3, decision-making. When patients become depressed or demoralised with terminal illness, about half lose decision-making capacity. Because the depression may pass undiagnosed, a significant subgroup emerges who are vulnerable and need protection. 4, suicide. Euthanasia and VAD create a cultural acceptance of suicide. Societies that normalise suicide for any form of suffering will increase the rate of unassisted suicide in that society. Point 5, destroying palliative care. There is an incompatibility between palliative care and VAD. They are drawn from different philosophies. Palliative care promotes quality of life. VAD gives up on life. VAD creates a danger that palliative care will be weakened and rendered futile. Finally, point 6, protect the vulnerable. As John Stuart Mills argued, the foremost duty of legislators is to prevent harm to others in society. Sanctioning medically assisted suicide will not achieve this. Legislators must make a difficult choice between two imperfect systems, one in which some suffering may be difficult to ameliorate, and the other in which the regulation of state-sanctioned killing will be difficult to control. I submit that legislators ought to protect the vulnerable and focus on improving the delivery of palliative care across New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kassane, for, again, another concise opening statement. Professor McLeod, I'll now offer you the opportunity to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much. And I'm speaking as a Common Care opposes all legalisation of VAD and endorses palliative care as the appropriate service for people who are nearing the end of life. Fundamentally, suggests that some lives are not worth living.
Professor McLeod, sorry to interrupt you, but you're dropping in and out a little bit, and I'm wondering if perhaps I can see the quality of your camera is not great. So maybe if you turned the vision off but left the audio on, it may improve the audio to us. Would you have somebody there that might be able to assist you by any chance? Or actually,
No.
we can actually do it from this end apparently. So if you just stand by, we will. There we go.
Thank you.
If you want to continue your opening statement now, thank you.
The creation of VAD law suggests that some lives are not worth living. When the option for hastened death becomes available, it will have a small but significant effect on consciousness. Rather than being off limits, killing is a possibility. VAD is that?
All right, Professor McLeod, apologies, we just lost you again. Is it possible we can try and dial you?
Email his opening statement.
I can move. I'll move my position and go to a different room.
Yeah, I reckon we've got to give him the chance.
Yes. What we're going to do is the Secretariat's going to make contact with you and see how we can better have your evidence heard. Now, given that, is your opening statement written?
Yes.
If possible, I'll get the Secretariat to also liaise with you to arrange for it to be sent in and we can table it as your opening statement.
I'll well, and see if that helps. Excuse me a minute.
Thank you very much. Okay. While we're sorting out the issues with Professor...
I think people have to give their opening statements first before we do anything else. If you
They've all done.
Suggest we... No, they're not all done.
Is that any better?
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. If you want to continue with your opening statement, thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. VAD is antithetical to the goals of man medicine which are concerned with care and enhancing patients' quality of life, not assisting in the end of life. Making a prognosis is a professional opinion based on medical experience that only produces a forecast of the likely outcome of a medical condition. We know from many studies that prognosis can, often is wrong. It's incredibly hard to detect coercion when people want to end their own life, because there's no real test to know if, in fact, they're seeking death of their own free will. What we do know is that many people still do not know what palliative can do, what it can do, how it can minimise symptoms, and importantly, that the very worst suffering it addresses in our clinical experience is often not physical but existential. Given that most medical students will have only a few weeks at most to learn about palliative care, it's not surprising that some in the profession of medicine are unaware of exactly what palliative care is and what it can do. My final point is that the majority of people living in rural and regional areas have difficulty accessing palliative. In residential aged care, where many people will spend their last months and years of life, the capacity for services to provide appropriate care at the end of life is limited by the skills and availability of the workforce and the resources available to provide the necessary supports and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor McLeod. And the audio does seem to have been improved in the location you are in now. I'll now invite questions from the committee. Who would like to kick off the questioning?
Okay,
D'Adam.
looks like I've gotten the call. Look, I wanted to perhaps direct my first question to I think it was Professor Kissane, who talked about palliative care offering quality of life. And I wanted to ask about, well, initially, about whether you see deep sedation as one element of palliative care. Is deep sedation one of the options that you would consider as in the toolbox of palliative care?
Yes, I would use the word proportionate sedation. One, of course, can use tranquilizing medications to enhance sleep, to reduce anxiety. I think your concept of deep sedation, you're alluding to the idea of somebody who has very extreme symptomatology and is struggling without some sedation which can give them comfort and peace. A very unusual activity that occurs once or twice a year in the palliative care units that I go into. One which is very helpful to give people that good sleep and rest. And if then they wake and they're more comfortable and their symptoms are better controlled, then they're able to communicate again with their families.
So is it the case that sometimes that's not how it pans out, that in fact the sedation continues until death?
That can be the case, as you know. That's consistent with palliative care, where the goal is to relieve the symptoms, relieve the distress, and allow for a peaceful dying if that follows. But the ethical principle is that the goal of care is the relief of distress, not the shortening of life.
But that's not quality of life, is it? Would you agree?
Well, I think palliative care, the vast majority of times, works to enhance quality of life. And the Tamil study is a very good example of that, where they treated patients with lung cancer in Boston early and randomized people to either early palliative care with good symptom control or conventional cancer care. And the outstanding finding from that study was that palliative care extended survival, and that the patients that received palliative care lived longer than those that received conventional anti-cancer care. a very good study indicating how quality of life is enhanced by palliative care. And that's very much what we're about in the palliative care that we deliver.
I might take the opportunity to put the question that I attempted to put to Professor Brennan in the previous session about, I suppose, the operation of the palliative care as a system where those entering it progressively lose agency. They submit to the control of medical professionals in palliative care specialists, and as they progress towards the end of life, their agency, their capacity to exercise control over their own life declines and really transfers into the control of others. And I wanted to put this question about those who want to choose not to enter that system and whether that choice should be respected.
So if that's addressed to me, sir, then I would wonder about your choice of words where you convey the sense that palliative care seeks to take over control from people, and that's not under the ethos of palliative care. Palliative care is very respectful of the wishes and needs of a person and seeks to work in a shared decision-making process to support them and help them to achieve their wishes as they approach the end of their life, and to allow a natural death to then intervene.
Thank you very much. I'll now pass the questioning to the Honourable Trevor Khan.
My question is directed to Professor William, I think, at this stage. Professor, you would have come across quite commonly advanced care directives, would you not?
Not necessarily.
How do you mean not necessarily?
Well, advanced care planning in the healthcare system should be done much earlier than when I meet people. However, it's not done because those conversations are not carried out as often as they should be, so that people can express their wishes about what matters most to them and marry that with what medically is appropriate for that person. So often when I look in the record and I'm seeing someone, there is not an advanced care directive that has been made. And if there has been one, say for example in an aged care facility where they have done one on admission, it's a very cursory and incomplete and outdated document.
Sure. Well, so, Professor, you're probably presuming where my question is going, and your assumption may be wrong. So let me just work it through a little bit. You've come across advanced care directives. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And you know that an advanced care directive can be a very simple document that only needs to be executed by the patient. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And indeed, they're established under common law. There's no, in New South Wales, there's no legislative framework around them. Do you know that?
Yep.
And do you know that at common law, an advanced care directive is assumed to be, when dealing with an advanced care directive, there is a presumption of capacity. Did you know that?
Yes.
And there's no requirement for a patient prior to executing an advanced care directive, for instance, to have consulted their doctor with regards to the treatment options that are available. Did you know that? And did you know also that there is no requirement for an advanced care directive that a patient has received advice with regards to palliative care? Did you know that?
Yes.
And there is no framework in any way with regards to advanced care directives to, for instance, penalise a relative who may have convinced a patient to execute an advance care directive. Did you know that?
Yes.
And did you know that an advance care directive can extend to such things as not only DNRs, but for instance, in the case of a loss of capacity, to the patient not being hydrated or fed in any way? Did you know that?
Well, I think there are a couple of issues to consider here. Much like a birthing plan, when someone who's going to deliver will have wishes about what they would like, that needs to be taken into consideration. But when that person comes into hospital in a certain situation, the doctrine of necessity might mean that we would have to act in a certain way which would be against the wishes of the baby. In a similar circumstance, I've seen people with advanced care directives that have been very well put together and very clear, but the doctor not considered them and acted in the interest of doctrine of necessity to treat that person because of the information that they had with them.
Well, putting aside, Professor, the doctrine of necessity, do you understand that to act contrary to an advanced care directive, for instance with regards to issues of feeding and hydration, would be to commit an assault upon the patient?
Well, I've never seen any advanced care directives that have had that detail in there because...
Well, Professor, please don't avoid the exercise.
Order.
Actually,
sorry.
Let's say that's my job.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I won't nudge you out yet.
Yeah.
No, the issue of avoiding the question, that was quite pointed, I have to say, or answering the question.
Indeed it was.
No. So, I mean, it's a very strong allegation that the witness is avoiding answering the question.
That's what I am suggesting.
It may well be he's not giving the answer you want. As we know, and as...
I can rule on the point of order now.
Finished. I haven't finished.
Okay, all right.
What I'm saying is we know how these are conducted. You ask the question, you receive the answer, and it goes back and forth. If you don't get the answer you want, that's just the way it is.
Well, Greg, the witness has a specific question has been put to the witness.
Mm-hmm.
I am entitled for the witness to actually direct his mind to the question that is being asked.
Yeah.
Not to give an answer which is non-responsive.
Or he may take it on notice.
I'm going to rule now. Thank you for the points on that point of order. I believe that the witness is able to answer the question however they want, and Mr. Khan, I'd ask you to let him finish his answer, and then you can make whatever elucidations you need to do afterwards. So I uphold the point of order, but I'm also going to remind members of this committee that when they are chairing, I may well call the same points of order.
Well, Professor, go your hardest.
More than happy. And I will deal with it at the time.
Go your hardest, Professor.
Okay, so I would say that with any advanced care directive, whenever it was made, the approach of shared decision making would occur because we don't know what that person has said in the interim, and we also don't know when necessarily the advanced care directive was made, whether it was in an appropriate time and needed to be reviewed as other circumstances have come about. So the shared decision-making process that Professor Kassane discussed previously is something that exists where we talk about what the trajectory of the illness is and how the wishes of the patient are married with what the clinical management will be going forward.
Well, I'll just end by saying this. Professor, can I invite you to look at such cases as Hunter New England Area Health Service and a 2009 decision dealing with a schizophrenic patient who sought to refuse care. The Supreme Court there made pretty clear what the law is in regards to this matter, and I suggest it's not consistent with your description. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Does any other witness, any other member seek to question the witnesses? Mr. Donnelly?
I'm okay.
Well, in that case, I'll conclude this session of the hearing. Thank you very much for appearing today. For the questions you have taken on notice, the Secretariat will liaise with you to have those tabled. And as a bit of a gift, we have an extended lunch break now till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Till 1:30.
Well, welcome back for the afternoon session of today's hearing. I'll now welcome our witnesses and ask them to state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Hello, my name is Maria Cigolini. I'm a Clinical Associate Professor in Medicine and Palliative Care at the University of Sydney and a Senior Staff Specialist. I'm also the Administrator of Health Professionals Say No.
I might just ask you to just bring your microphone a little bit closer, just assist with Hansard and also for people watching.
Okay. Do I need to repeat or?
No, if you could just read the oath or affirmation, that'd be...
Thank you.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Very much.
Hello, my name is Associate Professor Megan Best. I'm employed by the University of Notre Dame, Australia, and also work at the University of Sydney. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Associate Professor Best. Dr. Wynnum.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Sarah Wenham. I'm a specialist palliative care physician for the Far West Local Health District based in Birkenhead. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to opening statements, and I'll give each member the opportunity to make one. If you could keep it short, please. Professor...
Maria Cigolini.
Cigolini, if you could start, please.
Thank you. Health Professionals Say No is an independent secular network of over 880 healthcare professionals dedicated to the care of the seriously ill, aged and dying, with 430 being represented from New South Wales. Our experience ranges across healthcare sectors and regions inclusive of psychosocial care. Many of us have been or are still in coalface and leadership positions associated with New South Wales Health and other significant care institutions, including community services. Between us, we have cared for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of individuals with life-limiting mental health and age conditions. As a group, we are at times incredulous of how our knowledge and experience is often brushed aside by some of the media, proponent lobby groups, and those in the political sphere when we try to rationally explain with hard and true evidence that euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide legislation represents a minority worldview and socio-political agenda that should not be imposed onto healthcare and psychosocial services or institutions due to the harms it would create. We are also concerned by the rapidity of the uptake of such bills in Australia, despite it being a minority view, and for Australia, an untested trend that already demonstrates distress and ambiguity created in healthcare environments, fears or confusion around what constitutes palliative care, and even a wrongful death due to coercion. There are only 16 worldwide jurisdictions with such legislation, 5 of which are in Australia. If one examines the USA alone, where the Oregon model exists, 88 bills have been rejected in the last 4 years, with legislation reversed in New York City the same year the Victorian bill was passed, because of concerns around safety and the negative impacts towards those in need of healthcare and social services, as well as the resultant degradation of services. There have been or are many reasons demonstrable why New South Wales should not follow this trend. We have this opportunity for discernment here today in New South Wales, and it should not be wasted. We add to this also the scaremongering created by misrepresentation of coronial statistics on suicide in the seriously ill, which do not serve to inform New South Wales citizens of what can be availed and what should occur instead. The claims that VAD will eliminate suffering are illusory only, as dissection of this information demonstrates that most of these assumed bad deaths as claimed in Victoria and now in New South Wales would not have been prevented by VAD legislation, and in fact they may have not occurred if referred to appropriate psychosocial or palliative care services. We also see emotive or subjective interpretation of what the legislation represents above true representative opinion polls and majority worldview, which show that Australians would actually want access to general service provision and palliative care addressed ahead of VAD legislation, as we do. Australians also harbour concerns about the lack of safety inherent in VAD bills for the vast majority of vulnerable individuals in need of that care. The bill also is contrary to what is actually recommended by major Australian and New South Wales inquiries towards self-provision of that care. Our written submission has also provided evidence for this. Specifically, the New South Wales bill has far-reaching implications and requires major legislative changes in criminal, coronial and healthcare regulatory acts that makes mistakes, abuse and coercion more likely. Significantly, there are inadequacies in the process with regards to patient assessment, provision of a poison, lack of detailed medication safety processes and record keeping, assumptions in the witnessing process, brief turnover period prior to suicide, and the allowing for a patient to be euthanized, all creating potential for abuse and errors, not to name problems for investigations of wrongful practices or breaches by the Health Secretary, and also erosion of the coroner's ability for investigation. Euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide are not part of evidence-good end-of-life practices or palliative care, nor are they medical treatments and not made so through an individual's assertion of autonomy, which is then described as choice in care. Healthcare professionals, institutions and care workers are not agents of state for social political agendas, which this bill is. The practices within this bill and expected of clinicians, healthcare workers and institutions are contrary to the standards of safe and ethical clinical practice, conduct and guidelines. The approaches to process in the bill is devoid of the usual rigour of history-taking, clinical investigation and or management and referral necessary for best practice approach, patient safety and quality assurance. Examples of this are in the presumptions made and lack of adequate process around the determination of competence, mental health and coercive influences in decision-making. This would be compounded further by the inaccuracies inherent in allowing telehealth assessments to be utilised and the subjective measures of what is tolerable or intolerable for a given individual and their relatives. Another example is in the doctor being able to endorse or suggest suicide even if that doctor's attitudes or behaviour creates undue influence towards suicide by their action or demonstrable attitude, and even from a doctor with no expertise, experience or qualifications to serve that patient's needs. These circumstances are also contrary of the preamble claims in the bill around undue influence. We also provided evidence for what it means in our submission to a patient's decision-making, including the fostering of fears that may never eventuate or can be managed and prevented.
I apologise for interrupting, but I'm just wondering if there's much more to go because...
No.
Yeah. No, I reckon she's entitled to bowl her arm over. Right?
No, I understand. I'm just making sure that we've got time for questioning, and also there's 2 other witnesses to make opening statements. But
yes.
Thank you.
As I said, it fosters fears. It may foster fears that never eventuate or can be managed or prevented, reinforcement of a sense of burden or hopelessness, or by leaving depression, which is common, untreated. This replaces good practice and care with inaccurate assumptions and a bureaucratic tick box of expectations and conduct which give preference to euthanasia and assisted suicide. It creates upward coercive influences, which is void of the rigour and care expected of clinicians, healthcare and care workers faced with requests or expressed desires. It's also contrary to evidence and our almost universal experience that when the request for hastening is made, explored, appropriately managed, compassionately so, and referred for appropriate management with symptom control, advanced care planning, that most patients' fears and desire diminish and distress dissipates. People usually change their minds, their sense of suffering is relieved, quality of life, hope, outlook, meaning, and a sense of dignity is usually restored with the medical and psychosocial care and accompaniment they receive. Just to cut myself shorter then, just for your own sake, the bill is not neutral and is not just about choice. There are, for example, no safeguards for the majority of patients or vulnerable to this legislation and their doctors or institutions of care. Protections and sanctions are illusory and unenforceable. The limited mention of conscience without any true rights around the expression of sound professional objections is another example here. Institutions, doctors and care staff would be expected to be complicit in actions against their professional ethics and usual standards of knowledge and approach to patient safety and care, creating workspaces filled with tensions or conflicts imposed often in already challenging normal circumstances, and compounding further the degree of conflicts and stresses that we are receiving in pandemic conditions. The only real protections offered in this bill are for the narrow reference group and doctors it was designed for. Priority in New South Wales should be given to the majority health, aged and psychosocial agendas ahead of VAD legislation. This includes access and delivery of quality and specialist palliative care through better funding and modelling arrangements of aged care. This bill does not serve to educate or inform the general public of the real and appropriate advocacy for those in challenging life circumstances or under duress, nor does it provide true choice for the vast majority of these citizens for their care. The bill should not be imposed on healthcare workers or healthcare institution inclusive of community services. This bill does not serve the healthcare needs and interests of New South Wales citizens in need or under our care, and would create a two-tiered system which favours a small reference group for which it was written above the larger communal rights and good healthcare practices. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask, please, through you to the witness, to the whole statement to be incorporated to Hansard? I noted from her comments, unless I misunderstood her, that there was a chunk cut out to effectively meet what was an indication of shortening it.
Well, I'd object to that process. It's novel and I haven't heard it done in a committee.
If that's the case, I would like to hear the difference to the opening statement that was cut out, because it's important, it was prepared, the witnesses were asked to prepare an opening statement. With the greatest respect, they're entitled to complete their opening statement without cutting a chunk out.
Well, I support Mr Donnelly. Let's get it done.
Well, I have no difficulty with the statement being tabled and then being put as a being tabled as a submission, an addendum to the submission. But I think it's a bad precedent to allow witnesses to incorporate on.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting if she wants to. The witness. Let's just let her finish.
I'm prepared to rule, and if you feel that it's important to have your opening statement read in completeness, then I'll allow that. I do, however, note that we do have other witnesses who also have the opportunity to do so. But I'm happy to allow you to complete your opening statement and read on the sections that you believe, if you believe it is important for the debate.
I'm happy to table it for the sake of proceeding with the time that we have, and hopefully questions will raise my ability to answer those sections for you. Thank you.
And that's obviously the challenge we've got, is that the longer that opening statements go, the less time we've got to interrogate any evidence.
No doubt Greg can ask a simple question like, what did you miss?
Associate Professor Best, can I invite you to make an opening statement, please?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to attend the hearing. I'm an Associate Professor of Bioethics. I've worked as a palliative care physician and in state and federal government palliative care policy. I'd like to express my concerns about the risks of euthanasia laws in general and the New South Wales VAD law in particular. The bill should not be made law in New South Wales. It represents a significant danger to the sick and vulnerable members of our community and disrupts the normal provision of health care. It appears designed to ensure that the maximum number of citizens die from VAD without ensuring that adequate healthcare provisions, which may deflect a desire to die through VAD, are universally available. As such, it doesn't represent a pathway to relieve suffering so much as a pathway to eliminate the sufferers. Furthermore, the content of the bill reflects a lack of understanding of the research on requests for hastened death, and as such represents a significant risk to citizens. I don't deny the reality of suffering, but would like to suggest, as an expert in the field, that what we are hearing at times is the distress of those witnessing the end of life, rather than those whose life is drawing to a close. Furthermore, we know that even in the midst of suffering, the overwhelming majority of those dying retain a strong will to live and would not choose VAD for themselves. They may, however, choose it on behalf of their suffering relatives. Proponents of the bill suggest the legislation is required in view of high public support and evidence of safety of legislation in other jurisdictions. I've provided evidence in my submission that single question polls using emotive language artificially raise the support rates, and that more extensive questionnaires performed in Australia in the last year have shown that public support for VAD falls to less than 50% as respondents are given more information, and that there is more public support for universal access to palliative care than to VAD. Safety of legislation is usually claimed by reference to Oregon, USA. This is because there is such dreadful evidence of abuse in countries such as the Netherlands, Belgium, and more recently Canada, that proponents try to pretend it's not relevant to Australia. For example, there are persistent reports from the Dutch government that approximately 1,000 patients per year are killed each year without their knowledge or consent. 1,000. We don't have sufficient evidence to know how the Australian experience is playing out, although anecdotal evidence suggests there are problems in Victoria already, with an exponential rise in the number of deaths, and our bill has less safeguards than their law. The reason there's little evidence of abuse in Oregon is because there is little evidence collected by the government. Government reports admit that they rely entirely on self-report of the physicians administering physician-assisted suicide, and it's been likened to enforcing the speed limit by relying on drivers to report their own infractions. They admit they may not know the full story, and non-government research has showed evidence of abuse, which I've listed in my submission. It's surprising that proponents rely on the Oregon experience to reassure members of Parliament in that our bill is not based on the Oregon model at all. There are significant differences, such as the fact that Oregon's law specifically prohibits euthanasia and allows only physician-assisted suicide, and it requires the patient to have a 6-month prognosis with no 12-month exceptions. It also has a longer cooling-off period, and if a diagnosis of depression is suspected, the patient needs to be referred for counselling. In Oregon, physical symptoms are not a prominent reason for requesting assisted suicide anyway. Officials from Sweden recently decided against pursuing VAD after investigating the problems with the Oregon model. For instance, they discovered that the short prognosis can be avoided by saying that a non-terminal illness such as diabetes, which is eminently treatable, can be terminal if you never take the treatment. Therefore, the legislation is used by non-terminal patients, which was not the original intention of the Parliament. Again and again, parliaments across the world reject euthanasia legislation because it is not safe. I can elaborate on that if you wish. Proponents of the bill, on the one hand, suggest there's no difference between VAD and giving sedation at the end of life. However, a person with a 12-month prognosis is not actively dying. They are still living, and who knows what treatments can become available in that time. I have personally discharged people from palliative care when new treatments completely turn their disease around. The bill is designed to ensure the maximum number of people die through VAD. Proponents are reframing traditional safeguards as barriers to access, so that the opportunity to avoid death for those who wish to die is transient or due to lack of mental capacity or illness are led directly down the VAD pathway without the standard medical treatments they would currently be offered to investigate the cause of their distress. Research in Melbourne this year found that less than 5% of patients who initially expressed a desire for hastened death actually proceeded to access VAD. This bill would make unsafe legislation and bad medicine. Up till now, patients expressing suicidal intent are treated as a psychiatric emergency. Why is this group of patients being treated so differently? It is simply not possible to write a safe VAD bill. Parliamentarians have to decide if they want to support state-sanctioned killing for the small number who would avail themselves of this legislation, or if they want to fulfil their role of providing security for the majority. I would suggest that it is not the role of Parliament to fulfil the wishes of the few for autonomy at the end of life. The role of this committee is to decide what is in the best interests of our community and whether this Parliament should endorse the view of this small group who say that there are some lives that are not worth living. And if you do decide to endorse this view, whether you're going to make it a restricted service for those in extremis or the fast track to premature death. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. Dr. Wenham, can I invite you to make an opening statement?
Mr. Chair and Committee members, I would like to thank you for this inquiry and the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Dr. Smith. I have worked in the specialty of palliative medicine for 19 years. I moved to the outback mining town of Broken Hill 9 years ago when I was appointed as the first and only specialist palliative care physician employed by the Far West Local Health District. I'm the elected co-chair of the Agency of Clinical Innovation's End of Life and Palliative Care Network Executive. However, I'm appearing today in my personal capacity only. I am passionate about providing high quality, patient-centred palliative and end-of-life care for the rural and remote community within which I live. As the only specialist palliative care physician working in rural and remote New South Wales, I desire to see everyone across New South Wales have equitable access to high-quality holistic palliative care at home and in their own community, which will allow them to live as well as they can for as long as they can, to achieve their goals, and as their disease progresses, to die a natural death in the place they want to be. Therefore, I cannot support the legalisation of physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia in New South Wales. Palliative care is an approach that improves the quality of life for patients and their families facing the problems associated with life-limiting illness. Palliative care addresses suffering and enhances quality of life. Palliative care is not just for those in the last weeks and days of life, but it occurs from diagnosis through to death and supports families in their bereavement. Genderless care should be approved by any clinician in any care setting, by any GP, hospital doctor and nurse, or aged care facility nurse. This is basic care, which is delivered with variable results and must not be confused with specialist care. Specialist palliative care is a distinct specialty like cardiology, oncology, or neurosurgery. Central to the provision of best practice specialist palliative care is the meticulous assessment and early identification, treatment and support of the physical, psychological, emotional, spiritual, cultural and spiritual needs of patients and their families. For this to occur, patients need access to highly trained and skilled multidisciplinary specialist clinicians. People who are dying and their families require care and support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I trained to become a specialist in palliative care for 10 years. I am trained to practice safe, high-quality, evidence-based palliative medicine, and this is what I do every day. The research consistently shows that, when compared to standard care, including palliative care provided by non-specialists, the early introduction to specialist palliative care leads to significant improvements in patients' pain control, symptom management, quality of life, mood, care in their place of choosing, and contrary to public popular opinion, longer survival. For patients who are known to our Far West service, we are consistently providing high-quality palliative care that supports and enables 98% of patients to be cared for and to die with their symptoms controlled in their place of choice, surrounded by those they love. However, we know that only 50% of people who are living in New South Wales who would benefit from palliative care are able to access it, whether that be generalist or specialist, and only half of those that are accessing specialist support. We also note Australians living in regional, rural and remote New South Wales, these numbers are even fewer. It is vital to ensure that everyone in New South Wales who has uncontrolled suffering due to advanced progressive illness can access and be seen by the highly skilled specialists who are trained to help them. It is also vital to ensure that patients are provided with information about treatment options and likely outcomes for their advanced progressive illness and palliative care by the specialists who are trained in that field. This bill assumes that all doctors understand what care is available for any patient, and that is simply false. That is why we specialise, to gain knowledge that others do not have. The New South Wales Health Department provides us clinicians with guidance to ensure compliance with New South Wales law on obtaining consent for medical treatment from patients. This guide states that the clinician gaining valid informed consent must have the necessary skills and experience to undertake the treatment in order to ensure that the patient has sufficient relevant information to enable them to make their own decision about the proposed treatment. I am not a neurosurgeon, so I do not have the training, up-to-date knowledge or clinical experience to provide cancer patients, for example, sufficient relevant information regarding all possible treatment options and likely outcomes for the management of the rating. Therefore, how can a single clinician who is discussing bad with a patient provide them with sufficient relevant information regarding all the possible treatment options for their illness or palliative care to allow them to make an informed choice when that clinician is not trained in the specialty of the patient's disease, nor is trained in specialist palliative care? We cannot or would not speak on behalf of another specialist in another field. That would be medical negligence. Therefore, how can a non-palliative care specialist do on their behalf? In addition, we can state that treatment is ineffective until we have trialled it for a sufficient time. Therefore, how can we say that a patient has unrelieved suffering when we have only provided them with information about treatment options and not actually implemented the treatment itself? There isn't a week goes by when a patient, or more frequently a family member, is asking for suicide or euthanasia. When this occurs, I take time to explore that request. Patients, it's usually due to fear of what may happen, fear of loss of control, fear of symptoms, fear of being a burden. In my submission, I provided an example of how patients change their mind when they actually experience the care they need. I'm sure every specialist palliative care practitioner will be able to tell you multiple similar stories. The patients are requesting usually due to their own distress of watching their loved one dying and the grief that accompanies death. I often hear relatives express their belief that their loved one is experiencing extreme pain and suffering. However, my independent and objective clinical assessment identifies that the patient is settled, comfortable, and has good symptom control, whilst it is the grieving relative who translates their own emotional distress and pain onto the patient, so colouring the suffering we see in their loved one. This is why the Medical Board of Australia Code of Conduct for Doctors states that doctors should avoid providing medical care to anyone with whom you have a post-mortem activity. The code acknowledges that in doing so, it is inappropriate because of the lack of objectivity. It is the same loss of objective perspective that clouds the opinions of loved ones as they transfer their own emotional distress, pain and suffering on what they believe that their dying family member is experiencing. I certainly do not seek to minimise the immense distress felt by family members and loved ones in any way, but I do ask that you consider the emotional stories you have read and heard of witnesses supporting bad in this context. The emotional distress associated with grief will never be relieved by physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. This emotional distress associated with grief, it is vital to ensure that equitable access to highly trained and resourced services that are able to provide emotional support and grief counselling to carers, relatives and families both during the illness as well as after death. Palliative care is a privileged journey we share with our patients and their families. We walk alongside them to relieve pain and other symptoms, to provide holistic support and to offer hope and quality of life. On the contrary, VAD seeks to alleviate the trials associated with life-limiting illness with premature death. Despite the Canadian government's commitment to improve access to healthcare end-of-life care, there is in fact evidence to demonstrate the profoundly negative impact that medical assistance in dying legislation has had on Canadian palliative care services, including palliative care resources and functions being diverted to assisted dying, particularly in rural areas. Therefore, I cannot support this bill. To pass it prior to ensuring specialist palliative care is accessible across New South Wales will create further inequity, and rather than creating choice for a few, will ensure further segregation for the majority. Instead, I believe we have unique opportunities to impact every single New South Wales resident by positively investing in equitable and sustainable specialist palliative care services, ensuring we develop comprehensive, highly trained, 24/7 access to inpatients and community palliative care services in every city, town and community across our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wynnum. Noting the time, we've only got about 6 minutes for questions, so I'm going to invite questions from the panel.
I think Anthony looks excited.
I'll kick off. I just wanted to raise a question with Professor Cigolini.
Yeah.
Cigolini's opening statement, where you said that euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide are not part of evidenced good end-of-life practices or palliative care. And then you go on to say, nor are they medical treatments and not made so through an individual's assertion of autonomy which is then described as choice, which you put in inverted commas in your statement. And I wanted to put to you a question about whether you think individual choice is an essential component of the practice of good end-of-life care.
Well, yes, we do. We practice patient-centred care and family-centred care. That is our principle. However, what you're describing is not usually our experience of what we actually need to provide and also what patients request from us. We experience people coming and talking about hastening or desire to die as usually a cry for help and or an exploration of what their choices actually are at that time of life. And similar to Sarah and to Megan, what you'll find is someone like myself has got nearly 40 years of experience. Invariably, people usually adjust and also then seek appropriate medical care as we provide it. If you are considering this a choice issue only, however, the issue is that you're imposing a non-medical intervention onto healthcare. This is what we are stating.
Imposing anything, are they? I mean, the individual, all other considerations aside.
I'm not questioning the individual. I'm not questioning the individual. I'm questioning this bill. So this is the issue that is here today. We're discussing this particular bill.
But assuming an individual seeking to exercise their rights in full command of their faculties, with their eyes wide open, want to exercise the choice to end their life, isn't that ultimately control over your life, control over your body? That's at the core of a human right, isn't it?
Can I suggest that even though autonomy is highly respected within healthcare, medical practitioners are not tradesmen who are there to do whatever the patient wants. We are expected to exert our professional expertise to work out what is in the best interests of the individual, and that is how we decide. We do not necessarily do whatever the patient wants. What we're saying is that if you want to impose VAD on the healthcare system using doctors to assess eligibility and giving it a mask of legitimacy by pretending it is a valid end-of-life care option, you are confusing issues of liberty with the traditional practice of medicine, which is first to do no harm. And if it is going to be a liberty issue, by all means legalise VAD, but don't put it in the healthcare system. Don't tell people who have trained to preserve life to start killing them. So what I think you should do is introduce VAD as a non-healthcare service with a government office where people can go and express their autonomous wishes and receive VAD without this false cloak of legitimacy by putting it within the hospital.
I believe Mr. Khan had a follow-up question.
The follow-up question is this, Dr. Best. You say
Professor Best.
I'm sorry, Associate Professor. My question is this. Accepting what you say, if a patient arrives at a facility with an advanced care directive that specifies that certain treatments are not to be received, or indeed hydration or food, you would respect that expression of autonomy, would you not?
We express wishes for autonomy within the bounds of what is legal and what is in what we believe the best interests of the patient.
Well, Associate Professor, I'll again ask, if the patient turns up with an advanced care directive that says no hydration, no food, not to receive particular treatments, you would respect that wish, would you not?
A patient has
we
the
are
right
not
to
talking about whether autonomy is something we respect. Of course we respect autonomy. What I'm saying is that the choice to be killed by a doctor or ask them to prescribe a poison to allow them to kill themselves is not a legitimate medical act.
And also the rigour involved in assessing such a request as well. This bill takes away and creates an upward coercion towards suicide in the processes that we would have to follow in regards to this bill. So it's actually not good medical practice
Professor,
to accept such a thing on face
I'll just put
value.
to you, in terms of an advanced care directive, the patient turns up with it. It's signed by the patient. Let's supposing you accept that it has been signed by the patient. There's not a requirement that the patient has received any medical advice before executing that advanced care directive, is there?
So in terms of the advanced care directive, a doctor has a right to examine the validity of the advanced care directive. That's the first thing. Secondly,
how, Professor?
Well, usually you use, as I said, you find out the history, you find out the person's motivations, whether they may have had a coercive influence or a past history of abuse, or whether they have got other agendas that are deciding things. We make sure that they're not depressed, which is a treatable condition. We ensure that they've not been given misinformation about what is available for them as well. The Advanced Care Directive should be a guide to when a patient would not get better, what their options for their treatment would be.
Professor, could I invite you to go and look at Hunter New England Area Health Service and you will see there a circumstance of a patient with, I think, schizophrenia, who expressed desires as to how their treatment was. That case says it's valid. Your inquiry
What's
with
valid?
regards to...
What was valid? What was valid? I'm sorry.
Your inquiries that you refer to are not criteria, I suggest, that are binding in respect of that advanced care directive.
But you haven't pointed out to us what was valid in that advanced care directive.
That advanced care directive was valid because it was made by a capable patient.
But advanced care directives aren't legally enforceable in New South Wales.
Really?
Yes.
Is that what you say?
Yes.
So
all right.
So the other issue there, I'm sorry, Trevor, I think, is it okay if I call you Trevor?
We've met before.
Yes. The other issue there, Trevor, is that the Advanced Care Directive is usually meant to guide a management when a person is no longer capable of expressing their views, and when it was made in a situation that they were competent, and usually in an end-of-life situation. It's not... If they do, any patient has the right to refuse treatment well before that end-of-life period. That does not require an advanced care directive. However, when you're talking about an advanced care directive in an end-of-life period, that is actually trying to guide management. Some patients would like trials of treatment in that period. Some patients would not. Whatever their concerns are and whatever their wishes are at that time, if they are actually dying, we try to fulfill their wishes in providing a peaceful death, hopefully within their place of care which they have chosen, if possible. But that does not require us to compromise standards and compromise our own management of people to include death, to include creating death.
Just noting the time, we've only got 2 minutes left, and I should have the next witnesses already seated. But Mr. Shoebridge has a pressing question.
Can I just provide on notice the advice we're given from New South Wales Health Department regarding the legality of advanced directives?
I was actually going to ask that from you. So thank you.
Professor Best, are you saying it is legitimate for a medical practitioner to ignore the wishes in advanced care directive if the advanced care directive has been validly given? Are you saying...
Yes, in some circumstances.
Let me finish the question, please, Professor. Are you saying it's the role of the medical profession to ignore those wishes and assert their values over the patient they're treating, even when it's a validly given directive?
Yes, if a patient comes and says, I want you to do everything, if I'm in extremis and I want you to do everything, we are not obliged to do everything.
We aren't.
I'm asking in circumstances, clearly,
you're not...
let me finish. I'm asking in circumstances clearly, in the context of someone asking for things not to be done.
Yes.
Your answer was disingenuous. I put to you, Associate Professor.
Point of order.
You misunderstood.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
Well, the member has directly confronted the witness.
Which is what I'm entitled to do.
Yeah, and said that her answer was disingenuous.
I'm allowing her
Well,
to...
no,
hang on. Now, we conduct these inquiries with an understanding of respect around the table, particular witnesses.
I understand, Greg.
I haven't finished my point.
No, I'm ready to rule.
No, I haven't finished.
I'm ready to rule.
At any time.
Well,
I can. No, I'm prepared to rule.
Well, I'll keep talking. Because I haven't
Well, you can, Greg, but that's rude, and I would ask you not to.
I think it's
the question
rude.
was in order.
I think it's rude
the
saying
question
to the
was in
member.
order. The question was in order, and I'll allow Mr.
disingenuous.
Shoebridge to continue.
I believe it's unfair and unreasonable to not let me complete
you can
my
cavil
point
my
of order.
ruling if you want to actually do that.
Well, I might do that.
No, by all means.
Yeah.
If you want to,
we don't insult
you can challenge
members.
my ruling. You know the procedure.
We know.
I dare you to challenge my procedure.
We know. We operate
challenge
respectfully.
my ruling, Greg.
We know. We act
Don't talk
respectfully.
over me. I will ask you.
We know.
Greg.
We act respectfully.
Greg.
We know.
Greg.
That you don't accuse a witness of being disingenuous.
No. Well. The question was in order. Mr. Shoebridge was allowed to do that. Then I guess you challenge my ruling.
The question.
Deputy Chair, challenge my ruling then.
It's the calling of
by
the
all
witness
means challenge the ruling, or be quiet.
No. I do not accept a member.
Okay, well then challenge the ruling.
I do not accept.
If you don't believe it, challenge the ruling. I'm not going to sit here and be interrupted like this.
Well,
challenge the ruling and do it properly, or be quiet.
You do not.
Challenge the ruling or be quiet.
You do not.
Challenge the ruling or be quiet.
Where's? It's not acceptable for a member around this table.
Greg, there are the two options open to you now.
No, it's not acceptable.
No, the two options open to you. Challenge the ruling or be quiet.
I'll keep repeating it. It's not acceptable for a member.
Could I ask that we go into a deliberative session?
I think we should. I propose to go into a deliberative
for the best
session.
at this point.
I just make an apology to the.
Welcome back to the broadcast. Our deliberative is finished. I've ruled the question in order, and before I allow Mr. Shoebridge to complete, the Deputy Chair just wants to make a statement.
I'd just like to make a personal explanation on behalf of myself. My behaviour in terms of challenging and cavilling with the Chair's clear ruling on the matter was unacceptable. I have accepted that was wrong. I ought not to have done that. I have apologised to the Chair and the whole committee for the embarrassment that's visited upon him, this committee and the Parliament. I'm sincerely sorry for that, and I also wish to offer that apology to the witnesses, all three, anyone who's here today in the general public and anyone who may be watching the inquiry.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoebridge, if you can continue your question, please.
Well, I think I'll restate it and then ask you to take it on notice, given the time, Associate Professor Best.
Very well.
I put the proposition to you that your answer, setting out the circumstances in which a practitioner may refuse to follow an advanced care direction, was disingenuous, because you were referring to circumstances where a patient had asked for additional care, and indeed the proposition that was put to you was about circumstances where a patient wanted reduced care or indeed no care or no sustenance. And I'd ask you to respond to that on notice and provide a response to circumstances in which a practitioner may refuse an advanced care direction where the request was for limited or no care.
Very well.
Well, that concludes this session of the hearing. For the witnesses, the Secretariat will be in contact to arrange the tabling of questions you've taken on notice, and I thank you very much for your appearance today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break now while we prepare for the next set of witnesses. Well, welcome back to this afternoon's session. I'll now invite the witnesses in the room and via the WebEx system to state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Dr. Andrew Montague, General Manager, Hammond Care Health and Palliative Care. Swear the oath.
Thank you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And I'll just remind all the witnesses to bring the microphones nice and close so that it aids audibility.
Mark Green, National Director of Mission Little Company Mary Healthcare, also known as Calvary. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
My name is Professor Richard Chai. I'm Director of the Sacred Heart Supportive and Palliative Care at St Vincent's Hospital, Sydney, and I'm here on behalf of St Vincent's Health Australia and also Catholic Health Australia. I do solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
My name is Julia Abrahams. I'm the Chief Legal Counsel of Catholic Healthcare. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
My name is Grant Millard. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Anglicare Sydney. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
My name is Andrew Cole. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Hammond Care, and I've been granted Life Fellowship of the College of Physicians. And I do swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Dr. Hughes on WebEx.
My name is Dr. Rachel Hughes. I'm the Director of Palliative Care at Calvary Market in Newcastle, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite opening statements, and I'm not sure if each member has their own opening statement, but if they do, if you could keep it short to no more than a couple of minutes because of the reduced time, we've only got about 5 minutes per person. Dr. Montague.
Excellent. Professor Andrew Cole and I are doing a shared joint statement, so Professor Cole commence if that's okay, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Professor Cole.
Thank you. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee. Thank you for your diligence. Dr. Andrew Montague and I shall present each a few further points beyond what is in the content of Hammond Care's submission in relation to this bill. Hammond Care provides home care, residential care and healthcare services, both in hospital and community settings, in aged care and palliative care, and operates Dementia Support Australia. Though most of our work is in New South Wales, we are at work in Victoria, and we have adjusted our operations there to reflect their VAD legislation. Hammond Care nevertheless endorses palliative care as the most appropriate service and approach to supporting and caring for people who are nearing the end of their lives. Our organisational concerns relate to capacity, equity, conscience, accreditation and bereavement. The New South Wales Bar Association submission says that a person wishing to access VAD needs to have the capacity, in their words, to waive the right to life. The standard for mental capacity, we believe, should match that applying in similar circumstances, for example, making or changing a will, donating a power of attorney. Unlike in younger people, it is our experience that assessing capacity in older people is not always straightforward, even with capacity toolkits. Capacity is often variable. It may be affected by illness and medications taken. Lengthy discussions with older people and family members are often needed to clarify both the wish to act and the capacity to decide, even in matters that many of us would think were less consequential. For example, transition to aged care. Frequently our experience that we spend a lot of time speaking with both family, the individual person and the members of their family about the decision making in that situation. Our concern is that more specialist input, including by mental health professionals, is required at multiple stages in the VAD process proposed, both to assess and verify capacity early on, and we support that a mental health professional should be a member of the proposed VAD board.
Access to the VAD scheme must be truly voluntary, with people having had prior full opportunity to discuss and understand their conditions, then access and receive good state-of-the-art palliative care services. The reality on the ground, though, with health services and in a lot of parts of our community, is that both of these steps cannot be taken for granted. And there's actually quite a lot of inequity when you look at rural and regional provision of palliative care services, and also from nearly 25 years' experience into the degree of discussion that medical practitioners will have with patients in hospitals. Further, given the significant real limitations of telehealth, we acknowledge that telehealth does have a place in the healthcare system, but we believe that use of this as a communication method to have discussions around VAD should be reconsidered, and it really is something that would need to happen in person. The other thing we'd like to emphasise is that the conscientious objection by Hammond Care staff in our community settings will not, and if the bill comes into legislation, will not change the care that we provide to people, and we will not neglect them as a result. Our Victorian nursing home residents may choose to access VAD provided by outside practitioners, even though our nurses, doctors and care assistants will not at all be involved with the process. Our chaplains, however, do continue to provide support both to the individual, their families and the staff. And one of the issues that we do have concern around is having adequate services to provide support to those people when someone has passed away.
Thank you very much.
So having discussed capacity, equity and conscience, with the issue of accreditation of staff, it's unclear how VID might operate in hospitals, whether public or private, where accreditation of senior specialist medical staff to provide services is a central plank of assurance of quality healthcare. Given evidence that the overwhelming majority of people at the end of their life prefer to die at home, the best practice might seem to be that a person wishing to access VAD is supported to return home to end their life there, if that is at all possible. And the strong cultural preferences that will govern that in many different situations. In a previous life, I worked in East Asia, where I went there thinking to establish a palliative care service in a hospital, and discovered in the first couple of months that 100% of my patients wanted to go home to die. So we established a palliative care service at home. And certainly one of the shortcomings of palliative care in the present situation in New South Wales is that many people wish still to go home to die, and for a variety of reasons cannot. Finally, the bill makes no specific mention of the need for special provision of bereavement support to families after VAD, and we believe this should be addressed. We don't think that the existing bereavement service resources are adequate, and that it is likely that there will be special bereavement needs after a VAD instance, particularly if you have a situation where you have some family members that agree and some family members that disagree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Cole. And Dr. Montague. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Calvary acknowledges the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and pays our respects to elders, traditional custodians and First Nations peoples who live on these lands. We also acknowledge you, the members of the Legislative Council who constitute this committee, and we thank you for this invitation to appear. Dr. Rachel Hughes, who joins me via video link this afternoon, is our Director of Palliative Care at Calvary Mater, Newcastle. Rachel is a palliative medicine specialist with a background in rural and remote primary care and aeromedical retrieval. Rachel is currently working in partnership across a number of co-design projects locally and regionally to improve access of patients and carers to needs-based palliative care. Dr. Hughes will assist by addressing some particular clinical questions members may have. I will provide our opening submission. So Calvary, I think, is well known to you, and our credentials are set out in our submission. Suffice to say that our focus since the 4th of November 1885 has been on the care of the dying. Calvary is concerned that the legalisation of voluntary assisted dying in New South Wales, while ostensibly benefiting a small percentage of people, perhaps 1 in 200 of those who die, who want the option of euthanasia available to them, nevertheless poses a greater unintended but foreseeable risk to people living with significant vulnerability. In addition, I think, as has been previously stated, our capacity as a state to provide palliative and end-of-life care, particularly in regional, rural and remote areas, is at best inconsistent. People cannot be said to have equitable access to quality needs-based care as they approach and reach the end of their lives. Despite experiencing higher levels of morbidity and mortality, people living in rural and remote areas have poorer access to healthcare, including, as we've heard, palliative care services. Pain management, medication management, staff knowledge and training are essential and critical ingredients of effective care as a person comes to the end of their life. By legalising VAD, do we really address this inequity for 199 out of 200 people who will die and who will not want to access or seek VAD? And if we do not address this existing inequity, are we offering any semblance of real choice to people who are living with a serious and potentially very frightening disease to find a way to live as fully as possible until they die? And in our statement, you'll see reference to something Dr. Natasha Moore said, and while I won't quote the entire statement, she does suggest that the elements that we need to look at as a state are the resources available for palliative care, the patient-doctor relationship, family dynamics at the end, our understanding of dementia, disability and suffering in general. And as is so often the case, it is the already vulnerable who have most to fear. Uncertainty and fear mandate comprehensive information provision and symptom management. The unmet need and distress is highly complex, and VAD legislation simply does not and cannot address this. Of course, few would disagree with the general thrust of the principles in Clause 4 that a person exercising a power or function under the bill must have regard to. But it's in the operation of the Act, particularly the role of the coordinating practitioner in Division 3, that it would seem to Calvary that little attention is paid to ensuring that those principles in Clause 4 are evident and operationalised in the process. Clause 28 speaks about the information to be provided, but the clause does not address the greater questions of solidarity, accompaniment, and the preparation for the journey which is each of our deaths. We risk selling many people short. And it is Calvary's submission, may also open the door to new kinds of failure, missed opportunities, suffering and abuse, unintended, but Calvary submits not unforeseen. Yesterday, one of our patients wrote to Dr. Hughes, "I am dying. I've never done it before. I have no idea what I'm going to face, and this unknown is very daunting. Where do I turn to for help? Who can help me with the unique experience of having to face my own death, fully knowing it is imminent? Mentally and emotionally, I'm dealing with an enormous amount. My wife and family are also going through this experience, and they need help dealing with it as well. Where do I go for information to help demystify the great unknown of facing my own death? This is where I hope palliative care can help me with all of this and the things I haven't even thought of yet. I hope palliative care can ensure I'm comfortable as I can be, as informed as I can be. My loved ones are also considered in this situation, and they make the whole process as easy as possible and reduce the stress of the whole issue. Our organisation is reviewing our entire end-of-life care strategy, and Rachel and I are both involved. Our challenges are not unique. They affect and reflect all those that we all face collectively together. And we will face these challenges regardless of the outcome of these deliberations. In our consultation processes, a wide range of stakeholders have suggested that these are the things we need to attend to in our models of end-of-life care design. Public awareness and death literacy, training and education, ambulatory specialist multidisciplinary support, particularly in rural areas, workforce fragmentation and funding, major barriers. Critically, we need to know the whole person. Holistic care requires holistic data. Welcoming and accommodating care environments, care that respects dignity, identity and choices, and recognising that death and dying is hard on our people too. Who cares for the carer? I conclude on behalf of Calvary with a simple word about people in residential care, a particularly important group to consider and already vulnerable precisely because they are in this form of care. The operation of Clause 97(2) is particularly problematic for Calvary. In the same environment and indeed in the same room may reside a person or people who do not want to be associated with any form of euthanasia. As we stand aside to allow their fellow resident to take the VAD substance, how do we deal with that person's rights, their beliefs, fears, anxiety, and even anger that we have allowed this to happen in their home without their consent? How do we explain to them that we are upholding Principle 4K of this legislation? All persons have the right to be shown respect for their culture, religion, beliefs, values, and personal characteristics. This person might say, this act has violated my sanctuary and left me with grief and suffering I did not expect to have at this point in my life. And so we end where we began. Assisted dying legislation takes one kind of death and aims to make it easier. It's a deeply sympathetic goal. It also opens the door to new kinds of suffering and abuse, unintended but not unforeseeable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Professor Chai. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I wish to acknowledge the Gadigal people. I live on their land and I work on their land like you do, and I do respect what they've done for this land, and I wish them to continue what they have done for our lands for these countless generations. I'm a palliative care specialist, and I've worked in palliative care for 30 years. And I've worked in at St Vincent's Hospital since 1995, but also at Prince of Wales Hospital as well. So yes, I work for a Catholic institution, but my views, my ethics, my morals are my own and are not reflective necessarily of the Catholic ethos that I also acknowledge, but these views are my own. And therefore, I'm not a conservative. I'm actually a progressive doctor, and some would say I'm actually an aggressive doctor in the way I look after my patients. To give you an example, at one stage in the early days of the cannabinoid therapies, I held 20% of all of New South Wales authority to prescribe cannabis. Okay? So I'm not a conservative, and I'm progressive. I'm appalled at the many stories that you've heard and the many stories you've been told. It is an indictment on our health system. It's an indictment on a health system that lacks courage to confront dying. And because of that, you hear many stories of how poor the dying experience have been for many, many people. This health system and the attitudes I endure every day, they actually see palliative care as a failure. And whilst I acknowledge and the principles in Clause 4, that doesn't necessarily happen in our health system. It doesn't happen every day. My colleagues come across me and see me as a failure because I'm looking after their failures. They rely on me to tell patients they're dying. They're not trained, they're not confident to do it themselves, even though they may have been looking after these patients for many, many years, and I've only had 15 minutes with them. That's the health system that we encourage. That's the health system that you and I have created, that we don't look after our dying. And no wonder the stories that you hear, how poorly our dying are looked after. My experience with my father's poor care, and yes, I've put that in my submission, has led me on my path to provide care and compassion for those I look after now. My father's death has led to many receiving compassionate care. His death was not a failure. His death led me to make sure that lots of other patients are well looked after. I'm worried about this process, this legislation, and I'm worried about the calls for the swiftness of assessments, for example. It does not need the expertise to ensure patients are not written off prematurely. Yes, it does not need that assessment. It does not need an expert of the patient's medical illness. I just looked after a lady with multi-system atrophy, but what does that mean to a doctor? Not much, because that's a very rare disease. So how would you expect a lot of doctors to know how to look after patients like these, but also even to know whether they've reached the end of their treatment? I came across a man with lung cancer, and I was told there's nothing left for him, and therefore he needs palliative care. And it's only out of my curiosity, they actually found and asked for a test to be done on his lung cancer, which found a mutation, an EGFR mutation, which could be treated. No one else looked for it. And that meant, because of my curiosity, because of my expertise in looking after lung cancer patients, this man lived for another 5 years. So are we saying that anyone can look after anyone and decide who may not have the expertise in that individual disease, that they have the knowledge to write off a patient, that they are the end? So I'm saying that part of the assessment needs to be, is the disease at the end before going on to the next step? It does not need expert palliative care to be involved. Being given the option of palliative care by someone who may not understand palliative care is different from experiencing what palliative care can provide, what palliative care can provide in terms of benefits. There was a patient who had VAD in the Northern Territory right from the beginning, and her experience of palliative care was a 15-minute consultation in a hospital, and that was all the tick box required. Palliative care is not 15 minutes. It takes help from a palliative care doctor. It takes help from a palliative care nurse. It takes help from a palliative care social worker, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, psychologist. Are you expecting us to cram all of that in 15 minutes for a tick box exercise? Can I pose that question to you? Palliative care is not a 15-minute exercise. If you think it is, then it reduces my 7 years of training, my 26 years experience as a practitioner in palliative care to a tick box exercise. It demeans me as my specialty. It demeans me as a palliative care doctor to think that all that time comes down to a tick box. It does not need, I'm worried that it does not need a psychiatrist to ensure depression is not present. I'm worried that even the psychiatrist is not even asked if the treatment that a patient's on is actually working, or if other treatments are available before we decide on a say-so that depression is not present. A psychiatrist takes many, many years to diagnose depression. Can now VAD navigators have the same experience? It does not need a proper assessment to ensure that there's no coercion to pay off debts. I can't do that. I don't know how to do coercion. I don't know how to detect coercion in my practice of so many years. Are you expecting a VAD doctor to be able to do that, or assessor to be able to do that? I'm also worried that all of the above can be done via telephone call for patients in remote New South Wales. Yes, I know your legislation has to apply in metropolitan Sydney, but also has to apply in the most remote part of New South Wales. I do a lot of telehealth conversations, even with video consultations, and I miss a lot of things because I'm not there face to face. I'm not there laying my hands on the patient to find out more about the patient's condition. And you're asking us to do this via telephone call. I'm worried that this is a tick box exercise. I'm worried about the lack of documentation of the assessments that needs to be done. Other than a say-so in a letter, depression can't be diagnosed on a say-so. It needs a lot of experience. It needs tools to do that. Trying to assess cognition and remembering we have a bar, a high bar, a legal bar, a judicial bar as to what is a valid will. This is a bar that's much, much lower for someone deciding on their life's end. Do we not equate them at least the same? Coercion can't be excluded on a say-so. There are lots of background information, lots of background conversations that assessors may not be aware of. How do we bring that out? What kind of, I cannot detect coercion even in my experience. What hope do we have that a doctor can learn how to detect coercion in a 15-minute training video? That happens in Victoria now. I'm worried about the lack of authority that your review board that you're planning. If there's no formal assessments being presented to this review board, other than a say-so, is that enough? If we are not careful and we're not systematic in terms of looking for problems, then we'll never find them. You have asked the health system to be systematic. You have asked the health system to be systematic in the way we deal with problems. You have asked the health system to be systematic in the way we treat patients. Why not this as well?
Professor
if I
Chai,
practice medicine...
my apologies for interrupting you. Noting we've only got about 5 minutes left of this session.
Yes.
And I've got two more witnesses who have opening statements to make.
I'll finish with one last paragraph.
Thank you.
Yes, you've heard many, many terrible, heart-wrenching stories. And that's the reason why people are asking for assisted dying, no doubt. And we want to be compassionate. All of us practice, and you've asked us to practice by solving the root cause of problems. The lack of palliative care is the root cause. So I'll ask you a question to take away. Does assisted dying solve the root cause of our problems? Or does assisted dying solve the result of that root cause? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chai. And just before I ask the other two witnesses to make opening statements, Hansard have asked that those who have read their opening statements, if they could provide copies of those opening statements so that it makes transcribing easier. Ms Abrams, can I invite you to make an opening statement, please?
Can I thank the committee and the Parliament for giving us this opportunity to provide evidence? And I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are gathered and to show my respect for elders past, present and emerging. I'm here today on behalf of Catholic Health Australia. Nationally, its members constitute Australia's largest non-government grouping of health and aged care services. In New South Wales, CHA members provide about 8,000 residential aged care beds, 1,800 public and private hospital beds, and care for about 14,000 home care consumers. I am from one of CHA's members called Catholic Healthcare, where I have worked as the Chief Legal Counsel for over 12 years. Catholic Healthcare provides aged care services, residential, retirement, community, and most of our 40 homes and services are provided in New South Wales. I want to draw your attention to some of the things that I've observed in my legal practice that cause concern in light of the potential of this bill. And I'm talking about the intersection of a bill such as this with coercion and abuse and capacity. And I know that there has been evidence given about this before. But what I'd like to just draw your attention to is a number of cases in which I have been involved. I have seen cases where the assets of older people have been stripped, where people have been taken out of aged care homes to solicitors to have their wills redrafted. Earlier this year, I came across a forged guardianship tribunal, which a person had photoshopped to give themselves more powers than the tribunal ever intended, and also cases of abuse. One case concerned an older client living in a fairly isolated area with his carer and the son. The attending community nursing team observed constant issues in relation to the delivery of morphine. It just ran out, it disappeared. 6 months later, the client turned up in the ED, covered in scabies, monstrously undernourished, and blood tests showed that he had not had any morphine. As the evidence unfolded, it became apparent that the carer, a morphine user, was stealing the morphine for their own purposes. You know, in reading Hansard last night, I was struck about some comments made about, you know, almost it was fanciful to think that a bill like this could some way interplay with abuse of older persons. But the cases that I've been involved in are really quite shocking in some ways, and it's astounding what people will do. The other thing that is very pertinent about this case to the inquiry here is that there were so many people that were going through the house of that elderly person. There was a community nursing team, there was a GP, there were social workers, there were police doing police checks, and there were all sorts of people. And in the course of the proceeding, I kept on wondering, how is it that none of these people has picked up what was going on? And the only conclusion I could come to is that this style of abuse...
I think we've got to allow Catholic Health is a significant...
I'm just seeking how much longer the opening statement is, because we are...
I think we've just got to roll with it just at this stage. Yeah.
If the committee's happy to allow, we go over time.
The other option, and we just get into it.
Yeah.
We've
completed out. The session is due to finish now, so I'll allow you to finish and ask Mr. Millard to make a brief statement too. But unfortunately, we're not able to get to questions. So,
would you like me to table my statement?
I'm happy to allow you to have a bit more time, but I just wanted to be fair to Mr. Millard as well, to make sure that he has an opportunity to have a say before we call this session to a close. So if there's something pertinent that you feel needs to be addressed, I'm happy to provide you time for that.
I just think the witness is entitled to give a statement. I think at the very least.
Okay, I'm happy to do.
Other things we've done wrong.
I'm happy to do that, but I'm noting that it will impact. So please continue.
I'll try and be brief, and the things that I miss out, I'll table the statement and they can go into evidence in that way.
Thank you.
So, I've lost my train of thought now, but the point I'm making is that the things that can happen are really quite shocking. This is just one inquest that I've been involved in. I can recall a case a number of years ago, and I was called in to assist with the settlement of a claim, and it was a person non-English speaking who'd come into a hospital. They'd come in, their husband had spoken to the gynaecologist. The patient had had a tubal ligation. The patient thought that she was having an appendectomy. The thing was that the husband didn't want the children. The wife couldn't speak English, and that was the outcome of that situation. And here we're facing a bill which will say things like, well, you know, you can have consultations over the phone, you can have documents signed remotely. I've already said that earlier this year I came across a forged guardianship order. The interesting thing about that is that the clinical staff had been using that order as authoritative for years. It was only that it came to somebody like myself who said that language is odd, that you picked up that there was something really not right with the particular type of order. I can tell you about inquests that I've been in where persons had been determined to have capacity by GPs or by other people, and they're on the basis of that determination of capacity, they've engaged in conduct that brought about the end of their life. And then in the course of the inquest, and I'm talking about older people here, the expert psychogeriatrician has come on, I'm thinking of 2 or 3 cases where this has happened, that said that the assessment of capacity in an older person is a very specialised area, and that the capacity assessments of the GP and the staff at the nursing home, that they were completely wrong. So I know that we've got a presumption in favour of capacity in the bill, and I know that this is a common feature of the law, the presumption of capacity. But this, given what I've seen and the number of cases and the issues and the disputes between learned practitioners, when we're dealing with something as terminal as the end of life, I'm wondering whether this is the right place to just allow that presumption to stand. And I also, as I've said, I worry about coercion and abuse. And the last thing I'd say, as many people have said, is palliative care. I mean, we want to have an equal playing field for everybody, but manifestly that is not the case in relation to services such as palliative care. And one of the things I worry is something like, if we have the only option is VAD, is that a subtle coercion towards VAD? When another viable option, if we were prepared to fund it, would be excellent, accessible palliative care for everybody. I'm sorry, I've taken a bit long, but I will table the statement.
Thank you. Mr Millard, you've got the opportunity.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My organisation, Anglicare Sydney, is a large provider of residential aged care services in New South Wales and one of the largest providers of retirement living in Australia. Our residential aged care homes are intimately familiar with the end of life and dying, and yet it is a wonder that staff and residents are not immune to the grief of loss for friends that they've shared life with over months or years. Residential aged care homes celebrate life. It's particularly precious when it is short and measured in days and sometimes hours. Good residential aged care homes are communities of people doing life together. They are not a random association of autonomous individuals housed in an institution. They are a home where residents have chosen to live together in community. This bill under consideration will fundamentally change the confidence and trust that residents place in staff and management of homes. This bill will compel residential aged care operators to allow VAD in their homes, which will be against their objects, their mission and their calling. While supporting my colleagues here today, my primary focus will draw the attention of this committee to the fundamental lack of balance in this legislation. It's flawed because although the bill in Clause 89 expresses a form of conscientious objection for residential aged care homes, the operative provisions of Part 5 override any home's objection to VAD by absolutely prioritising the decision of one resident against the interests of their community who fundamentally disagree with the unnatural termination of human life. This result is untenable. It goes further than many of the proponents of VAD suggest in their own submissions. In support of this claim, I draw your attention to submission 43 of the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association, where paragraph 10, the position statement reads, and I quote, "Legislative reform must ensure that no individual, group or organisation shall be compelled against their will to either participate or not participate in an assisted or supported death of a person," end quote. The bill before this committee contravenes this principle by compelling residential aged care homes to participate in VAD. It will be impossible for the property, resources and staff of homes not to be involved. The amendments proposed in the Anglicare submission number 55 focus on correcting this imbalance and seek to insert a modest rebalancing of interests. And in formulating our suggested amendments, we've pursued the middle ground or the reasonable accommodation model, which has been documented again by proponents of the bill in submission 97 by Professors White, Wilmot and others. Standard 1 of the Commonwealth Aged Care Standards requires that an aged care recipient must be treated with dignity and respect and must be able to maintain their identity. They must be able to make informed choice about their care and services and live the life they choose. Our proposed amendments reinforce choice. Clause 98 of the bill as drafted supports informed choice by requiring advertising about the non-availability of VAD, and we support this. On the other hand, Clause 89 of the bill as drafted pretends there is choice, but currently there will be no choice for residents, staff and owners who do not want VAD to be practised in their homes, their home, where they've chosen to live well to the end and to experience life-affirming care. Proponents of the bill note that people should not be restricted from lawful choices in their home. Affirming and enabling individuals' choice drives this bill. The amendments proposed by Anglicare will not constrain choice for those who want to make use of the provisions under the bill. Our amendments proceed on the basis of informed choice by an individual to select a residential aged care home that provides VAD services should they choose. Standard 2 of the Commonwealth Aged Care Standards requires assessments, planning and regular reviews of care and services, including advanced care planning and end-of-life planning. To maintain compliance, a residential aged care home must facilitate review of residents' plans for end-of-life. And I'll finish. Pursuant to Clause 2 of this bill, there will be at least 18 months for any current resident to consider or reconsider a future choice for VAD and to make plans with a home support for any relocation that they may need to pursue. There is adequate time for informed choice and community education. I urge this committee to support the Anglicare amendments proposed in submission 55, which will promote dignity, choice and freedom of conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Millard, and thank you to all the witnesses who have provided their statements today. Unfortunately, we are out of time.
Can I ask for one question to be taken on notice?
Yes, Mr. Shoebridge.
It's really to Mr. Green and Mr. Montague. Both of your submissions, you say that the adverse potential consequences for people in the palliative care system. The only rigorous evidence we've had in relation to that is reference in submission 1A and a very recent Canadian journal, which found quite the opposite. A study of palliative hospice palliative care providers, and found a very positive response and a very positive outcome for palliative care providers in the last 4 to 5 years of the Canadian experience. So I just give you the opportunity, if you choose on notice, to persuade us why that evidence is not compelling.
And with that, I'll draw this session to a close. We'll have a short break while we switch witnesses, and then we will return with the next panel.
Interesting.
Well, thank you very much to the witnesses who have joined us now for the next session. Starting from my left, I'll invite the witnesses to state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and then I'll come to the witnesses on the WebEx after that.
I'm Peter Curtie, Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Independent Studies in Sydney and also Adjunct Associate Professor of Law in the School of Law at the University of Notre Dame. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
I'm Christine Campbell, Chair of the Australian Care Alliance. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Plankin Centre for Ethics at St Vincent's Hospital in Sydney and Australian Catholic University. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Daffy on the WebEx.
Yeah, Dr. John Daffy, spokesperson for the Australian Care Alliance. I solemnly declare that the evidence I give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite opening statements. Associate Professor Curry.
Chair, thank you for giving me the Sorry, is that okay?
Well, apologies. No, I mispronounced your surname.
Oh, that's quite right. Well, Chair, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give evidence at this inquiry. Much of what I've written about this issue, including my submission to the inquiry, has been in the course of my work at the Centre for Independent Studies. However, I appear today in my own capacity and not to represent the views of the CIS, which are quite divergent, in fact, on this matter. It's my view that the legalisation of voluntary assisted dying calls into question fundamental principles concerning the well-being of others and challenges some of our key moral principles about the deliberate taking of human life. And therefore, in my remarks, I'd like to set to sketch the broader impact that I believe VAD will have on our society. Advocates for the legislation tend to build their case upon a series of individual experiences, which are often tragic, and then they move from the specific to the general, although it has to be noted they tend to discount individual situations where abuse occurs. Those situations don't count against their argument. Now, while I certainly have great compassion for those who do suffer, this inductive approach to lawmaking, where a law with general application is argued for on the basis of specific observations, is, in my view, misguided. Rather, I believe we ought to adopt a deductive approach to lawmaking, which begins from the articulation of general principles and proceeds from there to address specific situations. The law which prohibits the deliberate taking of human life, a law informed by general principles regarding the value of every human life, is the same law that currently prevents the practice of voluntary assisted dying. It's my view that we tamper with this law at our peril, and in doing so, threaten great harm to our culture and to the fabric of our civil society. Certainly the medical profession ought to strive for the palliative relief of suffering. No one should ever have to die a bad death. Disagreement arises when over how to bring about that relief, however. I recognise that some struggle to access high-quality palliative care services in New South Wales, particularly those who live in rural and regional areas of our state, and this is an issue clearly on which the committee has already heard from palliative care specialists. However, it's my view that for us to turn to voluntary assisted dying as the source of relief from suffering is to overlook the fundamental role palliative care needs to play in the provision of health services. I should add that while compassion is often cited as a principal reason for sanctioning euthanasia, data from other jurisdictions suggests that inadequate pain control is seldom the main reason people seek assistance with ending their lives. I also think we must attend to the possible impact of legalised voluntary assisted dying on the medical profession itself, evidence on which a matter on which the committee has already heard a good deal of evidence. Licensing doctors to end the lives of their patients, I believe, threatens the trust a patient has in that doctor's professional commitment to her well-being. Damage to the relationship between doctor and patient will also damage the standing of the profession of medicine. By changing the law, we not only threaten the social, legal and cultural norms underlying civil society, we threaten to change society itself. It's already apparent from jurisdictions such as Belgium and the Netherlands that the categories of those eligible for VAD inevitably expand. Indeed, imposition of any categories of eligibility is inconsistent with arguments about autonomy of the individual. The testimonies of those who have watched the anguished deaths of family members are, of course, deeply moving. However, I believe that the legalization of euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide is ultimately an issue of public policy. In considering the proposed legislation, I believe that we need to act in such a way as to advance the common good and to uphold the fundamental principles of our society. In formulating legislation, we also need to adopt an appropriate form of reasoning which adheres to those fundamental principles rather than subverts them. In conclusion, Chair, my view is that the legalisation of voluntary assisted dying in New South Wales will enshrine in law what amounts to a subversion of those principles, a rejection of the duties we owe to others, and a rejection of the claims others have upon us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cody. Ms. Campbell, would you like to make an opening statement?
Dr. Daffy was intending to be up here, but due to medical necessity down in Melbourne and his work, he's had to remain there. So could he do the opening statement? I'll supplement it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Duffy. Oh, Dr. Duffy, apologies.
Thanks very much to the committee for the opportunity to present evidence today on this most difficult of subjects. To introduce myself, I'm a general and infectious disease physician with 30 years of experience, and I have particular skills in diagnosis, diagnostic error, and indeed errors within medical systems. The desire to bring forward and debate this legislation is prompted by a very real and profound suffering that can occur for some at the end of life. I'm also moved by some of the personal stories people bring to this debate. Very often such stories are actually illustrative of poor medical care, and indeed in some circumstances there has been actual medical neglect. It's particularly troubling that large numbers of people in New South Wales and Australia do not have access to specialist palliative care. Indeed, this legislation proposes doctors facilitate suicide and deliver lethal injections under a circumstance for some where specialist palliative care is not even available, thus creating a circumstance where your government will help you take your own life but will not provide the care you need to relieve your suffering. The clear issue with this bill, despite its well-meaning drafting, is the certain wrongful deaths that it will bring. The Care Alliance submission fully explains why wrongful deaths will occur due to wrong diagnosis, wrong prognosis, failure of access to specialist palliative care, subtle and even innocent coercion, and rarely even elderly abuse. Of particular note, doctors are clearly showing in the literature that very often miss treatable depression and demoralisation, which are major drivers of suicide. No assisted suicide or euthanasia bill can avoid wrongful deaths, but the particular issues with this bill that it doesn't require a specialist medical practitioner to be involved in the process when medicine and treatment options are becoming more and more subspecialised, and indeed beyond any one individual general practitioner. The bill allows for doctors to raise the topic, which is of itself a form of subtle coercion. This bill does not mandate a psychiatric assessment from a specialist psychiatrist to reduce the risk of wrongful death due to unrecognised depression and demoralisation. This bill does not mandate access and indeed assessment by a specialist palliative care physician to outline the medical treatment options other than suicide. While the law of the safeguards against wrongful deaths in previous debates have within a few short years now become described as impediments to access. The bill is claimed to be able to avoid violent suicides, but the suicide rate in Victoria has been unaltered by the introduction of such legislation. In addition, a review of 118 Victorians with cancer who died of violent suicide by Bly et al. Over a 4-year period in Victoria showed that only 13% were receiving palliative care and 43% actually had pre-existing mental illness, illustrating that we should be providing much better palliative and psychiatric support at the end of life. I'll ask to Christine for a quick comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair and members, ultimately, I see this hearing as an opportunity to converse about whether you, as lawmakers, would administer a lethal injection based upon this legislation, or you would help a person mix the Scheduled 4 and Scheduled 8 prohibited drugs that will allow them to suicide. After the evidence you've heard, and I've sat through it since 12 o'clock, and all the submissions you've read, do you know that doctors are infallible? Do you know that there will not be an error in diagnosis or prognosis, which could be lethal? A 1% error in diagnosis or prognosis is 100% irreversible. And then I think again as lawmakers, in the time you've sat in this parliament, have you had the opportunity to hear family and friends comment upon how tired they are of caring for a person, how frustrated they are, how tormented they are as they watch someone who they love get sicker and sicker and sicker? And after what I've listened to today, and as a palliative care volunteer, I know that when palliative care steps in, that the whole community surrounding that dying process, the individual, the family, the loved ones, are better equipped with facing dying, which for most people is not something they're practiced at. You know, when you're giving birth, you go to plenty of training sessions on how to introduce life, but at the other end of life, until palliative care gets involved, most of us never have opportunities to do that. So I'm asking you, as you're fully aware of individuals that come into your electorate offices and the people you talk to and the emotional stories you've heard both for VAD and against assisted dying and suicide, when you've examined the evidence, can you guarantee if you were administering the Schedule 4 and Schedule 8 drugs, would the person have a quicker death? And if you look at the submission from the Australian Care Alliance, you will see that there's no guarantees of a quick death or a painless death when this system is put in place. So if it's based on the relief of pain, and you have to be 100% guaranteed that if you believe this is the only way that pain can be relieved, that you would actually administer that lethal injection. And I cannot see how you could come to that conclusion after hearing the evidence that has been presented here today with what palliative care has to offer. The other item I'd like to make, the other point I'd like to make is, as lawmakers, you must consider both the consequences of detection and the ability to convict somebody who may not have followed this legislation. And in evidence you've had earlier today and in submissions that I know have been put before you, with all the goodwill in the world, I cannot see how you could look any constituent in the eye and say, we know for sure that there will not be duress, coercion, that there will never ever be medical errors. I cannot see how you could pass such legislation without having that guaranteed. So as lawmakers, you must consider both the consequences of being able to detect a breach of this law and the likelihood of a conviction. And all of that so often depends on what occurs behind closed doors and the subtle comments that are made when people come to visit their loved ones. Oh, it took me an hour to get a parking spot. I'm worn out. Haven't you had enough? This is going to cost a lot. There's all kinds of comments that can be dropped that can never be proven because they're behind closed doors. And the best example I've got, that's from a citizen point of view, but the best example I've got is from a hospital in Melbourne where I begged this couple to lodge a formal complaint, where a couple have gone into this, to the oncologist, and once they had a vast array of treatment options, they've diminished, and the oncologist has said, there's not much left in the way of options for treatment, but in Victoria you have got one other option, and that's voluntary assisted dying. That's in a state that prohibits it being raised. The reality is people will be pressured, and knowing that, do you feel, or do you know, not feel, do you know intellectually that you've got foolproof legislation that will never, ever have a wrongful death? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tobin, can I invite you now to make an opening statement?
Thanks very much. And I'll be as brief as I can. I've sat down the back here putting lines through quite a lot of what I had prepared to say because of the pressure.
I cannot tell you how much I thank you.
Well, I could give it to you and you could see all the lines. Okay, so look, doctors are trained to help us look after health and our health-related well-being. That goal shapes good practice even as someone dies. For there it means doing what a doctor can to assist the patient to die in comfort and with dignity, thus withdrawing and withholding futile and overly burdensome treatment, thus relieving physical symptoms of frailty, disease, even if that hastens death. Thus the empathy of a doctor as a fellow human being to someone who feels ashamed of their dependence on others, anxious about the burdens they impose on others, lonely, bored, demoralised. Today, some people die well and some people die badly. Understandably, we all want assurance, comfort, so-called insurance, that we won't suffer physically as we die. Whether we'll be lonely or feel we're a burden on others or feel we've wasted our lives or whether we will feel sad or frightened, those are matters that go beyond the remit of doctors to resolve. Relieving them is not something that doctors, qua doctors, are trained to do, though, of course, a good doctor is sensitive to the presence of any of these forms of suffering and does what she can as a fellow human being to respond to them. But this bill is about something entirely different. Suicide is always a tragedy. Very bad that doctors will be free to assist suicide. Worse, that they will be free sometimes to administer the lethal substance themselves. And yes, there is a binary between good end-of-life care and assisted suicide. One belongs to the practice of medicine, the other corrupts the profession, as this bill most certainly will. I have two other points. One goes to the way it's drafted. The eligibility criteria don't protect those who need our protection through you. It recognises that there's a need to protect people who may be subject to pressure or duress, so it recognises that some people are very independent, unusually independent, and some people are ordinarily susceptible to the widespread devaluation of the lives of the elderly. Protecting them is as much a matter for you as is advantaging those who are free of pressure and duress. And so the bill says in 16(1)(d), 1(c), D and E, that the person has to have decision-making capacity, must be acting voluntarily, and not be acting because of pressure or duress. I reckon it fails as currently drafted on all three of those standards. It doesn't require that the patient demonstrates decision-making capacity. Now, this is very important. This is not a health-restoring intervention to which the capacity for decision-making may be presumed. This is not an instrument for advanced care planning in which people can make known in advance what life-prolonging treatments they would want and they wouldn't want, would accept. This is something entirely different. It is a death-dealing intervention for which evidence of capacity for decision-making should be positively required. The bill doesn't effectively ensure the patient is acting voluntarily. If the drafters were serious about voluntariness, the bill would say that a person ceases to be eligible for VAD if he or she loses decision-making capacity at any time. That is, they would exclude the extension of eligibility to people with dementia. The bill should expressly prohibit the writing of an order for VAD in advanced care directives. For once eligibility is extended to those who seek VAD if they come to suffer from dementia, then genuine voluntariness is gone. And the bill doesn't ensure that the patient is not acting because of pressure or duress. That's not something doctors are competent to assess, as Dr. Chai said just before, for it's not a medical judgment. And the bill requires that the doctor makes this assessment of the patient, the two doctors, independently of each other, but it provides no mechanism for detecting whether that independence is the case. Failure to act independently would never be capable of detection. And on this matter, there is no comfort to be gained from Victoria, despite the claim that there's no evidence of pressure or duress there. There's no evidence of pressure or duress there because the review board offers no opportunity for that to be recorded. So, even if it were possible to draft the Platonic set of safeguards, they, I submit, would be ineffective. So-called safeguards cannot be effective because there's no way of enforcing them, no way of policing them. The bill will rely on self-reporting. It will be as safe as would be enforcing the payment of taxes by relying solely on individuals to report their own infringements. And I must add that the addition of 41C doesn't help because, again, there's no prospect of it being detected. One last thing. Over the last couple of days, there's been a kind of implication that legalising assisted suicide will reduce unassisted suicide. There's been a kind of thought in the air that assisted suicide is a kind of suicide prevention. We've heard very sad, terrible stories of people who have thought they've had to suicide on their own without saying goodbye to the family in order to avoid a terrible dying. No one can be unmoved by those stories. But the evidence does not support the claim that legalising assisted suicide diminishes the number of unassisted suicides. Legalising physician-assisted suicide in Oregon has led to an increase in the rate of total suicides and not a decrease in unassisted suicide, and the same is true of Switzerland, and I'd be very happy to supply the references for that data if anyone asks me to do so. So to conclude, legalising VAD won't change the fundamental facts. There are factors that make people vulnerable to suicide. There are factors that are protective against suicide. So, I submit, even if you pass this bill, a fundamental question will remain. How can we help people with serious disease and disability find hope in life and cope with the challenges that human life inevitably brings?
Thank you very much for that. And could I just ask the witnesses that have made their statements, if they were written down, if they wouldn't mind passing a copy to the staff for Hansard? It just aids in their transcription. So I'll look around the room now and see if there's any questions. Mr. Shoebridge.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your submissions. Ms Campbell, until I'd read your submission, I'd never heard of the Australian Care Alliance, and I don't know what your organisation is. What its membership base is comprised of. I mean, so I'm wondering, with what authority you come here. What is the Australian Care Alliance?
The Australian Care Alliance originally began after the Victorian legislation, voluntary assisted dying legislation. It has since become national. It's composed of people who are current or past legislators, who are doctors, who are lawyers, researchers, and community people interested in this topic in the community.
And is it member funded, or does it receive its funding from other organisations?
It's member funded, but all of us operate as volunteers. There's no secretariat. There's no office.
So can you indicate how many members it has? Because if we just see an alliance, I really don't know what it stands for. Unless is it 5 members or 10 members?
It's members who are. It's not hundreds and thousands of people who are members. It is members in all the states who are interested in this topic. And if the numbers I don't have in front of me.
You can take that on notice.
Okay.
The question about how many members.
But its primary purpose is to advocate against law changes like this.
Its primary purpose is to educate the public on good end-of-life care and to alert legislators about the dangers of this type of legislation.
I might ask just on that, maybe Mr. Daffy can, Dr. Daffy can provide some information about the funding of the Australian Care Alliance. You're the Treasurer.
Well, can I take a point of order?
I'll hear the point of order.
Well, I think it's reasonable to ask questions about an organisation that comes before the inquiry.
You did yesterday.
Yeah. And to ask questions about that. But now, pursuing a line of questioning into the financing of the organisation, I think is going somewhat beyond what is reasonable. Those matters can obviously be researched by the individual member who's got access to the internet. I don't believe the question represents it falling within the remit of what is the terms of reference to this inquiry, which is an inquiry into the provisions of the bill.
Well, indeed, I took this point of order yesterday, or on Wednesday, Greg.
No, this is going into the finances.
I'm shoe is on the other foot now.
I think it's outrageous.
Order!
I talk about the numbers.
Order!
Finance.
Order!
I took it and lost.
Order. I'm going to rule on the point of order.
Oh, shame.
And I will note the ruling that I made when Mr. Khan made the same point of order was that I ruled the question in order, but I warned members that this was potentially going to open Pandora's box and that it may come full circle. No, it's actually in, it's in transcript. It's in the transcript, and I did mention Pandora's box.
I've already answered that, Chair, in that I said we aren't funded by any other organisation.
Ms. Campbell, I accept that. However, I'm making a ruling at the moment, and so the ruling is that
it works.
Sorry.
Ms. Campbell knows how it works.
You take it on notice.
Yes. No. I'm making the ruling, and the question is in order. And I note that the title does say Treasurer of the Australian Care Alliance. I'll rule the question in order. Mr. Diadam, you've got the call.
Well, that's a note given to you by him, so that's the reasons for that. So
what note?
The notes.
No, order. The note is from Mr. Shoebridge saying that.
That's right. The notes came round.
No. The note says we'll propose that we have a break at 10 minutes instead of 15.
To give these witnesses more time.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what it says.
That's the note. It's right here. You can read it.
All right, come on. Get on with it.
No, I'm really starting to tire of this, Deputy Chair.
Either which way, let's get on with it,
being
Wes.
passed around, so...
Well, and I'm telling you that's the note, and I have it right
to
here.
give your witnesses 5 minutes more time.
Yeah.
The conspiracy theories need to cease.
If anyone
I've just about had it. No, I've just about had enough of
if anyone
my
don't mind, I'd
integrity
prefer to hear from the
as
witnesses
the
rather
chair
than committee
questions.
members.
I don't know. I'm going to ask you to withdraw that.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam, you have the call.
Yes, so Dr. Daffy, can I ask, what is the current annual budget of the Australian Care Alliance?
Point of order. Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
My point of order is that the terms of reference for this inquiry are into the provisions of the bill. To be opening up a line of questions to...
I'm prepared to rule on this already.
Well,
No, don't do it again. Don't do it again, or I will.
Wes, sit down.
Oh, sit down, mate.
Wes, sit down.
I have already ruled on this issue.
I was taking another point of order. It wasn't the same one.
I know. I have ruled, however, the question is in order. And I also mentioned on Wednesday, that I was allowing a level of latitude with your questioning, and it would be extended to the other hearings. Mr. Diadam, you have the call.
I've asked my question.
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
The point of order is this inquiry is into the provisions.
I've already ruled on this point of order. Mr. Diadam has the call.
And that, with respect...
If you want to cavil with my ruling, you know the procedure. You can challenge it or you can be quiet, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Diadam, you have the call.
I've asked my question. I'm happy for it to be answered.
Excuse me, Chair.
So, Mr. Duffy.
As Chair of Care Alliance, am I allowed to ask, have other organisations been requested to provide their financial details?
The answer is no.
You're the only one.
You're the only one.
The question is in order, given the latitude that I provided to other members in previous hearings, noting that I did specify that it would open Pandora's box and it would be open to other members to pursue similar lines of inquiry. It was a warning.
To be frank,
point of order. That's not true.
Point of order. We're getting close to time. Can the witnesses at least take the question on notice? And we have the 10 minutes break.
Whether they want to answer it or not.
I'll allow the question to be taken on notice. Noting the time, I'm going to ask that any of the questions taken on notice will be provided to the Secretariat will liaise with the witnesses and provide the opportunity to table them within the specified time. I thank the witnesses for appearing today. We will have a short break and return at 4:30. Well, thank you very much to the witnesses who are joining us today for the final session. I'll take this opportunity to swear in the witnesses that we got, noting that we've got one more that we are just trying to bring up on the WebEx system. Dr. Long, if you could state your name, position, title, and swear the oath, please.
Yes, I am Dr. Brendan Long. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Right to Life New South Wales. And the oath, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Long. I'll now ask Mr. Broyer if you could state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
My name is Christopher Broyer. I'm legal counsel for the Australian Christian Lobby. I'm having a lot of feedback. I'm hearing Dr. Long's alt going over and over again.
Go to audio.
I suspect what is happening is you have the web broadcast probably playing on a separate browser or within another browser on your computer.
And I don't understand what that means either.
We only have one thing going. That's what it means.
I apologise profusely.
No apology necessary.
I'm legal counsel for the Australian Christian Lobby. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And normally it would take my mother 3 or 4 attempts to do it. So with the first attempt, I really appreciate it.
Your mother had this.
Mr. Millard, would you mind stating name, position, title, and swearing either an oath or affirmation?
Yes, thank you. My name is Alexander Millard. I'm a solicitor with the Human Rights Law Alliance. And for the oath, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Millard. Dr. Pike.
Dr. Gregory K. Pike, the Director of the Adelaide Centre for Bioethics and Culture. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. I note that we are still waiting for one more person. We will attempt to bring them up, but in the meantime, Dr. Long, could I invite you to make an opening statement, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Fang, and may I thank the committee for the opportunity to present a brief statement. As would be known to many, Right to Life New South Wales, an organisation that has existed for many years, many decades, presenting on one hand a values proposition, that we are an organisation that does believe in the value of human life and would emphasise the role of the state as its primary obligation to defend human life from its start to its natural end, and that as a fundamental duty of the government in New South Wales and of the Parliament in New South Wales. Besides having it being a value-based organisation of wide membership, 20,000 people on our email list in New South Wales alone, we're also an evidence-based organisation, and we like to present strong policy arguments and concerns for our position. And I'm a professional social science researcher and professional public policy specialist. So it's actually more in relation to the latter issues that I would like to draw the committee's attention. And while there has been many debate on the bill, and we have presented a substantive submission, which I'm sure many of you have had the opportunity to read. Some of you might have even heard us as we were rallying outside when the Parliament was sitting in the Parliament session briefly one afternoon. But our concerns stood on the balcony and watched.
In relation to the that's why they made so much noise.
Public policy concerns in relation to this bill focus on a number of issues, but in particular the question of the risk to the vulnerable persons, especially those with mental illness. One of the key issues that I think needs further consideration in this issue around the country is that in relation to the Victorian legislation,
The only legislation of which we've had any attempt to have any sort of serious analysis, it's only in the last report of the Voluntary Assisted Dying Board that there's been any discussion of how many psychological assessments were actually taken in relation to the large number of cases that have occurred. And that number is 17. 17 assessments. And of course, there's been 250 odd deaths. Of those 17 assessments, we do not know how many were rejected. How many people who were called for a psychological assessment to determine their mental capacity. We do not know. We only know there were 17 undertaken. We don't know. Maybe all were accepted, and we just don't know. And it's that paucity of data that I think what worries me. And I think that something that should be considered in the passage of this bill is whether it would not be better to have the benefit of greater experience from Victoria and from WA before proceeding down this bill, and to have a greater evidence base, particularly in relation to the impact of psychological assessment. And that also will also be an issue which could be raised in terms of creating greater data that might flow from the bill if it does become law. I would also briefly like to point to a couple of other issues. The first issue is that, as you would have been aware from the debate, there is considerable argument about not meeting palliative care benchmarks in New South Wales. As you know, the national benchmark the international benchmark is 2 full-time equivalent palliative care specialists per 100,000 of the population, and basically at 91 FTE at the moment, we're about 1.1 where we should be 2. So we're about 60% of where we should be, and that remains a concern. And it seems to be difficult to countenance how a person could be really given choice when the services that they need to be able to make an effective choice are simply not funded at a level that is accurate. It seems as if the choice is not really an adequate choice. I do want to respond briefly to another quick issue on palliative care. I would draw attention to the University of Wollongong study, which considered the pain control effectiveness in particular of palliative medical programs, and it was debated by some that the figure of 6% was the failure rate. In fact, the data shows, and it's in our submission, have the graph before me, that after the palliative care plan is activated and allowed to develop under the supervision of a palliative care specialist, that failure rate falls to 2%. That's the data. Not 6%, but 2%. And even in those cases, it could be lower. Some people want to go home to die in their last days, or they want to choose some treatment for religious or other reasons. So we should be clear that we are talking about a very small cohort of people for which the palliative care system is not effective. And this is research conducted by, independent research by a university in New South Wales. I would also just briefly draw the committee's attention to some analysis that I undertook in terms of my modelling. I did this modelling in Victoria when I estimated, using international experience, that by 2030 you would have 1,000 deaths a year in Victoria. You're just using the standard international incidence of these voluntary assisted dying schemes overseas and applying them to the Victorian growth rate. That was published in the Australian, of course, as many of you would know. Using the similar analysis in New South Wales, that figure by 2023, between 2023 and 2030 will grow to 1,240 cases per year. That's the estimate based upon international experience. Now that compares to a death rate from motor vehicles in 2019 of 340 people. So this scheme is estimated to have a greater incidence of death, 3 times the incidence of death as motor road fatalities in this state. So we are looking at something of some significance, and that also has to be set in the context of what's happened in Canada. As many of you would know, the Canadian extreme has simply exploded. in its first 18 months. It has grown by, in its first 12 months, it grew by 34%. And now has come to a situation where you have, 8,000 assisted suicides every year in Canada. And that's a death rate of 2.5% of all deaths in Canada, whereas these schemes are meant to only operate at 0.4% of all deaths in any jurisdictions. So the data from Canada is genuinely scary, simply about the instance of the schemes. So I'll just draw this to the committee's attention as social policy research, and further just suggest that that is an issue that should give members concern in relation to the bill. I'll just make a final comment, if I may, and that is that a position that we have taken as an organisation for some time, based upon the evidence of the use of the oral medication in Oregon, is that there is a high degree of failure rate with the oral medication. It's distinct from the lethal injection. Failure rates are about 12 to 15%. The test of effectiveness is that you die within 60 minutes, fall asleep within 60 minutes. Now, the evidence is that does not occur in 12 to 15% of cases, and there are horrific cases of people regurgitating the medicine and so forth. So I would draw to the committee's attention the data that's evident from Oregon there, and indicate that one option that is before all legislators in all jurisdictions is to consider whether this drug should not be reviewed by the Therapeutic Goods Administration like any other drug, like any Panadol pill that we have in the country, just to ensure it works as it's affected. One could speak longer, but I open myself to questions from the committee members as appropriate when the others have made contributions.
Thank you, Dr. Long. I now invite Mr. Broyer to make an opening statement. I believe you're on mute, Mr. Broyer.
Chair.
Thank you.
This bill poses 4 questions for this committee and this House. Do you want more or less deaths in New South Wales in any given period? If you support this bill, you are voting for more deaths. The second question is this. Are you willing for the prescription and administration of poison to an 18-year-old, indefinite and unknown period of time in which to live, in which time a cure may be found for their condition? The one good section in my submission is section 7. And it's a good section because it is honest. It says the Health Secretary may in writing approve a Schedule 4 or Schedule 8 poison. For use, a poison approved is called a voluntary assisted dying substance. That's a definitional cover. The issue is, if you support this bill, you are supporting the giving of poison to a living human being to kill them. The third question, are you willing to allow assisted suicide on the basis of the suffering of the person when you do not know that death will relieve the suffering? The unspoken premise of this bill is death is better than a life of suffering. But if you look at it from from a Hindu or Buddhist view, you are in fact assigning that person to a new life in a new reincarnation. From an Islamic view, you are assigning that person to the hands of Allah for heaven or hell. From a Christian point of view, you are assigning that person either to heaven if they trust in the Lord Jesus Christ, or to hell. It's only if you look at it from a purely material point of view that when we die, we're nothing but a fish on the beach, that you can say death is better than suffering. But even then you don't know that, because you do not know whether nothing is better than something. So, and the last question is this. Are you willing to vote for the death of a person when you know that everything that can be done to make a better life than a life of intense suffering, that is a life of less suffering and more pleasure, cannot be provided to everyone in New South Wales, because you know that there's not adequate provision of palliative care. And if you've heard plenty of evidence of that today in the other place, in Hansard, 25th November 2021, page 81, there's some good evidence presented.
Lost you, mate.
Mr. Broyer, we've actually lost your audio. You may have muted yourself.
Sorry?
Yep.
You're back.
Back on?
Yes, you are.
Yes. In There was a reference by the Honourable Trevor Khan to Hunt.
Me again.
Against a 2009 decision of the New South Wales Supreme Court. It was suggested that was the case of a schizophrenic. It wasn't. It was a case of a Jehovah's Witness who presented with renal pain. And I make these points about that case. At paragraph 5, it's clear that the case was a decision comparing the autonomy of a person with the right, with the duty of a state to uphold life. Therefore, it's not relevant to this discussion when you're considering the state wanting to authorize the taking of life. At paragraphs 31 to 34, there was a discussion about when the doctrine of necessity kicks in. It was made clear that a directive, an advanced care directive, can be challenged if there's valid reason to sustain that it wasn't properly entered into. Paragraph 34. At paragraph 35, the court said this: you cannot answer that question in the abstract. You have to look carefully at each situation and unpack the circumstances. Therefore, the proposition advanced by the Honourable Trevor Khan is, in my submission, not fairly put. And lastly, the case
not
is
the
not
first time, just ridiculous, some might say.
In Mercy Hospital, Victoria against the 2018 Victorian Supreme Court 519, that was another Jehovah's Witnesses case, where a 17-year-old had declined treatment and she was pregnant, and if she didn't get treatment, she would die. The court said, I'm not convinced that overriding her express choice would so rob her of her essential self as to outweigh the loss she would suffer through losing her life or sustaining catastrophic injury. Thank you. They're my submissions.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Barria. I'll invite Mr. Millard now to make a short opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Human Rights Law Alliance, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry into the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill. HRLA is Australia's only religious freedom law firm specialising in the area of freedom of thought, speech and conscience. We regularly have carriage of matters in all states and territories, and a significant part of HRLA's work includes advising bodies and organisations that deliver services in accordance with Australian faith commitments. HRLA opposes the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill. The bill is unethical, harmful to individuals and trespasses on the conscience rights of religious individuals and organisations. It should be rejected in its entirety. And there are just two brief main points that HRLA would like to make this afternoon. The first is that the bill fails to provide adequate protections for the conscience rights of medical practitioners and others, which could result in them having to participate in the BAD process. The internationally recognised right to freedom of conscience and freedom of religion set out in Article 18 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and this is a strong, non-derogable right according to the interpretive Syracuse principles, and has not been adequately protected by the bill. If I could turn your attention to Clause 9 of the bill, this clause provides limited protection to allow a registered health practitioner to refuse to 1. Participate in the request and assessment process, prescribe, supply, or administer a voluntary assisted dying substance, and be present at the time of the administration of a voluntary assisted dying substance. However, this clause in the bill does not allow a health practitioner to fully remove themselves from any participation whatsoever in the intentional killing of another human being. The bill does not give a registered health practitioner a right to refuse to provide information to a person about voluntary assisted dying, but the amendments to Clause 21 of Clause 5 remove the requirement for a conscious objector to provide information approved by the Health Secretary in the second clause. But a positive affirmation of the ability to not provide information should also be included. Also, the bill doesn't give a medical practitioner the ability to refuse to participate in the administration decision and to refuse to prepare or dispose of a voluntary assisted dying substance. The bill should allow a medical practitioner to fully remove themselves from the BAD process, and the lack of clarity in this regard needs to be corrected. The second point that we'd like to make is that in regards to religious community service providers, an important aspect of the Article 18 right to freedom of religious belief and activity is the freedom of religious communities to act in accordance with their convictions. The bill fails to allow faith-based community organisations like aged care providers to completely remove themselves from participating in the VAD process. Facilities are still required to provide access to persons involved in the VAD process. They also require residents to be transferred for VAD purposes. A faith-based organisation should not be compelled to participate in the VAD process in these ways. The bill in this manner does not respect the strong conscience rights of individuals and faith communities and should be rejected. And at the very least, it should be amended to allow medical practitioners and other service providers to completely remove themselves from any and every aspect of the VAD process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Pike, can I invite you to make an opening statement, please?
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to present a few thoughts. The comments I wish to make are relatively broad and go to the question of vulnerable individuals, and also the broader development of the culture surrounding death and dying. This bill permits state enforcement of the deliberate, premeditated and intentional termination of a human life at a time in human history and in a country such as ours where there is the probably least risk of dying in unbearable pain. Such an irreversible act demands an extremely high standard of safety and security, for surely no one would prefer to be a mistake that results in termination of the life of one of their fellow human beings. Even a small risk that this might happen in state-endorsed death is unacceptable. One of the key reasons I am personally opposed to capital punishment is that the small risk that exists that someone's life might be terminated when that person does not live is a great concern. In other words, the person is innocent. I expect this might be a common position. Similarly, a mistake under the regime that this bill envisions that results in a person's life being terminated would be a tragedy. But that is indeed what has happened and continues to happen in those places that have accepted state-endorsed intentional termination of life. Termination of life without explicit request, as many will be aware, is common in the Netherlands and Belgium and falls outside of the criteria of voluntary and chosen death. Such deaths might be seen as mistakes within the system or casualties of it. While this bill does not allow for deaths like these, the kinds of mistakes that will likely occur fall within the territory of pressure and expectation to choose death. This bill makes an attempt to ensure there is no coercion, pressure or undue influence. However, these can be subtle and internalised. Anyone who has dealt with vulnerable patients and the complexities of their relationships knows how pressures can be applied in ways that can subtly and not so subtly direct them into something that they don't really want to do, but feel that they ought to do. Research consistently reveals an internalised sense of burden as a reason for euthanasia and assisted suicide. It is easy to make someone feel like a burden. Research also shows that the other primary reasons for choosing death are loss of ability to engage in meaningful activities and loss of dignity. But again, surely these are the types of things that others can help with. Meaning can be found, discovered even at great distance. It can be enhanced in many ways. Patients can be assured of their worth, dignified by their value, but offering the option of death is to truncate these possibilities. The assumption of free and unfettered autonomy in the context of the offer of death is not realistic. Bioethicist Emmanuel Hirsch put it this way: a patient may truly want to die, but this desire is not the freedom alone. It may be, and most often is, the translation of the attitude of those around him, if not of society as a whole, which no longer believes in the value of his life and signals this to him in all sorts of ways. Here we have a supreme paradox. Someone is cast out of the land of the living and then thinks that he personally wants to die. From what we know already about the disturbing incidents of elder abuse within families, Most of the persuasive pressure to choose death would likely come from that direction, and it can be very hard to identify without considerable expertise and investigation over time. But pressure could easily come from elsewhere too. If my reading of the bill is correct, it would permit a carer, as a provider of professional care services, perhaps someone who helps with cleaning or dressing, to initiate a discussion about euthanasia or assisted suicide as long as he or she at the same time says there are palliative care options available and that the person should discuss them with their doctor. These options only have to be mentioned. It does not take much imagination to see how such discussion could prove very persuasive. The bill places medical practitioners as the primary gatekeepers to identify coercion, pressure and undue influence. And only if the practitioner thinks there might be pressure are they required to seek assistance. But it is not hard to see how mistakes might be made and someone slip through the net. And that mistake, any reversible, just one or a few, but still mistakes. People made to feel they really ought to go, so to stop burdening others. Made to feel they are consuming resources that might be better spent. Lives made to feel they have no remaining value, and so death becomes a benefit. We often speak of cultures within organisations. They determine how they operate, so that one may be better than another. Or cultures surrounding how disability services might be delivered, or how the banking sector operates, or how healthcare is delivered. The culture surrounding death and dying and how it is framed and shaped will be changed by endorsing assisted suicide and euthanasia. We must look to those who have tried this experiment to see what happens, and when we do, we see a culture that devalues some lives. Where rather than ensuring each death is a result of elimination, there are many that are not. Cases that might be seen either as mistakes, reversible ones, or more worryingly, before long, justifiable within the culture that develops. In conclusion, my concerns about this bill are related not just to where the culture of death and dying will go and develop over time, even though I'm convinced that cultural shift would be for the worse, but also to the immediate implications for vulnerable people by being handed the option to choose death, in fact do so for a complex of reasons that for many will involve pressure and undue influence. On a personal note, my father currently fits the criteria for this bill. He is surrounded by people who love and value him, but I have imagined what it might be like for him if he were not. What if he were surrounded instead by people who saw him as a burden, by a society with a culture in which he felt he had no dignity with? What would it be like for him? Would he feel drawn to euthanasia or assisted suicide? In the end, I don't want a society in which the frail and sick elderly feel undervalued or devalued, one in which they might choose death because no one wants them. If we want an inclusive society, we can do much, much better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pike. Could I just ask all members, Dr. Long and those members on WebEx, if you read your opening statements, would you mind sending them through or just providing a copy so that Hansard assists them with their transcribing of the opening statements? I'll now open for questions. Mr. Shoebridge?
Well, my initial question is to Dr. Long. Doctor, you talk about an inevitable rise to how many deaths were you predicting in a decade under this legislation in New South Wales?
In a year, Mr. Shoebridge, 1,240.
All right.
Based on international evidence.
All right. Well, perhaps some of the best international evidence comes from Oregon, which has had legislation for some 22 years and has a population that is just over half of New South Wales. Do you know how many deaths have occurred after 22 years of the legislation in Oregon?
In the model in which I produce, Oregon data is included, as is data from Washington State, Belgium, Netherlands and other jurisdictions.
Yeah, well, that's
and when you look at all the jurisdictions, Mr. Shoebridge...
Do you know how many deaths in Oregon? 22 years.
I'll take that question on notice, but it is in the data. It's probably in my computer.
I suspect he's got it. I suspect Mr. Shoebridge has it in front of him.
I'm able to assist. The most recent year that we have full reporting for, which is 2019, says a total of 188. Not 1,200, not 1,000, not 500, not 600, 22 years after legislation put in place, 188, a population over half the size of New South Wales. That surely is far better data than your predictions.
Well, Mr. Shoebridge, I'd simply seek to refute that by saying that the Oregon data is built into that model, and I will be very happy to provide to you all the foundations of the model. Obviously, in the graph is in here. It's got a bunch of spreadsheets underpinning it, and that data includes the Oregon model. But even if we take the Oregon model as being one of the least expansive ones, I have drawn your attention to the Canadian model, which unquestionably has led to a death rate of 2.5% of assisted suicides of all deaths. I think that Canadian data is actually not in this analysis, so the analysis in that sense is conservative.
Mr. Diadam.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Long a question. On page 2 of your submission, you say, what has happened overseas is that schemes that were originally designed to be narrow in scope expand rapidly to become a form of opting out for people who find life too hard.
Yes.
So which jurisdiction, well, let me rephrase that. In Canada, for example, is the criteria for accessing voluntary assisted dying people who find life too hard?
The criteria, of course, now seem to be interpreted that you don't even need to have a terminal illness as the Premier.
My question's about whether they find life too hard.
So the argument is this, it's hard to read your name.
Yeah,
there. I apologise, but in particular in the Netherlands and in Belgium, the culture appears to be, and this is not just
culture. I want to know whether the criteria for access to the scheme is akin to what you've suggested.
Yeah, well, the criteria are interpreted, shall we say, by the doctors who administer the scheme, particularly in Northern European countries, Belgium and the Netherlands, to be an available option for people who no longer want to see out their last days. And there is not a culture of palliative care in the way that we have in this place. And it becomes an option, I respectfully submit, for people for whom life gets too tough. And this option, rather than, facing the prospect of death with all the fear, they have this option provided to them by the state. And the rapid incidence of these schemes overseas indicates that is becoming a cause of concern, particularly as the eligibility criteria for the schemes, as you're aware, have increasingly expanded over the years.
In some jurisdictions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, in many jurisdictions. It's right, Mr. Khan, not in all. But it's
not in Oregon.
Point of order. Can we not interrupt the witness as providing? We'll allow him to finish his answer, and then we can ask further questions.
But certainly in Canada, the evidence is that even by interpretation of the scheme, that the incidence is incredibly increasing, 34% in its first year, Mr. Khan.
Sorry, Dr. Long, the problem with constantly referring, and I've heard it referred to today, constantly referring to Canada is, the complication in Canada is, and look, Mr. Shoebridge would know this better than me, but they had a Bill of Rights, and the legislation, as I understand, that originally was in place was challenged under various provisions in the Bill of Rights. The consequence of that was that the state was then given a period of time to revise their legislation to bring it in consistent with the decision of the Supreme Court. That's as best as I remember. So this wasn't a like with like in terms of New South Wales or indeed Oregon. This was a legislative scheme that was interrupted because of the impact of a Supreme Court decision that in itself was based on their Bill of Rights. That's quite different from the New South Wales context, isn't it?
It was not a political decision created from a parliament. It came through the constitutional oversight of the Supreme Court.
Quite by dying with dignity in Canada.
Quite different.
However, I would simply say to Mr. Khan and to Mr. Shoebridge that the Canadian evidence, even though the scheme is of a different...
We're not always on a unity ticket, I just might say.
The Canadian scheme...
In fact, I object.
Order. Hansard will struggle with this. We've got 10 minutes to go.
Right, good.
Very quickly, I accept that the Canadian scheme is of a different structure to the bill that is proposed here, and the eligibility criteria are different and are wider in the Canadian scheme. But it is salutary evidence, I believe. The incidence of the scheme in such a short period of time, growing to 8,000 deaths a year and 2.5% of all deaths in Canada, is a very alarming statistic and not one which is contested.
Right, but the problem that you've got is, isn't it, in this is you're bringing in data from Europe, the northern European countries, which is a different style of scheme than what essentially the New South Wales, Victorian, Queensland, West Australian schemes are, which is essentially based with some permutations on the Oregon model. Those are quite different from the Netherlands and Belgium schemes, are they not?
It's certainly the case that the Oregon model is the basic model, and has been less amended perhaps over the years than the other schemes.
It's the best comparator, Dr. Long.
While I accept that the Oregon model is the basis of the scheme, I would still say, with respect, that it is impossible to ignore the international evidence in relation to the desire, particularly for people with mental illness, to access the scheme. You received evidence, or the lower house received evidence, from David Kissane, a professor, and he presented evidence which was not challenged, I believe, to before the parliamentarians at a special hearing in relation to the incidence of mental health in Belgium. And in our submission, we have the data about the large increase in access to mental health, particularly in Belgium. And
Dr. Long, I'm just going to raise the point that there was no inquiry, I believe, in the lower house, so I'm not sure where that evidence...
It was just a special briefing offered to politicians by Mr. Kissane, and there is a record of it, I understand.
Okay.
I'm sure that you would understand that there's various people who come along and give briefings to politicians of all persuasions. I must admit I've received some in my time where I sat there and ground my teeth. I didn't really see it as an appropriate course of action to throw bricks at the presenter. That's not always my approach, I might add.
Fair enough. But
Trevor's got to kill them up in the office.
There are those who provide briefings critical of Kissane, like very real critiques of Kissane's position.
I think, his data, right,
is highly criticised.
Recent data was quite
disturbing. Didn't raise that this morning when I had a chance, David. Professor Kissane was with us this morning.
Yeah.
Let's not see this. Let's not see this degrade again. Let's just keep it very civil. Does anybody else have any questions?
I think this has been very amiable, actually.
Surprisingly, yes. If there are no further questions, I'm going to draw the hearing for today to a close. I wanted to thank the witnesses who made themselves available, and any questions that have been taken on notice, the Secretariat will liaise with you in order to provide an opportunity to table. I thank those people that are viewing, and we will return again on Monday morning for the third hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.